Section 34 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Edward Bell from Wimmera. Number 34. I arrived in Sydney from London in the latter end of September 1839. The weather was very hot, the glare very great, the dust abominable. I knew no one, and I was glad to get out of it without loss of time. I had read the treatises on sheep and cattle in the Library of Useful Knowledge, and had endeavoured to gain some information respecting colonial life from Major Mitchell's Travels in Australia, Mr. Wow's 3 Years' Experience, and Dr. Lang's New South Wales, all which works I had industriously pursued on the voyage. Beyond this, my general information regarding livestock was limited to a confused knowledge of sheep by their distinctive titles of rams, wethers, and ewes, and a vague idea of cattle as heifers, cows, bulls, and oxen, and as beasts that had horns and made a great bellowing. But I am not sure that I could have distinguished any of either description of animal on view. I had, however, acting under the advice of certain prudent relatives in England, fully determined on entering on pastoral pursuits, or what I found was called in the colony going into stock, and had armed myself with letters of introduction to several gentlemen, who had emigrated a short time before me with similar views. Amongst these was one from Mr. Alex Hunter of Edinburgh, whom I had met in London, to Messrs. Watson and Hunter, who had sailed shortly before me, and who were amply supplied with means to form large stations. I had an indistinct idea that Port Phillip was to be the field of their operations, and a much more indefinite one of how I was to get there. Some inquiries, however, in Sydney brought me the gratifying intelligence that Mr. Watson was himself in the Sydney district at the time, though out of town at that moment, and I was further informed he was on the point of starting with an expedition for Fort Phillip, in which I made up my mind to join if possible. I accordingly purchased a horse off a Sydney dealer as a preliminary step, and, in 5 days from my landing, had made all the necessary arrangements with Mr. Watson for my forming one of his party. We left Sydney, I think, on the 3rd of October, and we travelled by easy stages till we reached Sutton Forest, where we overtook Mr. Alec Hunter, who had gone on before with the drays and horse stock. From this place we went on to Lake George, on the other side of which a property had been purchased for the sole purposes of procuring some assigned servants, of whom we had 20 in the expedition. In this neighbourhood I bought about 300 head of cattle, and made an agreement with Mr. Watson to run them with his stock, giving him half the increase for 2 years, and the benefit of my services during that time. I recollect nothing particular about the country we passed through, except that the bush was very thick, and that I was always afraid of losing myself if I left the road, or was out of sight of my companions for a moment. We had also about 400 head of cattle bought from a Mrs. Barton at Berrima, with which we fortunately got a stockman given in, named Little Sam, which, considering our intense greenness, and the uselessness of most of the convict servants who were just turned out of government, was of great consequence. Paddy's River, Yass, and other well-known localities were passed, and we eventually encamped on the Tumut, where some 600 more cattle, with a run, had been purchased, which, to add to our trouble, had the character of being the wildest brutes in the colony. Here our party divided. Mr. Alec Hunter, Mr. Tula, and the Honourable Gilbert Kennedy went on to Melbourne with the horses. Mr. Watson returned to Sydney to wind up some incomplete arrangements, whilst I remained with the cattle at the Tumut, where we formed a station on the Gilmore Creek. Here I added to my fortunes 100 picked heifers, which were strongly recommended by the vendor, Mr. Shelley, and also by Mr. Watson, whose interested motives in advertising the purchase of female stock I was too gullible to see through at the time. My position at the Tumut, with my 20 government men, about 1,200 head of cattle, and about 30 horses, in a country with which I was totally unacquainted, may perhaps be conceived, but it is difficult to describe. I was very much afraid of losing my cattle, and therefore tried to keep them within sight, counting them regularly every day, which, considering that more than half were broken into the run, was an absurdity which nothing but experience convinced me of; for when we wished to remove them, about 6 weeks after, it was found to be impossible, with our insufficient help, to drive them off the run, and we consequently formed a permanent station at Gilmore Creek, a tributary of the Tumut, where we left the cattle till the next year. The vast herds which were travelling from Sydney district, and the possibility of the Melbourne markets being overstocked, coupled with the difficulties of the road from the flooded state of the rivers, confirmed us in this decision. My troubles as a squatter commenced very early in my career. The great scarcity of flour during the summer of 1839 was felt all over the colony, but in no part more so than in the interior, where it was selling at £60 a ton. Even at Government House in Sydney it was said that Lady Gipps was restricted in her supplies for pastry. For some weeks our food at the Tumut was confined to beef and milk and a little rice, but the incessant grumbling of the men at last induced me to send a cart to Yass for flour. The Tumut was flooded at the time, but I had seen a horseman cross, and ventured over myself at the same place. A hurdle was lashed on the dray, on which the bedding of the 2 men who were to accompany it was placed, and with 3 horses harnessed to it, it went boldly into the stream after me. The leading horse, about halfway across, turned down the stream, and in a moment the cart was afloat and soon capsized, drowning the 2 other horses and nearly drowning the 2 men on the hurdle. The one was a fine swimmer, and swam out to the leading horse, and eventually released him from his harness. The other clung to a log, and was hauled ashore by a rope about 10 minutes afterwards. A few days after this, the river having partially subsided, and the grumbling continuing unabated, a second attempt was made, but at another crossing place, and with only 1 horse. The same occurrence took place again, except that the horse swam for a quarter of a mile down the river with the cart after him, and was not drowned till a log turned the cart over and rendered him helpless. The driver, who remained till then on his seat on the hurdle up to his neck in water, calling out to me, he was done like a dinner. 300 pounds worth of horse flesh went in these adventures. I then bought a team of bullocks, and eventually procured a ton of flour from Yass, which lasted the party till it reached Melbourne. An overseer was then engaged, and the cattle delivered into his care, and on the 24th December Mr. Watson and I started in a tandem for Fort Phillip. Near the Murray we broke both shafts, and had to take to our saddles, leaving the remains of the gig and several valuables, amongst others my writing case and journals, at an outstation hut of Mr. Cockburn's, to be sent on by the drays. Of course I never saw any part of them again. On arriving at the Murray, we overtook several expeditions which were waiting for favourable opportunity to cross. There were said to be 10,000 head of cattle on its banks, in various "mobs." Messrs. Bolden had crossed several hundreds that day, and at night we camped with our party. On the Ovens we overtook others. The natives had attacked some parties in this neighbourhood during the previous summer, and the places were pointed out to us where Faithful's men were murdered, and where Snodgrass had had a stand-up fight with the blacks. My own experience of the natives at this time led me to suppose that they were a very inoffensive race, for all I had seen had been the Bogong blacks on the Tumut, who came down in the summer from the ranges, sleek and lazy from the grub or fly of that name which infests that part of the country. I think they were the handsomest natives I have ever seen, At all events they were the best conditioned. On the Ovens, however, we saw none. A party of mounted police was stationed at the Broken River, who entertained us, as they appeared to do all travellers, for a consideration. The country was all, so far, settled, although we saw no signs of it either by meeting with human habitations or with sheep or cattle. If the country was stocked, the stock fed off the road, but we heard the names of Barber, Mitchell, Fowler, W.A. Brodrib, Faithful, Mackay, Docker, Binney, Speed, and Anderson as occupants of the various runs through which we passed. At Templeton's, on the 7 Creeks, Mr. Watson left me to go up to the Devil's River, which he and Mr. Hunter had occupied during the previous spring. I remained for a few days at Ballora, a station Mr. Hunter had formed on Templeton's Creek, about 3 miles above him, but which was about being abandoned for the better country of the Devil's River and Mount Battery. I accordingly proceeded alone to the settlement, as the city of Melbourne was in those days called, stopping at Hugh's, Hamilton's at the Sugarloaf, and at a Mr. George's in Kinlochew, and eventually reached Keilor, where Messrs. Watson and Hunter had their headquarters at the time. There were no particular charms in Melbourne in those days beyond the champagne lunches which always accompanied the sales by auction, and of which I partook with others, though I never bought any land. One cannot help reflecting on the narrow escape from making a fortune which daily fell in one's way, when we look at the properties which were to be had for a few pounds at the time, now bringing in thousands per annum. However, I was never destined to do this, and I soon returned to the bush, and devoted myself to learning my trade as a squatter. A serious illness which attacked me at Mount Battery, however, threw impediments in my way. I was confined to my bed with bilious fever for several weeks, and on my recovery went back to Melbourne, from whence, by the advice of the medical men, I went by sea to Sydney. A few weeks nursing at Parramatta restored me to health, and in May I returned to Melbourne in the Cumberland, chartered by Mr. Dutton. I was then about proceeding in her to Valparaiso to buy horses, and had secured my passage, when the news of a bad sale of South American horse stock in Sydney deterred us from entering into the speculation, and I went back again with Mr. Hunter to Sydney to make further purchases of horses and cattle, taking some £16,000 with us for the purpose. After a few days' delay, I accompanied Mr. Terence Murray to his station near Queanbeyan to attend a large sale in which he was interested, and to purchase cattle if I thought it advisable. Failing in getting what I liked, for I had by this time become a judge of stock, I went on to the Tumut to collect our leavings of the previous year, where I was shortly after joined by Mr. Hunter and his cousins with more cattle and horses. We had altogether about 2,000 head and about 70 horses, with which we again started for Fort Phillip, and after many losses and crosses, eventually formed our main cattle station on the upper part of the Broken River, about 4 miles above the station at present in the occupation of Mr. John Moore. From the Broken River to the Devil's River, crossing the Mount Battery Plains, a distance of about 20 miles, the whole country was claimed and stocked by Messrs. Watson and Hunter. Messrs. Stevens and Thomson were camped upon the Broken River, about 3 miles above the cattle station, but only remained until they had shorn their sheep, when they moved towards the westward. During the winter that I remained at the Devil's River, I was a witness of the fatal effects of catarrh on sheep. The climate was very severe, the frosts and fogs frequently lasting all day. The sheep could not be let out of the yards on many days until noon. How the disease came into that neighbourhood, if it is really contagious, I do not know, but if any climate could produce it, I am sure that of the Devil's River in 1840 was quite trying enough. I have seen as many as 500 sheep dead at the yards in a single night. There were some settlers who had come with a few sheep above us on the Devil's River. I think their names were McFarlane and Mitchell. Their loss was more severe than Messrs. Watson and Hunter's. We used to fancy that the river was affected by their throwing the carcasses into the stream, though this is not probable, as they were 16 or 20 miles above us, and the river was a considerable one. During this year I formed one of a party, consisting of Mr. Alec Hunter, Mr. Archibald Jamieson, an overseer, and a black fellow named Pigeon, who was afterwards drowned at the wreck of the Salt House, that started to find a road into Gippsland for stock, which Strzelecki's discovery had just opened as a field for Port Phillip enterprise. We ascended what we took for a leading range into the southwest of Mount Buller, but found ourselves in a most difficult succession of gullies, in which we struggled for 18 days, and eventually camped on the headwaters of the La Trobe. My horse had met with an accident in falling down a steep bank, and I remained with Pigeon at our camp on the river, while my companions went on to see what they could of the new country. In 3 days they returned, having reached a rich plain and fine herbage, I conclude part of the run afterwards occupied by Mr. Reeve. On our return we got upon a leading range in right good earnest, which in 2 days took us back to the head of the Gilbourne, but the descent was considered too steep for stock, and the idea of bringing a herd by that route was abandoned. Mr. Tyers afterwards tried to follow on our returning tracks, but lost his horses, and gave up the attempt to reach Gippsland from that entrance, and I am not aware that it has yet been considered practicable. The time was now drawing near when my agreement with Mr. Watson was about expiring, and I was most anxious for it, as I found that cattle in halves was not a profitable speculation to the proprietor. An attempt had been made to muster the whole herd in March, but it proved ineffectual, and it was not till October that I eventually got delivery of my stock. I now made an agreement with Mr. Riley, of the Wannon, to put my cattle on his run, he undertaking to hand his heifer station over to me if we did not continue to keep our cattle together; and early in November 1841 I left the Devil's River, and drove my herd to Melbourne, where I sold all the butchers would buy, and, after providing myself with a dray and stores, started for the west with the remainder, somewhere about 300 head. We passed by Lal Lal, Buninyong, Bailey's, and Mount Emu, which country was all occupied right and left of us, and crossed the plains to Lake Boloke, which was the only vacant spot I saw. Wyselaski was at the crossing place of the Hopkins, where his station now is. Dr. Martin, under the guidance of Mr. James Manning, who had sold his cattle with the condition that he was to find a run for them, had occupied Mount Sturgeon, the station being at the time under the charge of Mr. Knowles. Beyond him, to the west of the Wannon, was Mr. Barnett, now Chirnside's, and next to him was Mr. Riley, where my headquarters were for 12 months. During this time I saw a good deal of the surrounding country. At the Grange, a police magistrate, Mr. French, was establishing himself, and in the month of June of the same year I had the honour of being appointed a magistrate, and assisted him regularly on the bench. Mr. Riley's station had been occupied by a Mr. Gibson, whose wife was famous for some extraordinary journeys she made to Melbourne, accompanied by a single male attendant, was abandoned by him, and afterwards taken up by a Mr. Norris, who suffered so severely from depredations committed by the blacks that he had also given it up. The natives had, however, by all accounts, been taught some severe lessons, and had learnt to be better behaved, but they were still what was usually termed in the bush very troublesome. We had in the meantime occupied Englefield, on the Glenelg, as our heifer station, and had erected the necessary improvements there; but we found that the natives continually intimidated the men, and whilst absent from the hut had occasionally stolen their rations, and it was eventually determined to give up the heifer tailing scheme, and the station was abandoned. Dr. Edward Barker, who had come into that neighbourhood on my recommendation, immediately occupied it. A few months' residence there, and a partnership which he had in the meantime formed with Mr. Riley, induced him to sell it back to me for the value of the improvements, £50, and in the summer of 1842 I again took possession of it. My cattle had, in the meantime, discovered other country for themselves on the head of Bryant's Creek, but the arrival of Mr. Cadden, previously an overseer of Mr. John Hunter Patterson's, with sheep and cattle, soon dislodged them. Mr. Archdale next came in between me and the Wannon with sheep and cattle of Mr. Hyde, of the Green Hills, near Bacchus Marsh, and eventually, under the orders of Captain Fians, the Crown Commissioner, I was hemmed in within very moderate bounds. The jealousy with which we heard of the arrival of any one in our neighbourhood, notwithstanding the vast tracts of land that we each laid claim to, was one of the remarkable features of our early settlement. I recollect my stock-keeper coming in one evening with a story of a dray track across the Congbool Plain, as it was called, about 8 miles to the southward, and some coffee spilt along it, and soon after finding we had a neighbour in a Mr. Mather, a carpenter from Melbourne, with a few sheep, who was soon after killed by the falling of a tree near his hut. He was known, in consequence, as the coffee merchant till his death. There was no one at this time above me on the Glenelg, and the stringy bark ranges came in upon the river so determinedly for many miles, that we imagined for a long time there was no available country in that direction. But Mr. Cadden soon after discovered a small creek running into the river, which would serve his purpose as a washing place for his sheep, in the event of the water in Bryant's Creek failing, which was considered more than probable. He soon, however, deserted the outstation he formed there, which was then taken possession of by Messrs. Urquhart and Glendinning, where they formed their head station. It is now held by Mr. Mackintosh. Above him, again, Mr. D.C. Simpson occupied both sides of the river, immediately under the Victoria Range, and adjoining what is now Mr. Rose's station in the Grampians. This was not until 1843, in which year also Mr. Charles Sherratt, who had come from a station of Messrs. Heap and Grice's at Mount Alexander, arrived on the opposite side of the river to me, and occupied the frontage to it for many miles. He politely came to my hut and asked me what I claimed, and took what I did not want. Below me, Mr. de Sailly was in possession of the station now held by Mr. Armitage, having occupied it with sheep from Van Diemen's Land for Sir John Owen. About this time, however, the station got into Chancery, and in 1842 was managed by Mr. George Fairbairn, who now has the adjoining stations of Mather and Affleck, the latter having been admitted by me onto a part of my run during the winter of this year, as they were old servants of my friends the Hunters, on the express condition that they should return the station to me when the weather would allow them to look for another. They, however, sold it in spite of me to my neighbours for £50. Below de Sailly, Ricketts, who had been removed from the Buntingdale Mission Station on the Barwon on its occupation by the natives, had, in 1841, taken up the stations now held by Mr. Blair, as well as those occupied, on the opposite side of the Glenelg, by Mr. Thomas Hamilton of Coot Narin, and Mr. Donaldson of Longlands, now Messrs. Whitakers. Mr. Norris, whose compulsory abandonment of the Wannon I have mentioned, came next on the river, taking up both sides, with sheep belonging to Mr. Thomas Winter of Van Diemen's Land. This station, comprising the Pigeon Ponds and Chetwynd country, was subsequently sold to Messrs. Carr and Swanston, and is now divided into 2 runs, occupied by Messrs. Willis and Swanston, and Messrs. Staywell and Ellis. Mr. Gibson, who had first occupied Mr. Riley's station on the Wannon, came next on the river. Very little of the country which had not frontage to the main rivers was considered available at this time. It was not until 1844 that Mr. John Airy sent a party, consisting of a Mr. Mann and his overseer, with about 3,000 sheep, to look for country in my neighbourhood. I had an indistinct notion, from various cattle hunts in that direction, that there must be plenty of good country to the northwest of me across the river, and advised them accordingly, and they returned to my station in a week, having discovered the Mount Talbot country, which, if they had occupied all they could at the time, would have been one of the finest runs in the whole colony. The want of water was for a long time considered its only deficiency, though it is now covered with many immense lakes, several of which are from 12 to 14 feet deep. In the summer of this year several others passed to the westward, and the new country, as it was called, was occupied by Wallace, Hope, Bates, Ballantyne, McLeod, etc. The collisions with the blacks, which I had heard of on almost every station after my arrival in the Western District, if they took place at all, were kept very quiet. There were certain hangers-on at stations, Tulla at the Grange for instance, who boasted of such encounters, but it was generally believed that those who talked most knew least of such scenes. Their aggressions, however, whether avenged or not, were not infrequent. I had a horse which till his death would never go near a tree, my stockkeeper having been attacked by the blacks from behind one. On another occasion the blacks were seen driving my cattle through a swamp, and holding on by their tails, and spearing them as they went. I recollect a cow being brought into the stockyard stuck all over with spears like a porcupine. We extracted them, and she lived and fattened, and was eventually sold fat in Melbourne. On my first settlement at Englefield, in tracking cattle, I came upon a place where the blacks had within a few days camped some stolen sheep in bow-yards, and where the torn fleeces and broken legs and joints, since gnawed by wild dogs, told a tale of wasteful destruction. It was scarcely to be wondered at that the settlers took the law into their own hands on such occasions. Whether it was fear or a better acquaintance with us which worked upon them, it is difficult to say, but about 1843-4 we heard no more of sheep stealing in the neighbourhood, and the blacks, who had always fought very shy of my station, where Cranky Jem, my hut-keeper, had the reputation of being a good rifle shot, which was clearly proved by the holes in all the trees round, where bullets had been cut out, commenced to come about, and offer to strip bark and make themselves useful. They are not generally very much wanted on a cattle station, and I seldom encouraged their advances. Later, in 1845, I had a black boy named Bill, from the Mount Rouse tribe, who remained with me for about 18 months, when the summer amusements of his relatives and companions proved an irresistible temptation for him, and he bolted. I could, however, place implicit confidence in him, and found him most obedient and docile, and a great deal more cleanly in his person than most of the white men with whom he lived. On one occasion I had taken him to Geelong to bring back some cattle. My stockkeeper was drowned at Fayon's Ford, and the cattle remained in the sole charge of Bill for a couple of days until assistance was sent to him. He watched them night and day, and did not lose one. I have heard that he has since returned to the present proprietors of my station, and is still a useful member of society. In the summer of 1842 I returned with a stockkeeper to the Devil's River to collect the leavings of my herd. At Lake Repose, near Mount Sturgeon, I came upon Major Mitchell's tracks, and followed the marks left by his heavy boat carriage across the Hopkins Plains to the Fiery Creek, where I found my friends, Messrs. Stevens and Thomson, shearing their sheep under a tarpaulin, and, passing through the runs of the Campbells and Donald and Hamilton, slept in a shepherd's watch-box on Mr. Irvine's run at the amphitheatre. This was my first visit to the district for which I am now commissioner. The Wimmera at this time was not occupied below Clark's. Mr. Lynott had taken up what was afterwards Decameron for Dr. Imlay. Irvine had crept in above him on the river and between him and Messrs. Donald and Hamilton, disputing right and left. In 1842 Decameron was sold to Mr. James Allen Cameron, late of the 13th Light Dragoons, for £1,500, who lately sold it to Mr. Charles Williamson for £30,000. Below Clark's, which was managed by Messrs. Pettit and Francis, the latter was killed by one of his own men, with sheep from Dowling Forest, originally brought from Van Diemen's Land, there was no head station, though Blow, who originally occupied the Allenvale country for Mr. Sinclair of Van Diemen's Land, laid claim to what was subsequently sold to Dr. Blundell and Mrs. Green. The latter run was bought for £500, and sold lately to Mr. Macmillan for £17,000. Briggs, from whom Briggs's Bluff and the Grampians derives its name, came next on the river, having outstations near where the Four Posts Inn or Glenorchy now is. The lower part of the river was next taken up by Darlot in 1843, and after him what he had passed through as valueless was occupied by Messrs. Taylor and Macpherson, who have since divided two of the finest runs in the district. Back from the river, on the Mackenzie Creek, Messrs. Brodie and Cruikshank took up about this time the Wonwanda station, now Messrs. Splatt and Pynsent's. Below Mr. Darlot, Major Firebrace took up the Vita station on the river, disputing part of it with the Messrs. Wilson, who ultimately squeezed in between him and Mr. Darlot, about 3 miles below the present township of Horsham. And Messrs. Bailey and Hamilton took possession of Major Firebrace's leavings again lower down the river. Ellerman came in about 20 miles below Firebrace, holding his present run for Darlot, and Steiglitz first took up the beautiful country at Lake Hindmarsh, which is now divided between the Belchers and Atkinsons, etc. The northern part of the Wimmera district, including the Mallee runs, were not thought of till later. Grant, who took up the Mount Arapiles country, was the first who found out their value in 1844 and disposed of his interest in the present Mount Elgin station to Major Firebrace. The Murray, Avoca, Avon, and Richardson runs were all of later discovery. In 1845 I exchanged the Englefield run for one near Mount Rouse, to which we gave the name of the Green Hills. The country about me had been all along settled, excepting a small patch to the southwest of me, into which a Mr. Gibb managed to squeeze himself. But the days of the early settlement of the colony may be said to have been over before this period. Edward Bell, Wimmera, 15th September, 1853. Devil's River. This country, lying to the north of the upper Goulburn River district, and extending to the head of the Broken River, was first occupied in September 1839 by Messrs. Watson and Hunter, who in February 1840 formed their head station upon the Devil's River at a place called by the natives Wappang. The original discoverers of this country were Mr. John Hunter of the above firm, and Mr. Campbell of Otter, who entered it from the Big Hill, near which, at the head of the 7 creeks, Templeton's station, Mr. Hunter had a station called Ballowra. They could see from the top of the Big Hill range the open country of Mount Battery, backed by Mount Buller and the line of Australian Alps. They eventually found the Devil's River, so called from hearing a black's corroboree upon its banks the night that they first camped upon it, but their first station was at Mount Battery. The whole of the country occupied now by Messrs. Goodman and Locke and Malcolm, and the head station at Wappang, which is now in the occupation of a working overseer named John Bond, who landed from an emigrant ship in 1841 without a rap, were comprised within Messrs. Watson and Hunter's original station, besides their cattle station on the Broken River, which extended to and took in Mr. Moore's present station of Barjang, afterwards the Arundel's homestead. In 1841 I had a license for a small station upon the south side of the Devil's River, below Mr. Wow's station, the author of 3 Years' Experience in Australia, a pamphlet which gulled half England and Scotland in 1839 and 1840, called Mima Maluke, but I gave it up in the month of November of that year to Mr. Alec Hunter, who afterwards sold it to a Mr. Sargentson. My first visit to this country was in January 1840, when the whole of this country was in Messrs. Watson and Hunter's hands. Edward Bell, Wimmera, 12th August 1853. Englefield, Glenelg River. This station was formed by me and Mr. James Riley in November 1841 as a heifer station. There was at the time no settler higher up the Glenelg, and we laid claim to the country which now is divided between Mr. Lewis, late Cadden, Stirling and Fairbairn, formerly Mather, a carpenter from Melbourne who was killed in 1843 by a falling tree, and Mackintosh. It had been previously temporarily occupied by a Mr. Norton, but the blacks had killed so many of his sheep he was glad to desert it. In 1842 I gave up my claim to Englefield, and it was occupied by Dr. Barker, who sold it back to me for £50 toward the end of that year. In 1843 Mr. Cadden came with sheep, and Mr. Commissioner Fyans followed him to take a large portion on my country from me, which I disputed till 1844, when we settled the affair amicably. In the same year I allowed Messrs. Affleck, who had been old servants of Messrs. Watson and Hunter's, to occupy the lower part of Mather's Creek, and in 1846 they tried to claim my whole run, but eventually sold the run I had lent them to Messrs. Stirling and Fairbairn for £50, having first tried to do me all the injury they could. The natives were very troublesome until 1844. My cattle were frequently found with spears in them, and once the blacks were chased by my stockkeeper when they were hunting the cattle through a swamp. I never, however, heard of any collision with the natives on that station. In February 1846 I exchanged this run with Mr. Robert Clerk for one called the Green Hills, near Mount Rouse. It is now occupied by Mrs. Green of Woodlands. Edward Bell, Wimmera, 12th August 1853. The Green Hills. The original station of Mumumbarrack, of which the Green Hills formed a part, was taken up in 1840 by Mr. Matthew Gibb for Captain Swanston. It was afterwards, about 1843, sold to Mr. Robert Clerk, with whom I made an exchange for Englefield on the Glenelg River in 1846. Mr. John Cox, who occupied Mount Rouse, and Mr. Henry Best, who occupied Burchett's Run, and Messrs. Kemp, who occupied what was afterwards Shane's Station, on Muston's Creek, were the original neighbours to this run. Edward Bell, Wimmera, 12th August 1853. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Number 35. Middle of 1836. A. F. Mollison came to Port Phillip in a vessel from Hobart Town to view the land, having gone from Sydney to Hobart Town, as there were no vessels sailing from Sydney to Port Phillip at that time. Major Mitchell had not returned from his journey through Australia Felix at this time. John Batman, MacKillop, Faulkner, and others had been settled at Port Phillip 2 or 3 months when A. F. Mollison arrived. Sheep, breeding ewes, were being brought over from Van Diemen's Land for the first settlers, price 20 shillings. Having seen the country, he returned to Sydney via Van Diemen's Land, and started April 1837 from a station on the Murrumbidgee which he had bought a year before, with 5,000 sheep collected from various quarters, price 25 shillings to 31 shillings 6 pence, 600 cattle, 20 horses. End of 1837. After a long and harassing journey, wintering at Bontharombo, by the way, he reached Caliban and formed that station. Ebden had reached Carlsruhe 6 weeks before with stock, and shortly afterwards Yaldwyn came down and took up what is now W. H. F. Mitchell's country. I joined A. F. Mollison in 1838. We lived in reed mia-mias and tents comfortably enough for some time. The winters were much drier. The Caliban, now a formidable stream when flooded, was crossed on a plank during the first winters. 1838. Pyalong was occupied as a cattle station. W. Hamilton, Mundy, and Smythe, and F. A. Powlett followed in this quarter. 1839 to 1840. The head of the Loddon, present Aboriginal Station, was first occupied by A. F. Mollison. The country north of this river had been frequently explored before, but was called the Barren Plains, and supposed to be without water. Look at them now. 1840. Colin Campbell followed, and then L. McKinnon and others. Early part of 1841. Parker occupied our station on Loddon as a reserve for the Aborigines, and settling there, attempted to carry out the Exeter Hall views for their civilization, with but slight success, as was to be expected. The Aborigines in our neighborhood, afterwards known as the Jim Crow tribe, were from the first peaceable. They were a small, insignificant tribe, frequently spoiled and oppressed by the more numerous and warlike tribes from the Goulburn, Murray River, and westward, who used to carry off their women, etc. There is a tradition of one, if not two, bloody encounters between parties of these last tribes and Hutton's men. Hutton was then the farthest out to the northwest, and it is pretty well known that several white men, getting lost in the bush, were cut off by the natives, as they were never heard of afterwards. At any rate, the shepherds felt, or pretended, so much alarm, that, at the request of the settlers about and beyond Mount Alexander, a small party of the 28th Regiment was stationed on the Campaspe during 1838 and 1839, to protect both whites and blacks. The squatters, or rather their men, should be in fairness freed from the imputation cast upon them by the protectors and missionaries of corrupting the native women. From the first, I know that the use of the women was offered by themselves and their husbands indifferently for a very trifling gratuity. It was always believed that they were cannibals, that is, that now and then, under particular circumstances, they ate portions of the human body, rather as a rite perhaps than to make a meal. There are traditions of portions of the body, usually hands or fingers, being observed in the lubras bags, but of doubtful authenticity, I think. Certainly in conversation they admitted the fact, but this does not prove it, because we know that they will at any time admit or say anything which they think will please their interlocutor. Witness the bunyip and Mr. Powlett's Great Serpent of the Interior, both of which have been accurately described in 50 different shapes. Also the volcanic eruptions of Jim Crow, etc., etc. In short, if leading questions are put to them, as is usually done by enthusiastic inquirers who are following up their own ideas, they, the natives, may, as I think, be made to say or to describe anything. 1839. Sheep were in this and the following year taken hence to Adelaide, considerable numbers by sea. Price paid here in 1839 by McFarlane and others for the purpose of sending to Adelaide 27 shillings 6 pence for breeding ewes. Wheat sold at the Caliban at 20 shillings the bushel. January 1840. The first shipment of cattle hence to New Zealand by Welsh and others. Cows 10 pounds, steers 12 pounds. 1841. The first mill for grinding corn by water power was erected at the Coliban about this time. 1842. Fat wethers this year from 8s. to 12s. 1842 to 45. In these years there was a great depression of the pastoral and agricultural interests, yet the colony continued to advance slowly in point of comfort and property, although there was but little money. Many squatters, who in their earlier operations had become indebted to the merchants, were obliged to surrender their stations and were left penniless. The new men who bought at this time have become rich, escaping the privations and anxieties of the first pioneers, their predecessors. They have been floated on to wealth by the tide of general prosperity, but of the older settlers who held on, many pressed down by the unfavorable terms on which assistance was granted to them, have only recently, after a struggle of years, found themselves freed from their difficulties. Now, in the pride of wealth consequent on the wonderful gold discoveries, the early squatters, their sufferings, and their services to the colony are alike forgotten, and men seem to regard them as the new heir regards the furniture and portraits of the distant relative to whom he has succeeded, as something to be at once quietly consigned to the lumber room or the auction marts. 1845 to 53. From this period there are printed records of the progress of the colony and its general statistics, which it will be at once more easy and more satisfactory to consult than somewhat loose memoranda. W. T. Mollison, Pyalong, 22nd August, 1853. End of section 35. Section 36 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Number 36. Memorandum. Netiala Station, Avoca. I went with sheep to the river Avoca in February 1842, and occupied the country immediately north of Dutton, Simpson, and Darlot, who arrived very early from New South Wales with sheep and cattle. There was no settler on the Avoca before me. Mr. Alex Irvine had an outstation hut on it. He was formerly in partnership with Dr. Imlay of Twofold Bay. Mr. Lynott, a cattle holder who purchased from Dr. Imlay, was my near neighbor. Mr. Hodgkinson was in the vicinity before me. A. McCallum was at Mount Greenock. The only settlers on the Loddon were Mollison, McKinnon, and Dutton, all from New South Wales. A few days after me, Mr. Colin McKinnon occupied the Mountain Creek between the Pyrenees Range and my station. In 1844, Mr. Ellis, from Ireland, occupied a station with sheep purchased from me 30 miles down the Avoca. There was then a general rush made to the plains lying to the north, which up to that time had been quite devoid of water. Mr. Allen Cameron, Scotch, Captain Harrison, Horsfall, English, Stewart, Scotch, K and K, Foley and Cameron, Coots, Rutherford, Donald, and Hamilton, A. Thomson, and several others all took up runs together. On the Loddon, Catto, Brain, and Williams, Thorpe, and Bear, all English, took up stations, while a large tract was taken on the lower Loddon and Murray by Curlewis and Campbell from Sydney. Subsequently, McCallum, Campbell, and Rowan, all Scotch, occupied Mount Hope and the banks of the Murray. The aborigines were reported to be very fierce and intractable when I first occupied, but I never had any trouble with them. They never were much use, and seemed to me to improve very little, while by degrees they diminished in number. There was never any outrage of any moment committed by either the settlers or them in my time, but previous to that several had been killed on both sides. The country was quite wild when I first saw it. A herd of wild cattle, escaped from Dr. Imlay's herd, were running wild for years, and some horses, apparently lost by a surveying party. The soil on my run, and to the northward is generally very poor, very flat, a very retentive clay, lying for the most part on a bed of quartz pebbles. Gold has been found on the Avoca, and there are several hills of most metalliferous appearance. End of section 36. Section 37 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Number 37. Tarrawingee, 30th August, 1853. Sir, in reply to the letter dated 29th July, which I have had the honor to receive from Your Excellency, I beg to state that I arrived at the Ovens in March 1838, on the evening of the day on which Mr. Faithfull's party were attacked by the blacks at Broken River. There were two temporary encampments previous to my arrival, viz. Mr. W. Bowman's and Colonel White's. In a few days Mr. G. Faithfull selected the lands he now holds, Oxley Plains, and I occupied the lands immediately opposite, Mirhee, now the station of J. W. Chisholm. A panic seized the servants and they deserted their employers. Bowman, Faithfull, and White abandoned their cattle on the runs, and I was left alone with 3 assigned servants, my free men having absconded. In a few days these assigned men told me that they would stay no longer, but offered to assist me back to the settled districts with the stock. I was thus compelled to leave the Ovens. I took my stock back to the Hume River, Longerenong. On my return to the Ovens in about 6 months' time, I found that Chisholm had taken possession of Mirhee, and I settled at Warrouley, which I still hold. Faithfull had returned to Oxley Plains. Bowman was here, Tarrawingee, and Docker at Bontharambo. Soon after, Reed occupied Carrajarmongei, and in a year or two the stations in this district were occupied pretty much as they are at present. I may mention as a specimen of the fatigue undergone by the earlier squatters that for 6 days and nights before I left the Ovens I never lay down, being engaged all day in herding the cattle and all night in walking round them. I was alone, one of the men being similarly employed with my sheep, and the other 2 in removing and guarding the stores. As soon as the necessity for exertion ceased, I was seized with oedematous swelling of the legs and eyelids. I could neither see nor walk, and was carried back to the Hume on a dray. There was at that time no station occupied between Barnawartha on the Hume, now G. H. Barber's, and Sugarloaf Creek, W. Hamilton's. The blacks were not numerous, but very hostile. They murdered a number of white men and destroyed a great many cattle and horses. In May 1840, 21 of them, all armed with guns, besides their native weapons, attacked my station in my absence. They murdered one of my servants and burned my huts and stores and all my wheat. Tea was worth at that time in Melbourne 20 pounds per chest, and flour 100 pounds per ton. 4 horses, each worth 100 pounds, were killed, and only 7 head of cattle out of nearly 3,000 were left alive on the run. 180 head, exclusive of those found dead, were totally lost. The rest were recovered at such an expenditure of money and of personal energy as have left me an invalid for life, and to this day comparatively a poor man. My demand for compensation was treated with contempt by the Governor of New South Wales. He said I had voluntarily placed myself beyond the boundaries of police, and must take the consequences, although I was then paying an assessment upon stock for the very purpose of securing police protection beyond the boundaries. 3 special commissioners were sent, one after another, to examine into the matter. Major Letson, of the 80th Regiment, Mr. Bingham, Commissioner of Crown Lands for the district, and Chief Protector Robinson. The whole drift of their inquiries seemed to me to be an attempt to prove that the cause of the attack upon my station by the blacks was an improper treatment of the native women by my servants. This was shown to be totally without foundation, for the natives had no women with them, and it was their first visit to the station. It was also their last. I followed them for 18 months, and apprehended 17 of them, and though they were discharged from Melbourne jail almost as soon as they entered it, yet their capture had such a good effect that their depredations have since been confined to a few cattle for food. There have been none of their former wholesale slaughterings, and no murders of white men since then. These, sir, are the salient points of my experience as a squatter. I have lost my capital, I have lost my health, I have lost 15 years of the best period of my life. I have undergone many hardships, exposed myself to many dangers, and am now a poorer man than I was when I became a squatter. There is an apparent egotism in this letter, which would be offensive without the comment that from the tenor of your Excellency's circular, I concluded that short narratives of individual experience and not general disquisitions were what your Excellency required. I have the honour to be, sir, your Excellency's most obedient servant, George Edward Mackay. His Excellency C. J. Latrobe, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor of the Colony of Victoria. End of section 37. Section 38 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. William Taylor, Longerenong, Wimmera. Statement of the progress of the settlement of that portion of the Wimmera district around and beyond Mount Zero during 1843 to 1846. 1843. In July of this year, Mr. Darlot occupied his present station with about 300 head of cattle. In November, my partner, Mr. McPherson, started to look for new runs, and followed the course of the Wimmera from Mrs. Green's present home station, at that time an outstation of Mr. John Allen's. The Wimmera was at that period unoccupied from Allen's outstation to Mr. Darlot's. 1844. In February we started our sheep from a station on the Moorabool, 20 miles from Geelong, and occupied our present homestead on the Wimmera about the end of the same month. At that date, with the exception of Mr. Darlot's 300 cattle 8 miles lower down the river, there was no stock north of Cameron's heifer station, Navarre, or west of the Avoca to the Glenlig, that I was aware of. About this time Mr. Hamilton, manager for B. Boyd, Esquire, occupied the eastern branch of the Wimmera for 10 miles above and below where the township of Glenorchy is now fixed. Mr. Mills, manager for Messrs. Brodie and Cruikshank, passed our station about the 20th March with 3,000 sheep, and occupied the station now held by Mr. Splatt, Wonwanda, a few days afterwards. This was the second flock of sheep that passed into the country beyond Ledcourt, ours being the first. We saw no natives till we were on the station 2 months. Afterwards they came in very quickly till they numbered about 100 men, women, and children. At this time they were in the habit of stealing a sheep occasionally at night. In September, about 40 natives attacked one of our shepherds, threw several spears at him, and took his flock from him within a mile of the homestead. The overseer mustered the men, and the sheep were regained within an hour. During the winter the natives were very troublesome. Mr. W. J. T. Clark, at the Pyrenees, lost 1,000 sheep. He had a shepherd badly speared. After this, Captain Dana and the native police arrived at the Pyrenees, followed the natives, and overtook them near Ayray and Nicholl's present homestead, at that time unoccupied country. At Boyd's Station, Ledcourt, the natives stole during the winter about 800 sheep. The station was constantly annoyed by their stealing sheep, which they generally drove towards the Richardson and occasionally behind Mount Zero. Messrs. Brodie and Cruikshank had 200 sheep stolen. Messrs. Darlot, Ellerman, Mills, and McPherson tracked them for 2 days, and found them near Mr. Bailey's present station, Polkabet, in a gum scrub. They had killed 10 and carried the carcasses away, breaking the legs of those left behind alive. This was their usual plan to prevent the sheep straying and at the same time annoy the settlers. Brodie and Cruikshank's loss that winter was in all about 900 sheep. In November of this year, Messrs. Creswick occupied the Avon station. During December, Messrs. Wilson occupied a station on the Richardson, near Rutherford's present station, but afterwards, in December, moved down the Wimmera, east of Mount Arapiles, where Mr. Firebrace's station now is. 1845. During January, Major Firebrace brought up 6,000 sheep and claimed the run occupied by Messrs. Wilson, and having no license, Messrs. Wilson were compelled to move lower down the river, where Mr. Bailey now is, but left during the winter, being afraid of the natives, and sat down where their present station is, 3 miles below Horsham, with 2,000 sheep. Messrs. Bailey and Hamilton claimed the portion of this run adjoining Ledcourt in February, but were removed by the Crown Lands Commissioner. About 10th February they occupied the ground vacated by Messrs. Wilson, below Major Firebrace's, with 3,000 sheep. About the end of February, Rutherford and Robinson took possession of the run on the Richardson, now in occupation of Messrs. Rutherford, Dennis, and A. Ray and Nickel, with 3,000 sheep. About 10th March, Joseph Thayer occupied the run on the Avon, now Loves. About this time we occupied the lakes north of Mount Zero and the Yarriambiack Creek for 12 miles. Messrs. Wilson immediately afterwards built 2 stations lower down the same creek, Keywell and Muckbilly. About the 20th March, Messrs. Donald and Macready came to Longerenong looking for runs. On questioning the natives, we found there was good water to the northeast, a day's journey distant. 2 days afterwards, my late partner, Mr. Macpherson, started with them, taking a native as a guide, and the same evening struck the Avon below the station of Horsfall, who had been there about a week previous. Next day they followed the Avon to Banyeyong, the water they started for. Mr. J. Donald immediately left for Melbourne to get a license and bring up stock. Mr. W. Patterson occupied his station on the Wimmera in April with 3,000 sheep. Mr. George Urquhart occupied Maryvale in July with 4,000 sheep. Mr. Glendinning the Salt Lakes in October and November with 2,000 sheep. In November, Messrs. Scott occupied their run on the Yarriambiack Creek. In April of this year, Mr. Robinson, the protector of aborigines, first visited the Wimmera and penetrated as far as Lake Hindmarsh. Mr. H. Darlot and other settlers accompanied him. They saw very few of the natives. The losses of the settlers in sheep by the natives were again considerable this winter. Messrs. Bailey and Hamilton suffered most severely. In all, they lost 1,000 sheep, besides lambs, and were continually harassed, being near the scrub, where the natives had plenty of cover. Major Firebrace and Mr. Patterson also lost several hundred sheep. The old system of breaking the legs was still carried on. The stations higher up the river escaped this year. The country on the Richardson and Avon being settled, the blacks had no place to take the sheep to. On the Glenelg also the settlers were comparatively unmolested, as the Wimmera and the country about Mount Arapiles was a great resort of the natives with stolen sheep. In August, Mr. Horsfall on the Avon had a hut keeper murdered by the natives with a spade that was in his hut. The murderers were never taken. After the first year's occupation, the demeanor of the natives was generally friendly to the settlers. On many of the stations their services were of great value in looking for strayed horses, and especially sheep. Several of them have shepherded for 8 and 10 months at a time, and were the best shepherds in the district. Not being afraid of losing their flock, they allowed them to spread over a large tract of country. They were also useful in pointing out the permanent water holes. 1846. This year, in January, Mr. Stieglitz occupied the country around Lake Hindmarsh with sheep. Messrs. Shaw and Ellerman the Antwerp station in February. This year Mr. McGuinness occupied the lake that the Yarriam Biak flows into. In May of this year Captain Fyans, Commissioner of Crown Lands, first visited this part of the district, and we occupied Moonarp towards Banyeyong. In June Dr. Thomson brought sheep up and laid claim to 150,000 acres, a great extent of which had been already occupied by others. I believe that Your Excellency is aware that the country in the Wimmera district, at least this part of it, was, when occupied, poor and thinly grassed. Since it has been stocked with sheep, the grass has improved so much that I am sure it will now fatten more than double the number it could have done at first. William Taylor. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Number 39, from Charles J. Tyers, Alberton. Commissioner of Crown Lands Office, Gippsland, Alberton, 15th July, 1844. Sir, reverting to your Honour's instructions, number 43/1354 of September 18th, 1843, and to my reply thereto, number 11/44 of 22nd January, reporting the state of this district on my arrival, I have the honour to state that, as at that time my residence in Gippsland had been limited to 8 or 10 days, and consequently my opportunities of obtaining correct information relative to the district few, I consider it my duty, now that I have been resident here 6 months, collected some information, and gained a little knowledge of the country, to follow up that report by a second, in which I shall endeavour to convey to your Honour an account of the state of the district up to the 30th June last, a description of the country, rivers, and lakes, and such other information as may appear essential to a knowledge of this part of the colony. Area of Gippsland. The district of Gippsland, by His Excellency's proclamation published in the Government Gazette, is bounded, on the south and east by the sea, on the north by a line running in a westerly direction from Cape Howe to the source of the nearest tributary of the Murray River and the Australian Alps, again on the west by the Alps, and a line south to Anderson's Inlet, being about 250 miles in length and 56 miles average breadth, and containing consequently about 14,000 square miles, of which the ranges comprise perhaps about 10,000 miles. Forest, scrub, and generally unavailable land, 3,000 square miles, and the good available land, 1,000 square miles. Ranges. High broken country extends from the dividing range or watershed towards the sea coast, about 40 miles, a great part of which is covered with snow from June to October, and as the average distance from the main range to the sea coast is not above 70 miles, the low and occupied country does not extend much above 30 miles from the coast. With the exception of 3 or 4, the settlers are confined within a belt of its width, 89 miles in length, extending from Port Albert to the river Thomson or Tambo. To the eastward of the Thomson, for some little distance, the country is so precipitous and broken that there has hitherto been no communication between this part of the district and the Snowy River, which is said to be distant 20 or 30 miles from the Thomson, but by way of Omeo. I believe an attempt was made by a party upwards of a year ago to reach Maneroo in a northeasterly direction from Bruthen, but failed in consequence of their horses being too jaded to proceed. The distance to be saved by this route to Maneroo, were it found practicable, would be nearly 100 miles, and the high ranges about Omeo would be thus avoided. Rivers. The rivers that water the before-mentioned belt of occupied country are 7 in number, namely, the Latrobe, Mancanochie, Barney, Dunlap, MacArthur, Riley or Nicholson, and Thomson or Tambo of the Omeo natives. The Parry, described by Count Strzelecki, between the Dunlap and the MacArthur, cannot be classed with these, it being merely a small chain of ponds. There are, besides these rivers, several minor streams falling into the sea between Corner Inlet and the La Trobe. Minor streams. The Albert and Tara rivulets rise in a small range 17 or 18 miles from Port Albert and empty themselves into that port. Bruthen Creek, Merriman's Creek, and two others, rising in the same range, fall into the sea north-northeast of the port. The river La Trobe, which is the westernmost and largest river in Gippsland, derives its waters by various tributaries from the Dividing Range, opposite the sources of the Goulburn. The chief source is perhaps in latitude 37 degrees 40 minutes south and longitude 146 degrees east, from which to its junction with Lake Wellington, in latitude 38 degrees 8 minutes and longitude 147 degrees 22 minutes nearly, is about 100 miles. The course for the last 70 miles is due east to the lower part for 42 miles, being occupied by settlers. For the respective positions of the stations, etc., I beg to refer your honor to the accompanying map. River Maconochie. The next river to the La Trobe is the Maconochie. It appears to rise near the base of the hilly country, in latitude 38 degrees and longitude 146 degrees 45 minutes, and, following an east-southeast direction for 19 miles, joins the Barney. Although running throughout the year, it is a small river, sometimes admitting a person to cross almost without wetting his feet. This river is also occupied, with the exception of a few miles of indifferent country near its source. The Barney, I have every reason to believe, rises about 30 miles southwest of Mount Buller, and, after flowing south-southeast for about 45 miles, enters the low country. Its course is then east for 7 miles, and southeast and by south for 16 miles, when, after receiving the waters of the Maconochie, it flows into the La Trobe at the distance of 10 miles from Lake Wellington. Near the head of this river, between the Dividing Range and the Gippsland Range, a large extent of fine, open, and well-watered country is said to exist, having been discovered by an exploring party from the Devil's River 2 or 3 years ago. Its existence has been corroborated by some natives from the Douro country, and its supposed position was known to several settlers in Gippsland, yet no attempt has hitherto been made by any party in the district to reach it, although an extensive valley called Glenmaggie, stretching in that direction, seems to invite the attempt. A stockman named Andrew Ewing, in the employment of Messrs. Watson and Hunter of Devil's River, informed me he had seen it, and even applied for a license, so far back as November last, to occupy a station there. Not having heard of his arrival, I may presume he has not succeeded in finding a road over the ranges practicable for sheep. Dunlop River. The next river in succession, the Dunlop, the Avon of Mr. McAllister, apparently taking its rise near Mount Gisborne or Wellington, and running in a south-southeast direction for 20 miles through a broken and scrubby country, is met at the head of the low country by a minor branch from the westward, passing under a moderately elevated hill called Ben Cruachan. At the distance of 20 miles southeast from the junction, the Dunlop falls into Lake Wellington, and is navigable for 8 miles from its mouth for vessels of considerable burthen, the depth being 4½ fathoms, and width varying from 100 to 200 yards. It is deep close to its margin. Heart of Gippsland. The country between this river and the Barney, from the foot of the ranges to Lake Wellington, containing 160 square miles, may be truly called the heart of Gippsland. It consists of fine open plains and forest land, and, from its superior herbage is, I am of opinion, capable of depasturing 50,000 sheep, or at the rate of 2 acres to each sheep. A part of this country is in the occupation of the discoverer of Gippsland, Mr. McAllister, whom I am informed, at the enormous expense of between £2,000 and £3,000, opened a road over the ranges to this beautiful district through the Omeo country, prior to Count Strzelecki's journey. MacArthur River. The MacArthur, next in size to the La Trobe, apparently comes from the Snowy Mountains, and a minor branch of it from the Gippsland Range, near Mount Valentina. The country, as far as known of it, through which it flows, is broken and scrubby to within 23 miles of Lake King, which lake receives its waters. The land on either side of the lower part of the MacArthur is occupied. River Riley. The Riley, or Nicholson, a small stream, occasionally dry in places, rising in a minor range, waters an unavailable, scrubby country. It falls into Lake King about a mile to the northward of the mouth of the MacArthur. Thomson, or Tambo River. The Thomson, or Tambo, rises about 10 or 12 miles to the east of Omeo. It flows into Lake King 5 miles east of the Riley, after a southerly course of 60 miles. The country between the Thomson and the Snowy River, a distance of about 30 miles, is unexplored, but a river of some magnitude is said to flow through it. Eastern portion of the district not visited. The eastern portion of the district I have not yet visited, nor will a visit to it be practicable until the spring, owing to the ranges being covered with snow. A description of that part of the country will therefore form the subject of a future communication to your honor. Lakes. The whole of the drainage of the ranges and country above described forms an extensive chain of lakes, 49 miles in length, running near to and parallel with the sea coast. The first or westernmost of these, called Lake Wellington by the discoverer, Mr. Macmillan, receives the waters of the La Trobe, Mackinac, Barney, and Dunlap, and is fresh throughout the year. It is in length 12 miles, in width from 6 to 8½ and in depth varying from 1 to 3 fathoms. The country between it and the sea has not been explored. That to the westward and northward is generally good, and all that is available occupied. McLennan's Straits. The outlet of this lake is through a narrow channel 6 miles long and from 100 to 200 yards wide and 4 or 5 fathoms deep, called McLennan's Straits, so named after one of the party who first explored it in a boat, into Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria also owes its name to the discoverer, Mr. Macmillan. It is in length 32 miles, and in breadth averaging only about 1.5 miles, and is generally between 4 and 5 fathoms deep. The outlet to the sea, at its eastern extremity, is too narrow and shoaly to be rendered available except for small boats. Lake King. Lake King of Count Strzelecki is the northern portion of Lake Victoria, 11 miles long and 7 broad, having an average depth of about 4 fathoms. It receives the waters of the MacArthur, Riley, and Thomson, the former of which carries 4½ fathoms water for upwards of 10 miles, although it is only 1 fathom deep at the entrance. Lake Reeve. Communicating with Lake Victoria by means of a very shallow channel, between that lake and the sea coast, is another lake of some extent, called Lake Reeve, after the discoverer John Reeve, J.P., proprietor of a special survey at Port Albert. While exploring the lakes a short time since, with a view to discover if any outlet from the lakes to the sea existed that could be rendered available for shipping, I made an ineffectual attempt to get a boat into Lake Reeve, an outlet to the sea about a mile wide having been seen by Mr. Reeve from a hill between the two lakes. From a view I also obtained of that lake from a different hill, I am of opinion that should there be an outlet to the sea, it is too shallow to admit of its being used as a harbor. If, therefore, this prove the case, Alberton and the special surveys, although badly situated with reference to the heart of Gippsland, must continue to command the country. Gippsland likely to become a valuable portion of the colony. From the salubrity of the climate, the absence of hot winds and summer frosts, the copious supply of summer rains, the fertility of the soil, notwithstanding that the lakes should not be available for external navigation, Gippsland will no doubt at some future period become the granary of New South Wales, and form a valuable portion of the colony. The number of stations in the district on the 30th of June was 40, and of people employed on them 327, of whom 227 were free males, 51 free females, 47 male prisoners of the Crown, and 2 female prisoners. The stock depasteurizing on Crown lands was 410 horses, 20,157 cattle, and 62,455 sheep, Besides a few hundred head of cattle and some horses belonging to persons whom I have deemed it necessary to defer recommending for licenses until I shall have received testimonials of their characters from the commissioner of the district they left prior to coming here. Residents at Victoria, at the shipping point, and at Taraville. Besides the number of persons given above, there are 120 living on purchased land, viz., at Victoria, Mr. Orr's special survey, 17 males, 6 females, and 13 children. On Major Davidson's survey, shipping place, 18 males, 7 females, and 3 children. At Taraville, Mr. Reeves' special survey, 29 males, 14 females, and 13 children. Alberton deserted. Alberton is now quite deserted in consequence of Messrs. Turnbull and Orr having moved their stores and counting house to the shipping point where most of the mercantile business of the district is carried on. Those persons given in my last half-year's return, then residing at Alberton, most of whom were bad characters, have either left the district or have sought refuge on the special surveys. The runaway convicts and other bad characters with which this district was infested a few months ago have, I believe, been nearly all driven out of the district by the system of surveillance pursued by the border police, acting under my instructions. The system will be explained on reference to the annexed copy of a letter addressed by me to the respective settlers. More police required. I regret, however, to observe that the depredations of the aborigines continue, and that the small police force at my disposal is inadequate to put a stop to them. The most effectual method that suggests itself to me to check these attacks is by establishing 2 police stations in different parts of the occupied country, each consisting of 5 troopers of the border police and 2 of the native police attached as trackers. One of these stations I should propose fixing in the midst of the settlers, on the Latrobe or Mackinac, under the orders of the sergeant of the border police. The other at the present headquarters, on the MacArthur, near which the natives have been very troublesome, killing 90 head of cattle belonging to Mr. Sparks at various times, and many belonging to Mr. Jones. In this quarter Mr. Tom has also been a sufferer by their repeated attacks. The aborigines of Gippsland are supposed to exceed in number those of any other known part of the colony of equal extent, and this supposition is favored by the circumstance of their isolated position being such as, in a great measure, to prevent their being destroyed by wars made upon them by other tribes, as well as of their having had no intercourse with Europeans. Those inhabiting the country about the lakes, judging from the numerous fires, and the different large parties of them I saw while on the lakes, cannot be less than 1,000. Van Diemen's Land a good market for Gippsland stock. To turn, however, from the loss sustained by the settlers by the depredations of the aborigines, it is gratifying to remark the comparatively remunerating prices obtained by the stockholders for their stock in the Van Diemen's Land market, for which market Alberton is so conveniently situated. The subjoined returns, kindly furnished me by Mr. Turnbull and the Collector of Customs at Port Albert, show a monthly average of 8 vessels for the last half year, employed chiefly in this trade, and an increase of shipping over that of the half year ending December 1843, reported in my former communication to your Honour of 1,172 tons. Exports exceed imports as 2 2/3 to 1. It also shows the value of exports to have been £8,238 8s. For the half year, while that of the imports furnished by Mr. Moore of the Customs was, for the last 4 months only, £2,037 15s. 14d, being at the rate annually of £16,476 16s. exports, and £6,113 6s. imports, the exports exceeding the imports by £10,363 10s., or nearly as 2 2/3 to 1. Revenue. The revenue collected by Mr. Moore for the last 4 months was £157 0s. 11d., or at the rate of £471 2s. 9d. per annum, but from the recent addition to the district of several settlers with stock, and from the circumstance of the sly grog sellers having been driven from their unlawful occupation, and succeeded by 2 licensed publicans, added to the permission recently promulgated by the Governor to the merchants of Alberton for the sale of wine and beer in quantities not less than 2 gallons, it may be fairly presumed that the revenue for the ensuing year will exceed that sum. Particulars of Port Albert shipping from the 1st of January to the 30th of June 1844, inclusive, furnished by Messrs. Turnbull and Company, merchants. Arrivals, 48. Departures, 43. Brigs, 8. Brigantines, 11. Schooners, 17. Cutters, 12. Exports: 886 cattle at 80 shillings, 3,544 pounds. 21 calves at 20 shillings, 21 pounds. 2,137 sheep at 4 shillings, 427 pounds, 8 shillings. 39 tons bark at 30 shillings, 58 pounds, 10 shillings. 335 bales wool, weighing 83,750 pounds at 1 shilling per pound, 4,187 pounds, 10 shillings, for a total of 8,238 pounds, 8 shillings. Amount of tonnage from 1st July to 31st December 1843, 3,339. 1st January to 30th June 1844, 4,511. Increase, 1,172. Statement of the value of all articles imported and exported from 6th March to 5th April 1844, with the amount of duty and other revenue collected during that period, furnished by Mr. Moore. Imports, 224 pounds 10 shillings 0 pence. Exports, 1,055 pounds 10 shillings 0 pence. Amount of revenue collected from duties, nil. From fees, 6 pounds. Total revenues collected, 6 pounds. Statement of the value of all articles, imports and exports during the quarter ending 5th July 1844, with the amount of duty and other revenue collected during that period, furnished by Mr. Moore. Imports, 1,813 pounds 5 shillings 4 pence. Exports, 4,070 pounds 10 shillings 6 pence. Amount of revenue collected from duties, 122 pounds 10 shillings 2 pence. Amount of revenue collected from fees, 34 pounds 10 shillings 9 pence. Total amount of revenue collected, 157 pounds 0 shillings 11 pence. Exports from 6th March to 5th April, furnished by Mr. Moore. Wool, 12,600 pounds, 630 pounds, 0 shillings 0 pence. Cattle, 93 head, 366 pounds, 0 shillings 0 pence. Sheep, 85 head, 42 pounds, 10 shillings 0 pence. Sundries, 17 pounds, 0 shillings 0 pence. Total, 1,055 pounds, 10 shillings 0 pence. Exports for quarter ending 5th July, furnished by Mr. Moore. Wool, 10,440 pounds, 522 pounds, 0 shillings 0 pence. Cattle, 6,540 head, 2,476 pounds, 0 shillings 0 pence. Sheep, 2,408, 909 pounds, 14 shillings 0 pence. Sundries, 162 pounds, 16 shillings 6 pence. For a total of 4,070 pounds, 10 shillings 6 pence. Having now endeavoured to convey to your honour a succinct account of the district of Gippsland generally, as proposed at the commencement of this letter, I may now be permitted to make a few brief remarks on the state of that part of it more immediately connected with Port Albert. Alberton. The government township of Alberton, as before stated, is entirely abandoned, owing chiefly perhaps to its possessing no commercial advantages, being out of the line of road from the interior to the shipping point. Victoria. The Victoria township, on Mr. Orr's special survey, cannot, for the same reason, be other than a small village. Major Davidson's survey, containing, I believe, 180 acres, commands the anchorage. There are, however, only about 10 acres of scrub available for any purpose whatever, the remainder being a saltwater swamp. Besides, the present few inhabitants have either to cart water a distance of 5 miles or to beg it from the shipmasters. 2 wells have been sunk, but the water in both cases proved salt. A township evidently cannot be established at this point. Terraville. On the contrary, the township of Terraville, Mr. Reeves' survey, has the advantage of being so situated as to command the nearest line of road to the interior, and at the same time of being within a convenient distance (about 3½ miles) of the shipping point. It has also the advantage of water communication to the shipping, for vessels of small burthen, such as lighters. Reserve recommended. Under these circumstances, I feel it my duty to recommend that portion of land on the Tara Creek to the southward of Mr. Reeves' survey be reserved until it shall be finally decided on what site the government township would be most advantageously situated. A courthouse and lock-up are about to be built at the expense of the settlers as soon as a convenient site can be ascertained and sanctioned by the government. In informing your honor of these circumstances, I cannot refrain from expressing my opinion that the erection of these buildings, and the appointing Alberton a place to hold petty sessions, will be attended with no advantage whatever, unless a constable and lock keeper be allowed. Hitherto the duty has been performed by the border police, but it is evident that the services of the few men of that corps attached to this district are equally required to protect the settlers against the incursions of the aborigines, and for other police purposes in the interior. In conclusion, I beg to express my expectation of being enabled to complete this report in the spring, when the disappearance of the snow from the ranges will admit of my visiting the eastern portion of the district. I have the honor to be, Sir, your honor's most obedient servant, Charles J. Tyers, Commissioner Crowned Lands. His Honor C. J. Latrobe, Esquire, Melbourne. End of section 39. Section 40 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Number 40. From C. Hutton, Melbourne. Melbourne, August 19th, 1853. Sir, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of Your Excellency's letter of the 29th July last, requesting information regarding the first occupation of the Campaspe and King Parrot Creeks. My party was one of the numerous ones which drove sheep overland from the Sydney to the Port Phillip district in 1838. Unfortunately, catarrh broke out in some of the flocks between the Murray and the Ovens, and, rapidly spreading to others, compelled the proprietors to seek for not only new runs but new districts where no sheep were already depasturing. Mr. P. Snodgrass, Dr. Dixon, Farquhar Mackenzie, and others followed up the Goulburn, and found suitable runs on that river and its tributaries. I crossed the Goulburn in June, following Sir Thomas Mitchell's line of road, till I reached the Campaspe Plains, subsequently occupied by Monroe, and then known as Monroe's Plains, where I kept the stock for upwards of a month, while I examined the surrounding country; and I then moved lower down the creek to the run, which I disposed of in 1840 to Messrs. Jennings and Plain, and which has now passed into the hands of J. H. Patterson. At that time there were no runs taken up to the north of Mitchell's line, excepting Mr. Bowman's, on the Coliban, at the foot of Mount Alexander, which shortly after came into the possession of Mr. Orr, who is, I believe, still the occupier. It will be in Your Excellency's recollection that 1838 was the year of the great drought, and it was only by having my marching establishment complete, and thus constantly shifting my ground, that I was enabled to keep the stock alive. When I came into that district in July, the ground was exceedingly dry, the grass apparently dead, although after the first rain it grew again most luxuriantly, the water holes very low, and for 9 months there was not even a moderate shower to freshen the herbage. Consequently there was no attraction for settlers, and I had no neighbor, except those I have mentioned, during my stay there. I am informed that there are now between 200,000 and 300,000 sheep depasturing on the lower Campaspe plains, where, in 1838 39, there was not grass enough to feed half a dozen goats. I only knew of 2 tribes of natives in that part of the country, one called the Goulburn blacks, who chiefly stopped on that river, but occasionally came as far as my station, a distance of about 55 miles, and were tolerably well behaved, only pilfering and sometimes frightening the shepherds; and the other tribe, more particularly belonging to the Campaspe, who from the first appeared to have a dislike to the whites. I can hardly tell the numbers of these tribes, but think the Campaspe blacks might muster about 40 able-bodied men in all. They were rather fine men, but very mischievous, and did much damage, not only to myself, but to the settlers as far as Ebden's Run, at Mount Macedon. No doubt there was blame on both sides, and had the whites not been over familiar with them for the sole purpose of getting their women, many of the outrages then perpetrated might have been avoided. The greater part of these men suddenly disappeared, and I know it was, and perhaps is still thought, that they were slaughtered by the whites, and especially by myself; but my belief is that they died from influenza, which was prevalent in a very severe form at that time, and to my own knowledge more than one died of it; and as your Excellency is about to leave the colony, and I may not have another opportunity, it is a satisfaction to myself to solemnly assure you that I never shot or otherwise destroyed one of them. I never even fired at one, and only once, when some troopers came up to apprehend them for killing 2 of my shepherds, am I aware of any being killed by the whites. My run on the King Parrot Creek was taken up by my overseer, and I never resided on the station. It was adjoining Farquhar Mackenzie's, and indeed at one time was claimed by him. I can give your Excellency no current information of the first occupation of that part of the country. I have the honor to be, Sir, your Excellency's obedient servant, C. Hutton. His Excellency C.J. La Trobe, Esquire, etc. End of section 40. Section 41 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Number 41, from John Aitken, Mount Aitken. Mount Aitken, 26th August, 1853. Sir, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 27th of July, asking information regarding the first settlement of Victoria. I beg leave to inform you that Mr. Batman, who arrived in May 1835, was the first person who visited Port Phillip from Van Diemen's Land. Messrs. Jackson, Evans, and myself arrived in Hobson's Bay in September of the same year for the purpose of exploring the country preparatory to bringing stock over from Van Diemen's Land. The country appeared to us so well adapted for grazing purposes, both as regarded pasturage and climate, that we lost no time in going back to Van Diemen's Land for our stock. In March 1836 I landed with my sheep, etc., at Arthur's Seat, owing to the ship getting around in the bay, and travelled with them to this place, called by His Excellency Sir Richard Burke, Mount Aitken, where I have continued to reside ever since. Mr. Batman and Mr. Arthur brought sheep over from Van Diemen's Land about the end of 1835 or the beginning of 1836. The above-mentioned gentlemen were the only parties who brought stock prior to my arrival. Various other parties arrived soon after me with stock, viz., Messrs. Jackson, Evans, Brock, Brodie, Sams, Wedge, Franks, Malcolm, Smith, Sutherland, White, Clark, and Faulkner. The latter gentleman was the Cain, or the first killer of the soil in this province. Unfortunately, he made a poor selection opposite the present city of Melbourne in the swamp, and consequently it turned out a failure. Owing to this circumstance, the impression became general that, however well adapted the country was for the grazing of sheep and cattle, it was altogether unsuited for agricultural purposes. The consequence of this false impression was that Van Diemen's Land farmers immediately raised the price of wheat to £1 per bushel, as they imagined this country would be entirely dependent upon them for supplies of breadstuffs. In June and July, 1837, settlers from the Sydney side commenced to arrive. Amongst the earliest were Messrs. Howe, Ebden, Mollison, Hamilton, Coghill, and Hepburn, a great number of others immediately following them. With reference to the natives, on landing at Arthur's Seat they were mostly friendly, assisting me to land my sheep, etc. About 80 was the number I then saw, being the Western Port tribe, some of whom accompanied me in my journey round the bay to Melbourne. The Mount Macedon tribe of natives came to my tent soon after my arrival at Mount Aitken. I did all in my power to conciliate them, by giving them rations of rice, sugar, flour, etc., while they remained about the place. The number of the tribe, as near as I could guess, was about 100, men, women, and children. I consider that this tribe was more savage than the Western Port tribe, a neighbor of mine, Mr. Franks, and his servant being murdered while serving out food to them. 2 of Mr. Gellibrand's men were killed soon after by the same tribe. I had great reason to be thankful that I succeeded in saving myself and shepherds from sharing a similar fate. I have the honor to be, Sir, Your Excellency's most obedient servant, John Aitken. His Excellency C.J. La Trobe, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor of Victoria, etc., etc. End of section 41. Section 42 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 42 from Peter Snodgrass, St. Kilda. St. Kilda, September 15th, 1853. Sir, in reply to your letter of the 29th July last, requesting information respecting the first occupation of the Goulburn River and the general line of the Sydney Road, or any other portion of the colony of which I am personally cognizant, I beg to state that I arrived in Port Phillip with stock from the Sydney district in May 1837, in company with Messrs. Hughes, Farquhar Mackenzie, Murdoch, and Colonel White. I took up a station on the Muddy Creek and Goulburn River. Mr. Hughes located himself on a creek known as Hughes. Mr. Mackenzie took up a station on the King Parrot Creek. Mr. Murdoch occupied the country immediately below me on the Goulburn, and Colonel White formed his station on the Sunday Creek. At that time the only person living on the river was Mr. John Clark, who was resident at that part known as the Old Crossing Place. He had arrived there the previous February. There were no residents to the north of the Goulburn, with the exception of 2 houses of accommodation at the Murray and Ovens rivers. About 2 years subsequently, Messrs. Colburn and Fletcher took possession of the country above me on the Goulburn, Acheron, and Rubicon rivers. Dr. Patrick first occupied the station now known as Cathkin, in the occupation of Mr. Maxwell, and Messrs. Watson and Hunter occupied the Devil's River. The first occupants of the Goulburn below Seymour were Colonel Anderson, who took the country immediately adjoining, Messrs. Mantons, who occupied both sides of the river, including almost the whole from thence to the Murray, and Mr. MacGregor, who located himself near the junction of the Broken River and 7 Creeks with the Goulburn. Mr. Gideon Stewart occupied the country on the Sunday Creek, contiguous to that part now known as the township of Broadford. Dr. Hamlin, the land around Kilmore, Mr. Archibald Tom, Beveridge's Flat, and Mr. Malcolm, Kinlochewe. It is beyond my power to state precisely at what time each station was taken up, but the whole of the above parties were in occupation of them in the year 1840. The number of the aborigines on the Goulburn and its tributaries at the time of my first settling there was probably about 500 or 600. They were generally scattered about in small tribes in various parts of the rivers and creeks, but occasionally collected in large numbers. At first they killed several of the men in the employment of the settlers, and some of their sheep and cattle; but, by using conciliatory measures, they gradually became well disposed toward the white inhabitants. From the statement of the natives themselves, they seem to have been much more numerous some few years before our arrival amongst them, but they suffered severely from the smallpox, of which disease many of them bore evident marks. In fact, individuals may be seen to this day who have plainly suffered from that malady. From their first acquaintance with the white population, their numbers have diminished from disease and other causes, until there are perhaps scarcely 1/5 of the number above stated, and it seems probable that in a few years they will become extinct. I have the honor to be, Your Excellency's most obedient servant, Peter Snodgrass. To His Excellency C.J. La Trobe, Esquire. End of section 42. Section 43 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Number 43, from C.B. Hall, Amherst, Burnbank. Amherst, Burnbank, 6th September 1853. My dear Mr. La Trobe, in answer to your letter requesting me to communicate any information that I may be able to give respecting the early settlement of a portion of this colony, I have much pleasure in forwarding the accompanying document. I have revised it carefully and believe that the facts stated are correct to the best of my knowledge and recollection. My interest in the colony, arising from early association, has long been great, and though uncomfortably disturbed by recent important changes in its social aspect, is still so much as to cause me to hope that its history may be rescued from oblivion. I cannot but trust that there is some promise of this being now done in a manner which must gratify all who can appreciate graphic records and vivid descriptions. I remain, my dear Mr. La Trobe, very faithfully yours, C.B. Hall. To His Excellency C.J. La Trobe, Melbourne. Muster cattle on Maneroo. In the year 1840 I assisted in mustering on the plains of Maneroo a herd of cattle belonging to a Dr. Sherwin, and purchased from him by a mercantile firm in Sydney to send to Port Phillip as a speculation. Start for Port Phillip. 1,300 mixed cattle were gathered, with which our party started in August for Port Phillip by way of Yass. Many other herds on the road. There were several other herds traveling on this road at that time. It was said that there were 20,000 cattle between Yass and Melbourne. However this may have been, there were so many different parties moving with stock in the same line as ourselves, as made it necessary that great care should be exercised to prevent the mixing of herds, and consequent annoyance and confusion. The crossing places over the rivers. This was particularly the case at the crossing places over the rivers, where, sometimes from accident, bad management, or from the cattle proving refractory, one party would occupy more in front or behind, to send all their men that could be spared to assist at such times. The intermediate district through which the road lay was very thinly settled and stocked, but still it was all nominally taken up. There was, however, abundance of grass and water for traveling herds without interfering with the resident stock. The Major's Line. In approaching the district of Port Phillip, we understood that the line which we followed was that struck out by Major Mitchell on his return from Portland Bay. Finding, when we reached the Goulburn River, that the cattle market in Melbourne was overstocked, it was determined to place the herd on a run if it could be found. Campaspe. With this view, the country was explored to the north of Major Mitchell's return line, first down the Campaspe, but though there was no station below what is now Mr. Linnot's, one formed below it having been abandoned on account of the attack of the natives, the country looked so parched up and uninviting that it was not taken up. Lower Loddon. The same cause deterred us from occupying the Lower Loddon, which had been already passed by others as worthless, the value of it and the country to the north generally as a winter run for stock not having then been ascertained. Halt the herd at Glenmana. In order to more perfectly prosecute the search for available country, the herd was halted at the creek lately occupied by McNeil and Hall, near Burnbank, whence excursions were made in various directions. Dutton, Simpson, and Darlot. This creek was then occupied by an outstation of Messrs. Dutton, Simpson, and Darlot, who had recently arrived from the Sydney district with one of the largest establishments that had ever come overland. It formed the western portion of their run, their eastern boundary being 40 miles distant, near Mount Alexander. On this same creek to the southward, nearer to the Maiden Hills, the Messrs. Hodgkinson were established, the southern portion of their run having been previously held by Messrs. Lang and Griffin, who had moved from it to Mount Elephant, and prior to them by a Mr. Bowman, or Boorman, who I understood was drowned in a going by sea from Melbourne to Sydney. At this time there were no stations to the north of this part of the country. Avoca River. The Avoca was also unoccupied except at its source in the amphitheatre among the Pyrenees, where Mr. Irvin had a sheep station. There had been a station taken up about 10 miles below this by a Mr. Oliphant, but one or two of his shepherds having been killed by the natives, it was deserted and occupied afterwards by Mr. Irvin. Mr. Briggs, who finally settled at the Grampians, had halted hereabouts for some weeks on his way down from Bathurst with sheep. Southerly from this neighbourhood the country was held by Messrs. Donald and Hamilton, west from Mount Misery, by Messrs. Learmonth, north, east, and south from the same hill, by Mr. McCallum, north from Mount Beckwith, he having purchased from Mr. Hawdon, in the same line proceeding easterly by Mr. Donald Cameron, and further on by Captain McLaughlin, to the north of whom were Mr. McLaughlin Mackinnon, who afterwards sold to Mr. Hunter, and Mr. Colin Mackinnon, who disposed of his station to the Messrs. Joyce and moved on to the Pyrenees. River Wimmera, Mount Cole. Proceeding west past the Avoca, we found the Mount Cole branch of the River Wimmera occupied at the upper part, first by Mr. Irvine with sheep, next to him by Mr. Lynott with cattle of Dr. Imlay's of Twofold Bay, and below him by Mr. Francis. Mr. Francis was killed in 1842 by a wound inflicted by a madman whom he had imprudently employed. Mr. Lynott about the same time sold his station to Mr. J. A. Cameron for £1,300, who lately disposed of it to Mr. C. Williamson of Melbourne for £30,000. Want of water to the north. On exploring the unoccupied country to the north, we found it without water. Places to which we were taken by the natives with assurances that there would be plenty of water, we found quite dry. This was particularly remarkable in the channel of the Wimmera, which looked as if it had not run below the stations of Mr. Clark of Dowling Forest, then managed by Mr. Francis, for some years. Mount William, Wimmera. From this district to the Mount William branches of the Wimmera there were no settlers, though Mr. Blow shortly afterwards came in upon the intervening space with sheep of Mr. Sanclair's, of Van Diemen's Land, occupying country which is now held by Dr. Blundell and Dr. Thomson, it having first passed through the hands of Mr. John Allen, and thence, I believe, into the possession of the Bank of Australia. Near to Mount William, Mr. Horace Wills, from the Murrumbidgee River, was settled. He had sold a portion of his run to Captain Bunbury. Mr. Kirk was superintending a station east from Mount William on the Hopkins River. This was afterwards sold to Messrs. McGill and Ross, and by them recently disposed of to Messrs. Richardson and Wright and Roger. From these stations north for 20 miles, following the course of the Wimmera, there was no one. Beyond this distance, Captain Briggs was settled with sheep brought down from near Bathurst, the property of the Redfern estate there. These were sold to Mr. Boyd of Sydney notoriety, and next purchased, I believe, by the present proprietor, Mr. Carafe. Plains and Northern Wimmera. North of this place, the plains and River Wimmera itself were totally unoccupied, little known, and supposed to be worthless for stock. Progress and cause of settlement of the inferior northern country. At this time the richer portions only of the colony found favour in the eyes of intending settlers as only being calculated to afford marketable stock. Afterwards, when melting down had been established into a system rendering settlers independent of the limited market of Melbourne, and giving a value to lean stock in consequence of there being in demand to replace stock boiled down from the richer runs, country till then despised was greedily taken up. The northern plains and the parts more immediately watered by the Wimmera and its tributaries were occupied under these circumstances. Then it was discovered that tracts which had been passed over as barren in summer had a peculiar value in winter, and in fact it gradually became apparent that they were second to no district in their capacity for producing fat stock, the fattening seasons, however, being different. Water becoming more permanent. Their condition also of being in a great part without water seemed to have altered, and creeks which had formerly been dry for long periods now filled with the regular rains. We take up a run. Finding the vacant country between Captain Bunbury's and Mr. Briggs's stations in some respects suitable for our purpose, we occupied it, intending, however, to remain there only for a time, during which search for a more favourable spot might be prosecuted. The station changes hands. The station so formed remained permanent, passing into the hands of Messrs. Rose and Jackson, and from them to Mr. Horace Wills, Mr. Rose in 1843 taking up a run to the west of the Grampians between Mount Zero and the Victoria Range. At this time, following the Grampians round the southwest, there was no station beyond that of Captain Bunbury till Mount Sturgeon was reached, where Dr. Martin of Heidelberg had a herd of cattle in charge of Mr. Knowles. Shortly after I settled, however, Mr. Chirnside took up a small creek flowing on to the plains from Mount William. To the southeast, Messrs. Stevens and Thomson had arrived overland with sheep from Yass and occupied the Fiery Creek. East of them were the Messrs. Campbell, who had settled at Mount Cole about a year before. Between the Grampians and Victoria Range, a Mr. Dwyer took up in 1842 some country at the back of Dr. Martin's Run. River Glenelg, upper part vacant. The upper Glenelg, at its rise amongst the ranges, was unoccupied, nor am I aware that any country for a considerable distance west from its source was taken up till later, and all towards Mount Arapiles and on the waters running to the Wimmera from the western side of the Grampians was yet vacant. River Norton. It was not until 1843 that Mr. Rose took up a run on the headwaters of the Norton, or Mackenzie, which I had explored much earlier for a heifer station, reaching it through a wild and beautiful pass, now called Rose's Gap, but which I did not then think worth occupying. Victoria Range. It was about 1843 that Mr. D. C. Simpson took up country lying immediately beneath the Victoria Range to the west, and various stations were quickly formed on the Wimmera and upper Glenelg, Mr. Sherratt establishing himself on the latter river below Mr. Simpson, having removed from near Mount Alexander. I leave the Grampians. At the end of 1842 I left my residence at the Grampians and purchased a station from Mr. Simpson on the creek which now forms the western boundary of the county of Talbot. My acquaintance with the former neighbourhood consequently ceased to be kept up except by casual visits. Loddon District, etc., the Minday. Being thus settled in the Loddon District, in 1843 I formed one of a party, consisting of Mr. McNeill, Mr. Darlot, and myself, with 2 natives, to explore the plains to the north of the Pyrenees, induced thereto by the accounts the blacks gave of a large lake there, which we were anxious to see, in spite of the Minday, which they gave us to understand infested it, making a prey of emus and blackfellows, and which the old lubras of the tribe asserted would never allow us to return, an imaginary fate which they bewailed with much lamentation and weeping, endeavouring to deter us by picturing the immensity of the monster. One old and hideous hag in particular dabbed her yam stick into the ground dramatically, and affirmed that "cobra belonging to Minday along this one station, tail it along o Mr. McCallum," thus indicating a length of about 11 miles only. The notion of discovering 2 such wonders, as a lake in a waterless country and a serpent of such magnificent dimensions, only stimulated our determination. So crossing the Avoca in April, 1843, we struck into a dry creek, the Avon, running north from the Pyrenees. Finding it without water throughout its course, which we followed for a day and a half, till discerning no sign of moisture in its channel, and being in great doubt how far the blacks were to be depended on as to their knowledge of any permanent water thereabouts, we turned towards the Wimmera. This, by travelling all night, steering by a star, we reached early on the 3rd morning. Our horses had been 2 days and 3 nights without anything to drink, except a quart of water to each, which we gave them from our keg, pouring it into the crown of a cabbage tree hat, into which the fold of a mackintosh cloak had first been fitted to make it hold water. The winters of 1843 and '44 proving wet, these various northern creeks filled up, and the country near the Lake Bannanong was reached and occupied by Messrs. J. and W. Donald and the Messrs. Wedge, who sold to Mr. Robert Macready. The lower Avoca was also taken up first, below the stations of Mr. Irvine, by Mr. J. L. Foster and Mr. Archdale, since dead, near Bealiba, next by Messrs. Ellis, Shore, and Elliott, followed by others down its whole course. Nearer the Pyrenees, on a branch of the Avoca, were Mr. Colin Mackinnon, removal from the Loddon, and Mr. James Campbell. Avon River. On the sources of the Avon among the northern spurs of the Pyrenees, a large tract of country was taken up about this time by Mr. Lawrence Rostron. Pleasure of exploring. There was a wonderful charm in exploring country thus uninhabited except by the natives and wild birds and animals. These occupied, without altering the face of nature, which, heterodox as the opinion in these days may seem, was, to my eye, more beautiful than in its present aspect of national pretensions and magnificence. Herds of kangaroo abounded in the forests, and emus grazed over the plains, in some cases so tame as to approach the rider with a strange gaze of curiosity. The creeks were then all fringed with reeds and rushes, undevoured by hungry cows and gaunt working bullocks. These reeds and rushes formed a beautiful edging to the dark solemn pools overhung by the water-loving gum trees, where wild fowl abounded, as the plains did with quail and turkeys. Abundance of game. About the Grampians, in particular, game was most plentiful. My stockman repeatedly brought in young live emu which he had ridden down, and kangaroo tail soup, in its abundance, ceased to have any attraction for us. I had tame emu chickens performing their strange juvenile antics round my reed mia mia, yellow striped and downy little objects difficult to be recognized as the sources from which future mature emus were to grow. A female kangaroo was a familiar intimate of my hut, and on excellent terms with the dogs that had murdered its poor mother. Wild ducks, geese, and swans were constant visitors upon the water hole opposite my door, and occasionally a pelican or spoonbill appeared as a rarity. The natives. Hostilities. At the period of my entrance into the colony of Australia Felix, in almost every part of it the mutual relation of the natives and settlers, at first, was one of distrust and violence. This, it was stated, arose from the attempts of the blacks to steal sheep or other property of value from the settlers. These robberies were often accompanied with violence and murder, committed in the treacherous manner common to most savages. Such occurrences naturally led to reprisals in which the superior arms and energy of the settlers and of their servants told with fatal effect upon the native race. Instances of this deplorable result might often be observed by the explorer in the early days of the settlement of the colony. Native skeleton in a water hole. When I was passing with the cattle over the eastern Wimmera, a shepherd came up and entered into a conversation with me. He held a carbine in the place of a crook, and an old regulation pistol was stuck in his belt, instead of the more classical pastoral pipe. Pastoral pursuits in Australia being attended at this time with circumstances more calculated to foster a spirit of war than one of music. After some conversation, he led me to a water hole where the skeleton of a native, exposed by the shrinking of the water in the summer heat, lay on the mud. There was a bullet hole through the back of the skull. He was shot in the water, the man told me, as he was a-trying to hide hisself after a scrimmage. There was a lot more t'other side. Bones under a gum tree. I might see the bones a-sticking up out of the ground close to the big fallen gum tree, where they'd been stowed away all of a heap. A grave good enough, he took occasion to assure me, for the sneaking, murdering black cannibals. Bones under the logs of a bush fire. On another branch of the Wimmera, when looking for the horses one morning, after camping out, my black boy came back, his complexion changed to yellow with fright. Taking me away to a short distance, he showed me 3 or 4 bodies partially concealed by logs. There were numerous tracks of horses round about. He explained the occurrence in his way. I believe black fellow Bibaluli sheep about, then white fellow Gilbert and put 'em along of fire. Every station had some tragic tale connected with this subject. At one a parakeet was pointed out as it ran about the floor of the hut quite tame. It had been the only thing left at an out station by the blacks, after murdering the hut keeper and stealing the utensils and rations. It had been found perched on a tie beam over the dead body and brought in to the home station. Hut keeper left for dead. At another, the servant who brought in the tea and damper had his face distorted. He had once been a good-looking man, but the blacks came on him one morning when he was shifting the hurdles, battered his face in, left him for dead, and robbed the hut. Spears taken out of cattle. At a third there was a heap of pieces of spears piled up on the rough slab mantelpiece. These had been taken out of the various cows and bullocks on a cattle run, where the natives had attacked them in the ranges, killing many and driving the rest away. The place was shown where they had their corroboree to celebrate the triumph. The ground was beaten smooth and hard where they had danced, and bark plates lay about on which the choice morsels had been heaped. Cattle driven off the run. On this run, out of 1,500 head of cattle, all had been driven off but about 30 crawlers. It was many weeks before they were remustered. Sheep driven away, legs broken. From another station a whole flock of sheep had been taken away far to the north. A few only were recovered, numbers being found by the pursuers with their legs broken, a cruel sort of tethering resorted to in those days by the natives under these circumstances. Settler speared. Again, at another station, a stockyard was pointed out in which one of the earlier proprietors had been speared while milking a cow. Natives made useful. Yet with all this, the natives generally were welcomed at the stations for the most part, and they made themselves useful in many ways, as for instance in stripping bark, finding lost horses, and in acting as guides and messengers, but they seem always to have availed themselves of any opening for attack left by incaution, at least for a long time after the first occupation of the country. Numerous about the Grampians. Fish weirs. About the Grampians they were numerous at the time of my residence, and had apparently been much more so, judging from the traces left by them in the swampy margins of the river. At these places we found many low sod banks extending across the shallow branches of the river, with apertures at intervals in which were placed long, narrow, circular nets, like a large stocking, made of rush work. Heaps of mussel shells were also found abounding on the banks, and old mia-mias where the earth around was strewed with the balls formed in the mouth when chewing the farinaceous matter out of the bulrush root. Bird catching. They had the art here of catching birds with a long slender stick like a fishing rod, at the end of which was a noose of grass twisted up. With this apparatus and a screen of boughs they succeeded in putting salt on birds' tails to some purpose. One old villainous looking black of my acquaintance used to catch large bundles of quail, which he would barter freely for suet. The kidney fat of a sheep would purchase a dozen brace. Crawfish. The lubras fished up crawfish from the shallow muddy water holes with their toes and yam sticks, and exchanged them for the dainties of civilized life. A large tin dishful might be obtained in barter by a small expenditure of tea and sugar, and when treated with a certain degree of gastronomic science, formed a not unwelcome change of diet from mutton chops or salt beef, which in those days was the almost unvaried food of the cormorant squattocracy. Native tracks. I here first saw the tracks formed by the natives in traveling over any particular pass. There was one across the Grampian Range, about 15 miles north of Mount William, leading up a wild romantic glen and over on to the source of the Glenelg. I found another through the tea tree scrub of the Wannon, near Mount Sturgeon, from which on each side of the river other tracks diverged over the open ground. They were much like cattle tracks, except that they passed over places which cattle were not likely to attempt. Grass tree. One variety of food was in use among the natives here which was new to me at the time. It was a portion of the grass tree top. This was first pulled out of the stem, a few preliminary taps being made with the back of the tomahawk, and then a length of soft white succulent matter neatly twisted off the lower extremity, where it had been embedded in the rugged trunk. It reminded me of asparagus in the proportion of tender to tough. I also observed them take a red grub out from the grass tree, which I was informed was marajig and like it sugar, with an assurance further that I was a stupid fellow for not adopting it as an article of diet. I cannot confirm the character given of this eatable, however, not having been induced by the scorn and wonder of the aborigines to test their bill of fare further than by trying the crawfish and grass tree. I conceive it quite possible, however, that an unprejudiced person might pronounce grubs, red or white, less repulsive in appearance as food than a fat, delicious oyster. I am by no means convinced that while in our self-satisfied horror at seeing fellow men, black and savage though they be, eating things certainly not unlike worms, we abstain from Australian grubs, we may not be losing the enjoyment of a delicacy second only to whitebait. How the blacks eat emu skin. When endeavoring to find the lake called Bainenong, before spoken of, I shot an emu, which the blacks who were with us received as a great prize. They cooked and eat it in a style which amused us much. Having first roughly plucked it, they took off the skin, which they stuffed with tender gum twigs. Thus prepared, it was delicately toasted at a slow fire, and then rich, yellow, oily lengths of what looked like the thickest of the fattest possible goose skin were trimmed off and swallowed, as the lazzaroni of Naples are said to suck down macaroni. Places of interment. From one or two instances which came before us, I am inclined to believe that the blacks about the Grampian used to bury their dead in hollow trees. On one occasion I discovered my stockman manifesting a mysterious dislike to a particular vicinity, and on questioning him ascertained that, at the foot of a hollow tree at the place in question, were the half-burnt remains of a human being. At another, a dead body was plainly perceptible high up in the hollow of an old gum tree. Superiority of the Loddon and Marrable natives. The natives at the Grampians were, generally speaking, a much inferior tribe in appearance to those of the more fertile districts, such as the Loddon and Marrable. It seemed as if they depended physically upon the nature of the country which they occupied, the richer portions of the colony nourishing its inhabitants into better grown and handsomer men and women than the less fertile parts. About the Loddon and Marrable I have seen men who might have served as models of symmetry and strength, and whose figures were perfection as regards the animal man. The lubras also here were often found tall, well-shaped, and good-looking, as far as could be judged of through a coating of grease and various pigments and filth, white, black, and red. Inferiority of the Grampian blacks. At the Grampians, both sexes were distinguished by preeminent ugliness and dirt as far as I had opportunities of judging. Absence of feeling of revenge. In all parts of the colony in which I have been, the character of the natives seems to be free from the inclination to vengeance so common among most savages, at least to vengeance toward the civilized intruder upon their country. Their murders of and thefts from the white population seem generally to have been prompted by mere acquisitiveness, the objects of their desire being different from those which tempt the criminals of civilized communities. The diplomatists of their tribes may even, perhaps, have pleaded justification, that their kangaroos and emus were driven away by the flocks and herds of the settlers, for reprisals among an invading enemy, stimulating a sort of guerrilla warfare, not indeed with the war cry pro aris et focis, but for a reason no less cogent to men whose undisciplined appetites may be presumed to have been keen enough. Their cannibalism and cutting out of warriors' kidney fat were only manifestations probably of their religion or superstition, as the rack and the faggot have been and the prison is now, the means by which the dominant orthodoxy of the day is vindicated on the other side of the world. Apart from these peculiarities, I am of opinion that they may, towards the whites, at least in the main, be considered a placable people. For let them be offended ever so bitterly, and overtures then be proffered towards reconciliation through the medium of the cheap gifts which pervert their wisdom, and their wrath evaporates like the morning dew. I have known their dogs to be shot, an offense generally of the deepest dye against their social code, and the tribe depart in consequence, shaking as it were the dust from their feet against the station where the offense had been committed, the men jabbering all kinds of native imprecations, as was supposed, and the women howling ululations and hugging their dead mangy darlings in their arms. In a month they have come back smilingly for tobacco, protesting with the utmost amiability that all gone sulky now. C.B. Hall. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 44 from Colin Campbell. Dear Sir, in answer to Your Excellency's communication of 29th July requesting me to supply any information in my power as to the time and circumstances of the first settlement and occupation of the Mount Cole country, I have great pleasure in mentioning such particulars as have come within my knowledge as an old settler, although not one of the first inhabitants. I have the honour to be, with respectful regards, your most obedient servant, Colin Campbell. To His Excellency, C. J. Latrobe, Esquire. In October 1838 I left London with my brother, and arrived at Hobarton in March 1839, with the intention of proceeding to Port Phillip. In Van Diemen's Land we bought about 2,000 sheep, which, after great trouble and delay, we landed at Williamstown without much loss. Many others were not so fortunate, losing half their cargo from stress of weather and close confinement. We also imported from Van Diemen's Land some 15 horses. Our sheep cost us at first about 15 shillings per head, but prices were then rising rapidly, and the cost of shipment and the risk of loss were great. In the month of July, 1839, I think sheep had reached £2 per head in Port Phillip. During that winter, flour, owing partly to monopoly, rose to £70 per ton in Melbourne. The wages of shepherds and hut keepers reached about £40 per annum, and £1 per week was given to extra hands. The sheep from Van Diemen's Land were all scabby, and the disease became much more virulent when they were put in yards in Port Phillip. This was a source of great trouble and expense, and the Act then in force prevented sheep from travelling except in February. We therefore spent the winter of 1839 at the Darebin Creek, under canvas on a small scale, and were there assailed by a succession of floods, which continued at intervals until Christmas, on which day I saw a flock of sheep and half a dozen men nearly drowned in the Yarra. In summer, shearing was got over, and the wool sold at high prices, although much damaged, about 1 shilling 6pence per pound in Melbourne. Then we explored for a run, and my brother, after surveying the then barren plains of the Loddon, selected the country at the foot of Mount Cole as the best unoccupied tract. Thither we proceeded with the usual equipment, and in the beginning of March arrived at the Fiery Creek, a few miles from the base of Mount Cole. At that time, the country was occupied from Geelong up to the Trawalla Ranges, but was quite vacant beyond these to the north and west. We tenanted a large tract of country, as it was the fashion then for squatters to occupy the best spots as stations, without much regard to their distance from each other, but our dimensions were shorn by flock owners from Sydney, who preferred appropriation to original discovery. It was upon this occasion that the Commissioner of the Western District did me the honour of designating me as a shabby Scotchman, although I was not aware of the fact until very lately. In the year 1840 stock began to pass down from the Sydney side by the Major's line, which was then deeply furrowed with dray tracks, but the plains to the south-west of Mount Cole remained unoccupied, the prevailing feeling among settlers at that time being that they were too bare and uncomfortable for either man or beast. The country at the head of the Hopkins was, however, taken up soon after ours, with Sydney flocks. The north side of Mount Cole was also occupied about 1841 with sheep and cattle, and depasturage gradually extended down the Wimmera, reaching Lake Hindmarsh about 1846. It was about 1848 that the Richardson and the Avoca became settled, and a change having come over the seasons, which supplied with water tracts of country which had appeared unavailable. To return to Mount Cole, about a year after our first occupation we began to feel settled, having subdued the scab. I was induced, however, very foolishly, to sell the greater part of my sheep and run, from an idea that horses and cattle could be managed at much less expense. So they were, but on the other hand they produced a still smaller income, owing to the great depreciation which took place about 1843 and continued for some 5 years from that time. Wool alone, I may observe, was independent of this change, and the returns derived from this source from England alone enabled the squatters to weather the storm, and the merchants and shopkeepers to carry on their business. Many of the original squatters, however, went down in my neighbourhood, and others took their place, buying stations in some cases at little more than a year's income. Squatters at that time, if they could not provide cash, could only get credit through a merchant, for the banks gave them no facilities otherwise. The result was that a large number of settlers were in receipt of advances which cost them about 20%. It was not, I believe, until within the last 5 years that they became, as a class, independent in their circumstances. The natives, when we first went to Mount Cole, were numerous, but nothing like a census of them was ever taken. When we first camped upon their grounds, as might be expected, they made a demonstration against us by collecting a body of fighting men in our vicinity. It became necessary to dislodge them from their position, but as 5 or 6 of us marched steadily up to their camp, with the intention of demanding an explanation, they all ran away, and never came round us again for 12 months. We met a black boy, Jacky, however, and induced him to come home with us, and he lived in or about our huts for about 3 years, without ever leaving us for any length of time. He was very intelligent, and proved useful in tracking lost sheep, exploring country, etc., but when he came to a certain age he sought himself a wife, and became a man and a savage. He was always honest and faithful, and at one time incurred some risk from a bushranger, who took his horse from him when he was tailing some heifers, and whom he resisted manfully until a pistol was presented at him. From a good many years' experience I can bear witness to the intelligence and good feeling of the blacks, and believe their capabilities to be almost equal to those of Europeans, but their associations from birth upwards are very powerful. I shall never forget a lesson I gave a fine young man, the son of King William, in geography. When I showed him the map of New Holland, he thought it was a plan of the run. Then I pointed out to him where we were at Mount Cole, and he took it all in. I then showed him the map of Asia, and he understood the relative size of its different parts. I then showed him the map of the world with Asia in it, and he opened his eyes and made exclamations for 5 minutes together as the new idea flashed upon him. In 1851 I resided for 4 or 5 months at the station with Mrs. Campbell, and at one time there were about 100 natives encamped beside us. I walked through them and introduced Mrs. C. When I came to King William I said, Mrs. C., King W., etc., when he took off a cocked hat and made a neat bow, but added, Borak, Mrs. Campbell, Mrs. Colin Campbell, reserving the former honour for my senior brother's wife when he gets one. Footnote. Borak means no, not so. End footnote. When I was last at the station, in October 1852, I found that the very high wages given to the whites had caused the services of the natives to be regularly enlisted. About 40,000 sheep were washed by them alone at Mount Cole, wages being given them at the rate of 12 shillings per week, and they went on steadily at the end of shearing. 2 or 3 were receiving £1 a week as bullock drivers. For 10 years previous to this I had seen them earning occasional wages, but I never saw them engaged with such persevering energy as on this occasion. I think, therefore, that good wages would keep the able-bodied men fully employed with an occasional spell, but when they get money, the public houses make sad havoc among them. Our tribe from the first saw very little of the protectors, having to run the gauntlet of the Loddon blacks to reach Jim Crow, but it often struck me that a voluntary protectorate might have been formed in some parts of the country. Suppose notice to have been given that settlers undertaking the charge of certain natives, and certifying that they had been employed by them for so long a time, would be entitled to receive blankets, clothing, etc., for their benefit, there would have been a great inducement to employ them, both on grounds of public duty and private interest. At least the disadvantages attending their labour would have been somewhat counterbalanced. In this way, small parties of 4 or 5 might have been assigned to different stations, where habits of civilization would have grown upon them. The gregariousness of the natives has been the source of the strength of their wandering habits, which have prevented them from settling down in families on particular spots. They lived in clans, and their laws were not dissimilar to those of the Scotch Highlanders a century and a half ago. Divide et impera was, I think, the key to their improvement, but the system of protectors in this colony was one which confirmed their gregarious associations. With regard to missionaries, while the collection of a number of aborigines gives good opportunities, their settlement in distinct places offers a better field for making impressions. In the latter case they would require to be visited where they lived, and it may be hoped that some settlers would take an interest in their eternal welfare. I, for one, cannot sufficiently condemn myself for the neglect of valuable opportunities. At present, I should say the natives are as hopeful subjects for Christianity as many of the whites in the interior. With squatting politics, your Excellency must have been ere now surfeited, and I have already trespassed enough upon your patience. However, perhaps you will excuse me for enclosing a discourse upon the subject in print, which has been the result of a good many years' study upon this subject. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 45 from Edward Grimes. 1st August 1853. My dear Sir, I am very sorry that so few names occur to me of the settlers who originally took up their runs in the vicinity of the Broken River and Lower Murray, but almost all those who, to my knowledge, occupied new country in those days are either dead or gone home. I put Mr. Holloway's name on the list because I think he could give a good deal of information on the subject in general, although he did not settle in that particular locality. Should I recollect any more names, I will forward them to you when I give you an account of the very little information that I possess individually on the matter. Allow me to remain, my dear sir, yours most sincerely, Edward Grimes. To His Excellency C. J. La Trobe, Esquire. W. McKellar, Lima, Benalla. Alexander Mackenzie Shane, Goulburn River. Charles Ryan, 7 Creeks, Sydney Road. William Atkins, near Seymour. Ephraim and John Howe. W. McDonald, junction of Goulburn and Murray. Charles and James Rowan, Ovens River, care of Messrs. W. Bell and Co. W. Chisholm, King River. John and Charles Manton, Melbourne. Joseph Holloway. Theophilus Keene, Lower Murray. End of section 45.
Section 46 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 46 from John Templeton. Kyneton, 6 August 1853. Sir, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 27th ult., requesting me to furnish you with such details relating to the first settlement of this province as I might be personally cognizant of. I now beg to transmit to you a paper containing such information as I possess relating to the above matter. I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient servant, John Templeton. C. J. La Trobe, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor, etc., etc. Memoranda reflecting the first settlement of part of the province of Victoria. In October 1838, I took up the station known as 7 Creeks, situated close to the Sydney Road, about 35 miles from the river Goulburn. At that time there were only 2 stations occupied between the rivers Ovens and Goulburn, viz., one by Mr. H. K. Hughes at Avenel, and the other at Mangalore, River Goulburn, by some person on behalf of Major Anderson. Both those stations were taken up about June 1838. In the beginning of 1839, a police station was formed at the crossing place of the Broken River, and in the latter part of that year and the beginning of 1840, the country in the neighborhood of that river was occupied by different settlers. In the beginning of 1840, the country now known as the Devil's River country was taken up by Messrs. Watson and Hunter, and about the same time the country in the neighborhood of the Upper Goulburn was occupied. In the end of 1840 and the beginning of 1841, the country on the River Goulburn, below Major Anderson Station, began to be occupied, and soon afterwards the banks of the Murray below the junction of the Ovens. I know personally very little of the first occupation of the country lying between the rivers Ovens and Murray, but may mention the names of Dr. Mackay and Mr. G. Faithful, both still residing on the Ovens, as original occupants of that portion of the district, and as likely to be able to afford you every information with regard to its first settlement. In the months of July and August 1838, I saw a good deal of that part of the Western Port district lying between the Sydney Road and Major Mitchell's homeward track. The country on the Melbourne side of the track appeared to be pretty well occupied, but there was at that time only one station on the other side, viz., that occupied by Captain Hutton, near Mount McIver. With regard to the aborigines, my means of information are very meagre. I have no means of even guessing at their numbers when I first settled in Port Phillip, as, for 3 or 4 years, they very seldom appeared at my station, and then only in small numbers. I am glad to say that I never had any collision with them, nor in fact suffered any serious annoyance from them. I am aware that in several parts of the Murray district they proved very troublesome in the years 1838 and 1839, but I have reason to believe that, if the settlers had used proper precautions, in the generality of cases they would not have suffered. John Templeton. Kyneton, 6th August, 1853. End of section 46. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Section 47 of Letters of Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary B. Clayton. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 47 from Alfred Taddy Thomson. Fiery Creek, August 18, 1853. My dear Mr. Latrobe, I duly received your circular from Bell, and avail myself of the first subsequent post-day to reply to your queries. I am quite willing to obey your injunction, though I fear that beyond whatever value may attach to the mere record of the date of settlement of the country, all that I have to impart is comprised in the plodding routine of a squatter's life, unrelieved by startling incident or perilous adventure, and nearly destitute of interest. It might be enlivened by anecdotes of the effect of solitude upon the mind, the peculiarities it induces, and the self-delusion engendered amidst what Dr. Johnson would have called its, anfractuosities, But this would be treading upon egotistical ground, where our resources are abundant, a due sense of our own merits being one of the virtues which solitude imparts, and therefore inconsistent with matter-of-fact statement. Besides, to diverge at all from the path which you have pointed out would far exceed the limits of a letter, the dangers of the brevis esse laboro obscurus fio being already imminent. Upon reaching the Ovens in June 1840, with sheep from Sydney, and finding that disease had been spread along the road by the stock of Messrs. Dutton and Darlot, we turned aside and ascended the broken river nearly to its source, passing the stations of Messrs. Brodrib, McKellar, and Peter Stuckey. Then, crossing a low dividing range, we came upon an elevated plateau at the foot of the Alps, known as the Mount Battery country, which had a short time previously been discovered by Messrs. Watson and Hunter, and was then in process of settlement by them. Some unsuccessful attempts had been made to penetrate the Alps in search of new country about the time that Count Strelitsky was engaged upon his exploring expedition. The aboriginal natives were very troublesome in that locality. They murdered 2 men in the service of Mr. Waugh, took and kept 600 of his sheep, and ransacked his dwelling. He came over to me, having on 1 woolen stocking and 1 cotton sock, and complained that they had not left him even a pannikin. As illustrative of the early settlement of the country, I may conclude the history of this gentleman's sojourn upon the Devil's River. Some travelling sheep of Mr. McFarlane's, infected with catarrh, camped round his folds, and imparted the scourge to his flocks. Between the ravages of this disease and the constant attacks of the natives, he lost all his sheep, and left the river, I believe, a ruined man, to add another and a bitter chapter to the next edition of the, Experiences of a Settler in New South Wales, A hut-keeper was also murdered at an outstation of Messrs. Watson and Hunter, 2 miles from where we were camped. It is probable that he went out of his hut to ascertain what the dogs were barking at, and that a blackfellow stepped from behind a tree and tomahawked him in the back of the head, for he was found quite dead, with his hands in his pockets and his pipe in his mouth. The shepherd returned to the hut shortly after, finding it pillaged, and encountering the lifeless body of his mate. The shock nearly overpowered his reason. He threw off his hat, coat, and boots, and ran to the home station 5 miles distant, climbed to the roof of the hut, and sitting astride of the ridge, cried, "Murder! Murder!" continuously for half an hour before he became sufficiently reassured to impart his intelligence. The effect of these atrocities upon the minds of the men, perpetrated in a lonely, isolated spot, remote from assistance, and where nothing distracted their ideas or prevented their brooding upon the one subject, was great. Their fears magnified the danger to such an extent that they lived in a continual state of anxiety, apprehension, and alarm. The huts were loopholed to enfilade each other. They neither dined nor slept without their arms being within reach. The barking of a dog was a signal of danger which sent every man to his post. We had to place 2 shepherds with every flock, and when the hut keeper went to the creek for water, a man was posted on the bank with a double-barrel gun to guard him from the waddy of the ubiquitous aboriginal, who was supposed to lurk behind every gum tree and to peer from every bush. In February 1841, we resumed our journey by following the Broken River down to the Goulburn, and the latter to near its junction with the Murray, when we struck into Sir T. Mitchell's outward track and followed it to the Wimmera. But our expectations of the country to be found there, formed from his description, were not realized. A series of dry seasons had altered the face of the country, and the fertile region which had presented itself to his delighted view had been converted into an arid waste, destitute of either grass or water. Mrs. Redfern's station, now Mr. Carfray's, was then the lowest upon the river. We followed the river upwards, passing the stations of Messrs. Hall and H.S. Wills, and halted under Mount William, from whence we were driven by foot rot and the blacks. At this time a strong prejudice existed against plains as runs for sheep. It was generally supposed that the want of shelter, both from the rays of the sun in summer and the biting blasts in winter, would soon break down their constitutions, and consequently many persons had passed over this Fiery Creek district, and proceeded many miles further from their markets to occupy much worse runs, and thus, though surrounded by stations, we found it most opportunely at our disposal. We took possession of a portion of it in May 1841. Much of the neighboring country had been taken up the previous year by Messrs. A. and C. Campbell at Mount Cole, and by Donald and Hamilton, Hassell and Hamilton, G. and T. Macready, G. Allen, and Wright and Montgomery upon the upper part of the Mount Emu Creek. Mr. Kirk held Burrumbeep, McGill's Run, and Mr. Wyselaski's was then the next station up the Hopkins. Messrs. Black and Steele adjoined us to the eastward. The lower part of this creek was dry for many miles, and its entrance to and exit from Lake Bullock could not be traced. In August of that year, 1841, Mr. L. McKinnon took up Mount Fians, and Mr. Chirnside possessed himself of the run which we had vacated at Mount William. 2 young men of the name Mather formed a station under the Grampians. One of them met with so dreadful a fate that it is worthy of mention in any record of the early settlement of the district. He remained alone at the homestead while his brother was at their only outstation. A short distance from his hut door he was employed cutting down a large tree, which fell across his legs, broke both his thighs, and pinned him to the earth. In this position he must have lain for 3 days before death terminated his sufferings. He had scraped 2 large holes in the ground with his hands in the desperate hope of extricating himself. The agony of this protracted torture was probably heightened by the gathering round him of native dogs, greedy for their prey, and which may not have been restrained from commencing their attack during the short remainder of his life. For on the 4th day, when his body was found, portions of it had been devoured, and if my memory serves me aright, there were indications of his having endeavored to scare them away. The first operations when taking up a new country, where the hostility of the aborigines was to be apprehended, and the ravages of native dogs to be guarded against, were to provide for the safety of the stock. Great hardships and privations were almost unwittingly endured, for the constant occupation of mind and body, the newly acquired responsibility, the wild independence, and the charm of novelty all conspired to give interest to the pursuit. It certainly was not at a time when we lived in a gunyah or sod hut, and fared upon mutton chops served up in the frying pan, with tea in a quart pot and a slice of damper 3 times a day, that we reflected upon the hardships of our lot. It would, I fear, be foreign to the object you have in view to trace the improvement in our social state from the days of unvarying tea, damper, and mutton, when our wants were few and limited to the compass of our own ability to supply them, through the several grades of cabbages, potatoes, eggs, tomato jam, newspapers, butter, glass windows, books, pumpkin pies, post offices, and preserving melons, up to our present state of complicated wants, enjoying most of the comforts and some of the luxuries of life. It is with much regret I learn that you are about to leave us. I trust very sincerely that I may have an opportunity of seeing you ere then. I shall make an effort at all events to say adieu personally, and if this should be impracticable, I trust that you will remember me amongst the warmest of the many well-wishers you will leave in Victoria, and believe me to be, ever yours, my dear Mr. Latrobe, very sincerely, Alfred T. Thomson. To C.J. Latrobe, Esquire. End of section 47. Recording by Gary B. Clayton.
Section 48 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Point Cook, November 1st, 1853. Sir, I have the honour to acknowledge receipt of your letter of July 27th. Having been addressed to Geelong, it went to my upper stations, and I only received it a few days since. I shall now be happy to give any information relative to the progress of this colony, but am at a loss of where to begin and where to end. I will, therefore, give a brief review of what has come under my own observation since my arrival in the colony. I arrived in Adelaide in January 1839, and had no opportunity of judging of the capabilities of the country, although I visited the most remote station, and that was only 30 miles from Adelaide. But I was surprised to find parties of such speculative spirit, raising the price of land by false capital to a fictitious value, and paying for the same with long-dated bills. I arrived in Sydney 2 months afterwards, and was much disappointed with the poor barren appearance of the country. There had been a series of unusually dry seasons, butcher's meat being so poor looked so black and unwholesome that I could not touch it, no vegetables to be had at any price. I started up the country to invest in sheep, and on my way to the Murrumbidgee did not travel a single mile without seeing dead horses and working bullocks. Hay or corn was not to be had at the inns. I saw upon stations where cattle were eager to get a little water them crawl into a waterhole all but dried up, and there get bogged and leave their carcasses where there were hundreds of others. No one but an eyewitness can have any idea of the state of New South Wales at that period. Besides the unfavourable seasons, the country was overrun with bushrangers. Neither life nor property was safe, not even in villages. When travelling with the mail, I found at every inn horsemen and gigs waiting to accompany the mail for protection. I saw the corpse at Gray's Inn of one who had been shot while in charge of a dray. I saw another near Goulburn, and I was within a few miles of Gundaroo when Scotchy and Whitton's party had possession of that village, and as Mr. Hume, brother of Hamilton Hume, discoverer of the Murray River, was going with his servants to the assistance of the villagers, he was shot dead, leaving a large family to lament his loss. Scotchy and Whitton were at last captured. The one hanged himself in jail, the other was hanged in Goulburn. I bought sheep on the Murrumbidgee in April, returned to Sydney, bought a dray and 8 bullocks, with the view of taking my sheep to Port Phillip. Before getting to Wimmera, a distance of 80 miles, 6 of my bullocks died from starvation, and in consequence of thousands of sheep dying of catarrh, I changed my mind and left my sheep at Murrumbidgee. I bought cattle and took them overland to Adelaide, found 2 of the lower stations on the Murrumbidgee, only 70 miles below Port Phillip Road, had been deserted for the want of feed, and from there to the Adelaide territory appeared to me to be unavailable for any purpose. Mr. Eyre, late Lieutenant Governor of New Zealand, who preceded me a few months, was then of the same opinion. I have seen a portion of the same country since, and what was then a sandy desert is now tolerably grassed, and the whole of this country occupied. On travelling down the Murray and Murrumbidgee, I found the natives cunning and treacherous like all other savages, and they would take advantage when parties were off their guard. Mr. Chisholm's party from Yass followed me, had all their stock taken, and the whole party killed except one man. Mr. Snodgrass followed and also lost a great many sheep by the natives. When I arrived in Adelaide, I found cattle had fallen from £20 to £7, at which price I had to dispose of mine for bills. I returned to Sydney by way of Hobart Town, and found the appearance of the country quite changed, a good deal of rain having fallen in the interval. I then started with my sheep, which I left on the Murrumbidgee for Port Phillip, and arrived at the Loddon in May 1840, having then been 16 months in the colonies. I found all the country north of Captain Hepburn and Mr. Coghill unoccupied, and took out a licence for the country adjoining them. At that time there were a great many cattle and sheep on the road from Sydney, and 6 months afterwards all the country to the north for 50 miles was taken up. I found the natives on the Loddon very quiet, but some came from the Pyrenees and killed a Mr. Allen, and also Miss Elephant's housekeeper. I sold my station on the Loddon, bought sheep on the Sydney side, and on my way to the westward found all the country occupied until I arrived at Mount William, where I formed a station in April 1842. On my way to Mount William, I met Mr. Thomson of Stevens and Thomson, who told me that, although he did not wish to intimidate me, he would at the same time assure me that I would lose every sheep by the natives at Mount William, that he had been there for 2 months, and that he put 2 shepherds with double-barrelled guns to each flock to no purpose, and at last was forced to leave. Having been always so lucky with the natives, I pushed on, and upon pitching my tent did all in my power to have some intercourse with the natives, so as to civilise them as soon as possible. It was weeks before I succeeded, and they were always on the lookout and ran like deer. I at last came upon one on the plains, some distance from timber, and gave chase to him on horseback. When I pulled him, he could scarcely stand on his legs from fear, but when I smiled and showed that I wished to be on good terms with them, he gained courage and talked a little. A few days afterwards he brought some younger ones in sight of the tent who could speak English better. I went to meet them and gave them to understand that I wished to be friendly with them, that if they did not steal they should be at liberty to roam about as usual. They seemed quite delighted and pleased. I at times gave them a little flour and mutton, but it was some months afterwards before I would allow them to come nearer than 200 or 300 yards to the huts. I don't think I lost 20 sheep by them. In the same year I bought a station on the Wannon, and to my surprise not a single native could be seen. I would come upon their camps and fires, but never got a sight of one of them. They were not allowed to come upon any station in that neighbourhood. Indeed, they were in a wilder state than any I had seen in the colonies, and at that time all my neighbours were losing sheep. Thinking it the best policy to civilise them as soon as possible, I took 2 from Mount William to the Wannon, who brought about a dozen to me. I told them the same that I told those at Mount William. A month or so afterwards there were about 20 assisting at sheep washing. Mr. Riley of Riley and Barker, hearing of it, immediately rode up to see if it were correct, and told me that they were the first he had seen at the station in that district, and strongly advised me against encouraging them, as they were treacherous to their kindest benefactors. I pursued my own policy, thinking the sooner they were civilised and could discriminate between right and wrong, the sooner they would become harmless to Europeans. I found it an answer, and in a short time they were seen all upon the stations in that district. Mr. Matthew Gibson, wine merchant, was the first party who occupied country in the neighbourhood of Mount William. He pitched his tent in 1839 on that portion of the Hopkins known as McGill's Station, but finding the water very bad, he moved on to the Glenelg. In 1840, Mr. Kirk took possession of the same country, and in the same year Mr. Wills, Captain Briggs, and others formed stations about the same period. It is the general opinion that the country has improved much by being stocked, and I have no doubt it has to a certain extent, but I think it's more the result of the change of seasons. In 1842, the Fiery Creek plains were very thinly grassed, and for the want of water between Mount William and Fiery Creek, there was a large tract of country not occupied until 1846. Being in the habit during those 4 years of riding over it in every month, I observed the sward of grass getting thicker every season, although there was not a hoof upon it. In 1841, the Fiery Creek was dry for 20 miles, and the bed of the creek smoking as if on fire, which is the origin of the name. In 1842, I saw a flock of sheep feeding in the centre of Lake Bollock, and 2 or 3 years ago Mr. Patterson told me that it was 15 feet deep at the margin near his house. Major Mitchell's Lake Repose, Lake Linlithgow, and several other lakes I saw dry in 1842. It is the change of season, and not the stock, that has changed the appearance of the country. In 1842 and 1843 water could not be had for the splitters, and now there are springs and creeks everywhere. I formed a station on the Adelaide Territory 40 miles from Goocham Bay about the end of 1845. I found the habits and sea of the natives there the same as in Port Phillip, but was surprised to find they could not swim, and I believe until lately they never had an opportunity, as I am informed 10 years ago they could only get water by digging for it. There is no river or creek between Lake Alexandrina on the Murray and the Glenelg. The country from that part of the Murray to Mount Gambier is the most barren, sterile country I have witnessed in all my travels. Sheep and cattle die within 20 miles of the coast. I had to remove cattle from a station there after losing about 500. The police magistrate, Goocham Bay, told me that it was impossible to keep goats for the supply of milk, as they all died. With regard to the capabilities of the different colonies, no doubt Port Phillip is the Eden of the whole. From Lake Colac to Mount Shadwell, Port Fairy, Mount Rouse, Wanlon with the junction of the Glenelg, considering the extent and area, it is the greatest extent of rich country I ever witnessed within my recollection. Poor healthy soil near Newcastle, county of Northumberland, has been ploughed, drained and manured so as to raise good crops. On visiting the different provinces and districts, I was struck more with the different manners and customs of the Europeans than the Aborigines. In Adelaide there appeared to be a spirit of keen Yankeeism. In Sydney the people seemed light, gay and thoughtless. The settlers on the Murrumbidgee and Goulburn the same, and again on the Geelong side and Western district they appeared thoughtful for the future, industrious and persevering, willing to put their shoulders to the wheel and overcome all difficulties, and that at a time when they did not know how to raise £10 to pay their licence. Indeed, I have been agreeably surprised to witness so many very young men arrive in this colony possessing such perseverance, sobriety and exemplary conduct. I have the honour to be, sir, your obedient servant, Thos Chirnside, His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor. End of section 48. Recording by Shanna Burns.
Section 49 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 49 from EPS Sturt. Lonsdale Street, 20th of October 1853. My dear Sir, As far as my recollections will allow me to record some of the circumstances attending my early career and travels through this southern portion of our Australian possessions, and by so doing contribute to the fund of information you have already gathered through your own long experience and personal observation, it will afford me much pleasure. My early initiation into bush life was as a Commissioner of Crown Lands for the Murray District in 1837, a portion of the colony at that time very thinly occupied by stations, though now forming one of our richest grazing districts. Provided with a good tent and camp equipage, a small supply of books and writing materials, a trusty Wesley Richards with an ample supply of ammunition, a capital nag and some fine kangaroo dogs, you may easily conceive that I looked forward to my expeditions with feelings of pleasure and excitement. My means of transport was a light cart with 2 draught horses, which, with a large tarpaulin, afforded an ample shelter for the men. The district allotted to me was from the left side of the Murrumbidgee to the right bank of the Ovens River, 40 miles on the Port Phillip side of the Murray. The country was at this time most beautiful, miles of it untrodden by stock, and indeed unseen by Europeans. Every creek abounded with wild fowl, and the quails sprung from the long kangaroo grass which waved to the very flaps of the saddle. Seldom on my return to the encampment after a long day's ride to some outstations, but what I had to acknowledge the culinary talents of my tent servant, as the savoury steam of a stew or pastry would rise from the iron pot, simmering by a glorious fire in front of the tent. No dinner cooked by the most cunning artiste is equal to that one enjoys under such circumstances as those I describe, nor can anything equal the relish which is afforded by the quart pot of tea, a delicacy I know you have yourself appreciated on some of your Excellency's flying expeditions. It has often been a source of regret to me that all the charms attending the traversing of a new country must give way to the march of civilization. The camp on the grassy sward is now superseded by the noisy roadside inn, the quart pot of tea by the bottle of ale. All the quiet serenity of an Australian bush, as we have known it, has yielded to the demands of population, and this, though a necessary change, is not the less to be regretted. I look back to those days as to some joyous scene of schoolboy holidays. The seasons appear to me to have undergone a considerable change, and to have become both colder and more moist. For though a fire was fully appreciated, the weather generally was mild and dry. My impression with regard to the increased rains is borne out by the fact that many tracts of country are now occupied by stock, which I have ridden over vainly seeking for water to relieve my distressed horse and moisten my parched lips. I may particularly allude to the Billabong country and to those plains and flat box country extending between the Edward and Murrumbidgee rivers. For miles and miles I have ridden over this monotonous, dreary flat, not a hill to be seen to raise the hope that some creek or waterhole might be at hand, the eyes aching with the dazzling reflection and mirage of the plains. Sheep are now occupying the whole of this country, the supply of water for the stations being obtained by sinking waterholes and throwing dams across the slight falls or declinations of the plain, which, though barely visible, yet here and there in the wet seasons become runs of water. Even this, however, affords a precarious supply, and the losses and suffering of these settlers are very great. In the dry seasons they frequently have to move on with their flocks towards some of the rivers for their absolute salvation, and driven to become interlopers and marauders on others' runs, their existence is far from enviable. Their risk, too, of spreading or contracting contagious diseases among their flocks thus becomes very great. The heat is also here excessive, which, together with the general dryness of the atmosphere and pasturage, deteriorates the character of the wools. Notwithstanding, however, these drawbacks, it may safely be considered a fine pastoral district. The country to the south-east of the main Sydney road to Port Phillip rises towards the Australian Alps, to which snow-capped mountains we are indebted for the numerous streams and rivers flowing through the lower, and, in summer, arid regions to the north and northwest, most of which unite with the Murray. The nearer we approach the mountains, both the climate and character of the soil change. I've noticed that the upper Murray and tablelands of Omeo afford an abundant but coarse, unnutritious grass. The trees also assume a cold and wintry appearance, and the foliage becomes yet more sombre than the generality of Australian trees. One circumstance I noticed as strange and difficult to account for. Though the climates on the Murray and Murrumbidgee rivers exactly assimilate, and the distance between them is inconsiderable, about 130 miles, the appearance of the two rivers differs materially. The The banks of the Murrumbidgee are wooded with large swamp oak, as is also the case with its tributaries, the Lachlan, Burrawa and Tumut rivers, etc., etc. On the latter, these large oaks overhang the banks until they nearly meet, imparting a peculiar gloom to this rapid stream. On the Murray, the oak entirely disappears, being replaced by the bright wattle or acacia. The scent of its masses of blossom in the spring pervades the air, and adds to the pleasing effect this graceful tree has on the mind of the traveller, enhanced by the wild, sweet call of the bellbird. Another peculiarity attending these rivers flowing to the north and northwest is that they abound in a fine fish called the Murray cod. In season these fish are very rich and afford the chief sustenance of the natives, who spear them from their canoes, at the prow of which they have a brilliant fire of pines, which attracts the fish at night and entices them to their destruction. Strange to say that all the streams and rivers flowing to the south and southwest, though in many instances taking their source from the same mountains, are devoid of the river cod, having only the blackfish, a peculiar kind of herring, and the eel, which run to a large size. About this time commenced the stream of emigration into Port Phillip, and the main line of road became enlivened by the overland parties crowding one after another to the newly opened and rich pasturages of the south. Numerous were the incidents, both by flood and field, which these adventurers met with. The rivers were all unbridged and afforded no small obstacle to the overlander, taxing both his courage, enterprise, and invention to overcome his difficulties. The danger of attack from the natives was not inconsiderable, and I need hardly call to your recollection the melancholy destruction of Mr. Faithfull's party, who were attacked near the Ovens River, several of the men being killed. I happened to meet one of the poor wretches who escaped, thanks to his speed of foot and endurance, as he was pursued many miles by the merciless savages, and though severely wounded he ran 40 miles and at last dropped at my tent, overcome by fatigue and terror. The natives were at all times treacherous to a degree, and the murders they committed were numerous. I admit that they sometimes met with treatment from some of the whites sufficient to excite their enmity, but I cannot attribute their acts of murder to a spirit of retaliation, nor do I believe that any cruelty was evinced towards them by the Europeans until exasperated by their savage acts of treachery. The natives of Australia are devoid of any feeling of mercy or pity. No native of a foreign tribe would be safe for an hour if in the power of others of the same race. The most cold-blooded murder will excite no remorse. The braining of a wretched lubra will only add to the heroic and indomitable character of the savage. I knew a fine young lad whom Dr. Martin had civilised. He was a stockman and a very intelligent lad. He accompanied a party with fat stock to Melbourne. At Buninyong he fell in with a tribe of natives, and in the act of giving them tobacco was basely speared and died in the greatest agony. His only offence was that he belonged to a strange tribe. I have seen a lad of 12 years old drive a spear through the body of an old man because he refused the loan of his pipe. The father of this precocious youth submitted his head without a groan to 3 terrific blows from a nulla inflicted by a relative of the old man's. This was in extenuation of his son's offence. Love to their offspring is the only softening feature in these natives, and that is but an animal propensity natural to the brute creation. Much is laid to the evil effects resulting from the intimacies known to exist between the shepherds and stockmen and the native women. This encouraged a familiarity with the tribes which revealed the defenceless state of the Europeans, and they too often availed themselves of this knowledge. But a sensitiveness on the point of their women I much doubt, for the first overtures a savage makes in barter is the tender of his unfortunate lubra. That there are some instances of their becoming useful men I cannot deny, as we might instance some of poor Dana's black troopers, but they are rare indeed. It is only under compulsion that their natural disposition can be restrained. Poor Mr. William, whom I assure your Excellency recollects, is now undergoing his sentence for a breach of the laws at the goldfields. He is now at Pentridge Stockade, in the capacity of a servant to Mr. Barrow. In that capacity he is a useful good creature, being a capital nurse and playmate for Barrow's children. Turn the poor fellow away, and he would soon be seen in the streets of Melbourne a drunken sot. I suppose the example of others had its effect with me, and, seized with an overland fit, I resigned my appointment and started for Bathurst, and thence with sheep and cattle to Adelaide. It would be uninteresting to give any details of the expedition. I believe I was the first to run the Murrumbidgee down with stock. At least no trace of 4-footed beast was to be seen as we approached the field of reeds forming the outlet of the Lachlan into the Murrumbidgee. Here I thought we should have been stopped. As far as the eye could reach was one bed of reeds about 15 feet high. The Lachlan here ceases to have the appearance of a river and loses itself in this bed of reeds. With the drays first, then the cattle, we managed to break down a track for the sheep, and, confident that there was no deep bed of a river to stop us, on we went, and 3 days' hard work saw us through the Lachlan swamps. I was among the most fortunate of the overlanders, having avoided any serious collisions with the blacks. The country itself was monotonous to a degree. The river runs through a nearly level country. The river flats average about half a mile wide on each side and afford fine feed for the stock and famous camping places at night. From these flats a bank rises to the plains which extend for hundreds of miles. These plains in some places are thickly covered with a low polygonum scrub. The soil is a species of whitish clay formed into small hills and hollows like molehills. Some fine silvery grass grows in these hollows, and the tops of the rises are utterly devoid of vegetation. The plains are sometimes intersected by a belt of Murray scrub running down to the very river. Also I met with some belts of pine forest, in which some very beautiful shrubs and flowers are to be found. The whole of this country has, to my surprise, become now occupied, but I hear that the herbage is improved from being fed over, and the sheep seem to thrive on the various salsolaceous plants which abound. It still, however, takes a vast extent of this kind of country to support any number of sheep. The gum trees on the alluvial flats are magnificent, stately trees, and some of our encampments were singularly picturesque. As for the Murray ever becoming an agricultural country, the idea is absurd. The produce which Sir Henry Young fancies will all be conveyed to Adelaide by steamers is a chimerical idea which never can be realised. The alluvial river flats constitute the sole land in any way suitable to agriculture, and these are flooded during the spring and early part of summer by the melting of the snow on the mountains. There is hardly a settler on the lower Murray who can even luxuriate in a vegetable. The weather during my expedition was most beautiful. We of course kept regular watches, and the bugle sounding the morning watch at 2 o'clock was the signal for the camp to arouse. Breakfast was then cooked, drays loaded, bullocks yoked, and the stock moved off. We then travelled on, but seldom could do much of after 10 o'clock in the morning, when the heat would become too intense. The sheep would cluster in knots, seeking any shelter from the intense rays of the sun. We generally managed to make one of the bends of the river at this time, and there lay by until 4 or 5 o'clock, when we would accomplish another 3 or 4 miles of our journey. The extraordinary number of birds which collect on the river afforded abundant sport as well as capital dinners. It appears to be now indisputably settled that the interior of this country is chiefly characterised by barren scrubs and sterile sandhills, forming as it were a basin, and yet the flights of birds, all from the north, would lead one to suppose that there must be some oasis in that desert tract, extending to Sir Thomas Mitchell's discoveries on the Victoria River, on which the migratory feathered race might rest on their weary flight. The air would sometimes absolutely resound with the chatter of birds, the lagoons swarming with ducks and snipe, and then the luxury of a plunge into the fresh stream after a hard day's work with the thermometer at 110 degrees Fahrenheit cannot be exceeded. It is curious to observe the skill shown by the natives in their pursuit of game. They catch vast numbers of ducks in an ingenious manner. The lagoons run for some length, narrowing at the end where the trees close in. 2 or 3 blacks plant themselves near this narrow pass, having extended a large net from tree to tree. The others then proceed to the top of the lagoon, driving the ducks before them. As they fly by the ambuscade, they throw their boomerangs whizzing over the heads of the birds, which, dreading that their enemy the hawk is sweeping at them, make a dash under the trees, strike the net, and fall as if shot, when the natives dash in after them. I imagine it's a panic that seizes the poor birds, for I have seen 100 caught by such means. We encountered some difficulty in crossing our stock and drays over the Rufus and Darling, but none which, with a good heart, we did not overcome. Indeed, such difficulties added zest to our labours. At the northwest bend of the Murray, the river takes a sweep to the south into Lake Alexandrina. From this point I left our party to strike across the scrub into Adelaide, or rather into the settled parts of the colony. We had run short of flour and sugar, and my object was to cut through the scrub with a light horse cart and bring out supplies for the party, as well as ascertain the best route in for the stock to take. Tracks of former parties were indistinct, and at the point I struck in, we noticed for some distance a single cart track going the direction I wished to follow. This, however, we soon lost, and I discovered that we had fearfully miscalculated the width of the scrub, or its density at the point I entered. Since then, poor young Bryant perished in the same scrub whilst on an expedition with Colonel Gawler, the then Governor of South Australia. It appeared the Governor wished to penetrate to some hills north, but finding the scrub too dense and no water to be had, he hastened back to the river, after having had to kill one of the horses. The party somehow separated in pushing for the river. It was a struggle for life, as another day's sun would have been fatal. Poor Bryant must have lost his presence of mind, for his tracks were found running the scrub down parallel to the river, but no traces of the poor fellow could ever be made out. He must have perished a miserable death. To return to my own misadventures. My party consisted of 2 men and a native of New South Wales. For 2 days we cut through the scrub with little appearance of getting out or of finding water. The labour was excessive, and the men were improvident with our limited supply of water. The 3rd day saw us without any. Still, I was determined to push on to the hills, knowing that by keeping firm in the one direction I must succeed. The heat was terrific, and the 2nd day told fearfully upon us. It was doubtful whether we could have made it back to the river, and the hills, the object of our aim, and hopes of water I saw before us. So still we plunged on, the poor horses being in a most pitiable condition. The 3rd day we crossed the hills, but not a sup of water to be found in the porous granite ranges. We camped at 3 o'clock, the men being utterly prostrated, and the horses in a dying state. The plains of Adelaide were before us. I was sure water must be near, so leaving the men a compass with directions that should I not return by morning they should kill one of the horses and moisten their mouths with its blood, and then push on in the same course, I started, or I may say tottered on for about 2 miles, when overcome I sunk at the foot of a tree. I never shall forget my sensations at that time. I felt the miserable death awaiting me. I then thought of home, and that I was in some richly carpeted drawing-room, and I struggled against insanity. When I recovered to some extent, it was a bright, fresh night. I sat up, endeavouring to collect my senses, when I heard a flight of birds overhead, and the unmistakable cry of the wood duck. With renewed energy I pushed on, and within 100 yards of me was the creek. An hour served sufficiently to restore me, and soaking my woolen shirt in the water, I retraced my steps to the cart. We were saved, but it was touch and go. One of the men never recovered it, and the last time I saw him, he was an idiot in Adelaide. We were but 3 days without water, but it was summer, and we were working with a blazing sun overhead. My residence since 1844 has been at Mount Gambier, about halfway between Melbourne and Adelaide. I there formed a station, and occupied a most splendid portion of country. I just missed your Excellency when you were at the Mount, being then on the point of taking up the country adjacent to the Mount. I look at this portion of the colony decidedly as the finest I have ever seen, and it would be most interesting to a geologist. When I first occupied it, surface water was very scarce, being found only in a few tea tree springs, or in the craters of the extinct volcanoes. I, however, subsequently discovered that the whole country was cavernous, and that absolute streams and rivers were flowing within, in some places, a few feet of the surface. The rock is generally limestone, which crops from the surface in all directions. Indeed, in some places there are but a few inches of soil above the mass of limestone. Our early occupation of Mount Gambier was marked with perhaps more of the difficulties and troubles generally attending a settler's life. When I took up the station, I was again beginning the world with little more than dear-bought experience. The ruinous years of 1842 and 1843 had involved me in the, I may nearly say, universal crash, thanks to the improvidence which I believe is as characteristic of the early squatters as of the British sailor, as also to the simplicity with which so many of us scribbled our autographs to pieces of paper for the relief of pretended friends, whom we found too willing to shuffle their own difficulties on the shoulders of their more generous dupes. There is nothing of which a young man, commencing his career in the colonies, should be more earnestly warned against than this same yielding to the impulse of good nature. When I fixed on the site of my new homestead, I had not a shilling in the world. Unfortunately, the boot was very much on the other leg, but thanks to the success attending sheep farming, I have outlived my difficulties. The natives were very inimical when we first arrived, and to add to my difficulties, all our men with the exception of one deserted us. I had, however, a trusty friend in poor Edward White, whose daring energy of character has been fully tested in his expeditions in the Survey Department, to which I am sure your Excellency will fully testify. Another young friend, Mr. Brodrib, also bravely adhered to my fortunes. There were but 4 of us, but we managed to lamb the sheep down and build a bark shed for shearing. With little assistance we sheared the flocks and managed, I can hardly say how, to turn the wool into supplies for the following year. Our neighbour, Mr. Leake, suffered many losses from the natives, some thousands, I believe, but we escaped any attack, which I attribute to the astonishment they evinced at seeing the effects of a good rifle aimed by a correct eye, for not a crow would dare to caw on the highest tree near our camp but a rifle ball reached him, or a kangaroo bound through the forest within shot but the sharp ring of the rifle saw him stretched on the sward. I have always thought this gained us their respect. They gave me the name of a chief who had fallen in battle, and affirmed that I had again come among them as a whitefellow. We gained their respect, but it was through fear, and subsequently their confidence through kindness. Many of them have since become useful shepherds, and been of the utmost service to me, but it is difficult to have fat sheep where natives shepherd them, for they are too indolent even for that service. The whole of this country is volcanic, but of a different character to that of Mount Napier and the Belfast district, where the rivers of lava can be followed for miles, now having the appearance of rivers of huge rocks of trap, cracked and rent by time and heat. At Mount Gambier there is little rock save the limestone, and the eruptions of the expired volcanoes of the Gambier, Shank and others are only marked by a deposit of scoriae and ashes. The bottoms of the craters are now lakes of unfathomable depth, the waters of which on a cloudy day assume an inky darkness, which gives a degree of solemnity to the scenery. There is also a singular feature in the country. There are many holes and caves. The caves appear endless, and it requires some degree of nerve to head an exploring expedition in these subterranean territories. Some of them are very beautiful when lit up by torchlight. Long pendulous stalactites hang from the ceiling or roof of the cavern, connecting themselves with the floor, and the continuous dripping of the water and deposit of the sediment has formed itself into the most grotesque shapes. Niches and seats appear of this glittering white marble, which a not very imaginative mind might conceive to be the seats of the presiding genius and his attendant satellites. I have never discovered any petrifactions in these caverns, but I thought once to have discovered something that would have handed down my name to posterity. In one of these niches I observed the figure of a man, bent as in an attitude of thought, his elbows resting on his knees. I approached and felt this object, when I found it to be the body of a man, as I supposed petrified. Anxiously I examined it, and took an arm and hand, which were loose to the open air, for closer inspection. I then found that it had more the appearance of a mummy, the skin having become hard and dry, and containing nothing but dust. It, however, merited closer inspection, but I had some miles to ride, and determined to defer such examination to another time. Since then I have never been near the spot. The holes which I have before alluded to are perfectly perpendicular, and vary in size. Some go down perpendicular, as if bored by a huge auger, some 200 feet. At the bottom is water, which has all the appearance of being bottomless. The country between the Mount and Adelaide is very flat, having large gum forests well grassed, and extensive swamps and plains. It has evidently been recently flooded by the sea, there being large beds of oysters exposed where any large tree has been blown down and torn up the soil. The surface is also covered with oyster shells and other deposits of the ocean. To the north the country becomes arid, and barren of any vegetation save the eternal Murray scrub. I have travelled much through the western country, ascended the crater, or rather descended it, of Mount Eeles, but of all that country you are equally well informed with myself. Of the plenty which you asked me to mention, I have no pleasing reminiscences. I only know at that time it consisted of a district of cattle stealers. The only pleasing recollection is that of a certain trip I took with your Excellency, when certainly our bush experience did not ensure us a perfect knowledge of our locale. I fully believe you attribute our eccentric course to my guiding, but you will allow, and I have always believed, you are fonder of leading than being led. Thus I take no credit for our shortcuts on that occasion. I fear I have spun this out much longer than your patience will allow, but if any portion will afford matter worth noting, I shall be glad. With a sincere hope that I may have the pleasure of talking over Australian life with you, happily united to your family in brave old England, believe me, my dear Mr. Latrobe, yours most sincerely, E.P.S. Sturt. To C.J. Latrobe, Esquire. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 50 from Dr. A. Thomson. March 20th, 1854. Sir, I would have replied long before this to your circular of date 27th July last, but waited expecting to find my journal, which was lent to Miss Drysdale, and cannot be found, which will account for the meagre reply I now make. 1. In September 1835 I shipped per Narwhal, Captain Coltish, the first cattle for Port Phillip. 2nd. In March 1836 I landed at Melbourne with my family. There, being no constituted authority, I was requested to act as a general arbitrator. I did so by common consent, my tent being the police office. Many felt a pride in showing an example in upholding order, which was done without much trouble. The people were very quiet and attended every Sunday morning at my tent for public worship, where I read the Church of England service. 3. In April 1836 I built, by subscription, a house for a church and school, the old weatherboard lately removed from St. James. 4. The first clergyman who visited us was the Reverend Joseph Orton, Wesleyan, and afterwards the Reverend Messrs. Clow, Forbes, Grills, and Butterfield. 5. In May 1836 Mr. Batman arrived with his family. 6. From that time we had weekly arrivals with stock from Van Diemen's Land, and many stations were taken up near Melbourne. 7. In July 1836 we took the first census, numbering 149. 8. In December 1836 the first herd of cattle was brought from Sydney by Mr. Gino Cardiner and Captain Hepburn. Geelong. 9. In May 1836 I landed my sheep at Point Henry and occupied the present township of Geelong as a sheep station, and Indented Head as a cattle station of Captain Swanson. Messrs. Coovey and Stead and myself had the whole western district to ourselves for 18 months, parties being all afraid of the blacks. We were afterwards joined by Road Knight, Dark, Derwent Company, Russell, Anderson, Brown, Reed, MacLeod, Staglitz, Sutherland, Moray, Morris, Lloyd, Ware, Lermont, Armitage, Raven, Pettit, Francis, Bates, and others. 10. In 1837 I built the present house of Cardinia, which I called after the aboriginal word for sunrise. I built also a house for the Derwents Company, occupied afterwards by Mr. Fisher. 11. In 1838 Mr. Scratchen built the first store in Geelong. He was followed by Messrs. Rucker and Champion. Aborigines. 12. On my first journeys into the country I was very much surprised to find so few natives, and thought they were keeping out of the way. During our first visit to Buninyong we did not see one, and on our first journey to the west, when we discovered Colac and Corangamite, we saw about 20 at Pironyalok, who fled on seeing us. On better acquaintance I found their number really very small. All within 100 miles had visited us. 13. In December 1836 I was at great pains to muster all that were in the Geelong district, and gave each a blanket. They were Buckley's tribe, and he assured me I had mustered the whole of them, amounting to only 279. They were always friendly. I was well known amongst them, and wherever I went they received me kindly. But alas, the decrease has been fearful, chiefly from drinking, and exposure to all weathers bringing on pulmonary complaints. Since their connection with the whites there has been little increase. When I first numbered them they had several children amongst them, but they decreased every year, and now in this tribe we have only 34 adults, and only 2 children under 5 years. The men now living were all children when I arrived, and are beginning to look old, so that in 10 years more there will not be one alive. Every attempt to civilize them has signally failed. I have had several in my family for years, and taught them to read and go to church with the family, but after a time the other youth would threaten them and carry them off, when they again got fond of a savage life. I am convinced that no plan except one based on entire isolation will succeed with these poor degraded people. A. Thomson, M.C., to His Excellency C. J. Latrobe, Esquire. Addenda. The Merrick, Scrubby Hills, near Cape Otway, form 50 miles by 10 of dense scrub, exactly like the country you saw at Wilson's Promontory, with immense trees towering to the height of 18 and 120 feet, and fern trees of 20 feet in the gullies, a rich black soil, and streams of water running into the sea every 6 or 7 miles. A. Thomson. Lonsdale's Notes on Dr. Thomson's Statement. 2. Mr. Simpson was named by the persons interested in the formation of a settlement at Port Phillip as arbitrator, etc. Dr. Thomson and another were, I understand, afterwards named to assist him, somewhat in the quality of assessors. Dr. Thomson may possibly, during the absence of Mr. Simpson in Van Diemen's Land, have acted as arbitrator in some cases. As to the state of order among the people, I have no reason to doubt but that they were as peaceable as could reasonably be expected under the circumstances in which they were placed. But I know that repeated representations were made to the Sydney government to the contrary, of so strong a nature that Sir Richard Bourke thought there was a probability of some resistance being offered to his establishing authority in the place, and directed me to apply to Captain Hobson for the marines of his ship, should I find the detachment of troops I took with me insufficient. This, however, was perfectly useless. The people were quite quiet. The only indication to the contrary was the simple circumstance of the printed proclamations which I had caused to be posted up being torn down. One of the first persons who made himself known to me was Dr. Thomson, who, with a formidable brace of pistols in his belt, told me he was very glad I had arrived, as they were in a most lawless state, and always in dread of being assaulted or something to that effect. Dr. Thomson's appointment by the Port Phillip people was that of medical officer, and I think catechist. In the former capacity, he was afterwards for a short time in the employment of the government. I dare say he performed the church service as he states, but on my arrival I did not understand it was performed. Mr. James Smith was the first I was aware of who read the service regularly on Sundays, for such of the people as chose to attend. 3. When I arrived in September, this building was not near finished. I was given to understand that it was erected by general subscription for Church of England service, and was handed over to me for this purpose. I afterwards collected further subscriptions to finish it, in the course of which I had some little altercation with Dr. Thomson, who was supposed to be unconnected with it, but he claimed to be a member of the church. 4. The Reverend Mr. Orton was here after I arrived, as a passing visitor. I was not aware that he had been here previously. Mr. Waterfield, an independent minister, was the first clergyman who arrived to perform service permanently. Mr. Naylor had paid the settlement a visit, and had performed service and some of the rites of the Church of England. 8. It was Mr. Gardiner and Mr. Joseph Hawdon who brought over the first herd of cattle from Sydney. 12. This is a very uncertain and indefinite statement, and appears in some measure to be contradicted by the next paragraph, where a tribe belonging to a small tract of country is represented to be 279, and which I can say is correct from what I saw of the other tribes at that time. End of section 50. Section 51 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 51. From A. Macmillan, Bushy Park. Bushy Park, 25th of August, 1853. Dear Sir, in answer to Your Excellency's letter of the 29th of July, and to a note from Mr. Tyers on the 14th instant, requesting me to give, with the least possible delay, an account of the discovery of Gippsland, dates, with events connected with it, the particulars of Count Strzelecki's visit, etc., etc., I beg to forward the accompanying memorandum, and trust that the information contained in it will answer the purpose required, but should you require anything further, I shall be happy to give a more detailed account. I remain, dear Sir, Your Excellency's most obedient servant, A. Macmillan. To His Excellency C. H. La Trobe, Esquire. Memorandum of Trip by A. Macmillan from Maneroo district in the year 1839 to the south-west of that district towards the sea coast in search of new country. Start from Maneroo. On the 20th of May, 1839, I left Carawan, a station of James McFarlane, Esquire, G.P., of the Maneroo district, having heard from the natives of that district that a fine country existed near the sea coast to the south-west of Maneroo. Accompanied by one black only. I was accompanied in my expedition by Jemmy Gibber, the chief of the Maneroo tribe. After 5 days' journey towards the southwest, I obtained a view of the sea from the top of a mountain near a hill known as the Haystack in the Buchan district, and also of the low country towards Wilson's Promontory. On the 6th day after leaving Currawong, the black fellow who accompanied me became so frightened of the Warrigals, or wild blacks, that he tried to leave me and refused to proceed any further towards the new country. We pressed on until the evening, when we camped, and about 12 o'clock at night I woke up and found Jemmy Gibber in the act of raising his waddy or club to strike me, as he fancied that, if he succeeded in killing me, he would then be able to get back to Maneroo. I presented a pistol at him, and he begged me not to shoot him, and excused himself by saying that he had dreamt that another blackfellow was taking away his gin, and that he did not mean to kill me. Omeo. Next morning we started from Omeo, where we arrived after 4 days' journey over very broken country. There were 3 settlers at Omeo at this time, viz., Pender, McFarlane, and Highland. Numblamungi. On the 16th September 1839 I formed a cattle station at a place called Numblamungi on the River Tambo, 50 miles to the south of Omeo, for Lachlan McAllister, Esquire, G.P. A Mr. Buckley had, previous to my arrival here, formed a station 10 miles higher up the River Tambo from Nambi Mungi. On the 26th of December 1839 I formed a party consisting of Mr. Cameron, Mr. Matthew McAllister, Edward Bath, a stockman, and myself, with the view of proceeding towards and exploring the low country I had formerly obtained a view of from the mountain in the Buchan district alluded to in my first trip from Maneroo. After travelling for 3 days over a hilly and broken country, one of our horses met with a serious accident, tumbling down the side of one of the steep ranges, and staked itself in 4 or 5 places. In consequence of this accident we were compelled to return to Numblamungi. On the 11th of January 1840, the same party as before, with the addition of 2 Omeo blacks, Cobon Johnny and Boy Friday, started once more with the same object in view, namely, that of reaching the new country to the southwest, and, if possible, to penetrate as far as Cornet Inlet, where I was led to believe there existed an excellent harbour. Meet with the aborigines. After a fearful journey of 4 days over some of the worst description of country I ever saw, we succeeded in crossing the coast range leading down into the low country. This day we were met by a tribe of the wild blacks who came up quite close to us and stared at us while on horseback, but the moment I dismounted they commenced yelling out and took to their heels, running away as fast as possible, and from the astonishment displayed at the circumstance of my dismounting from the horse, I fancied they took both man and horse to constitute one animal. Lake Victoria. On Wednesday, the 15th of January, our little party encamped on the River Tambo, running towards the sea in a southeasterly direction. On the morning of the 16th we started down the Tambo, in order, if possible, to get a sight of a lake we had previously seen when descending the ranges of the low country, and which I was certain must be in our immediate vicinity. The country passed through today consisted of open forest, well grassed, the timber consisting chiefly of red and white gum, box, he and she oak, and occasionally wattle. At 6 p.m. we made the lake, to which I gave the name of Lake Victoria. From the appearance of this beautiful sheet of water, I should say that it is fully 20 miles in length and about 8 miles in width. On the north side of this lake, the country consists of beautiful open forest, and the grass was up to our stirrup irons as we rode along, and was absolutely swarming with kangaroos and emus. The lake was covered with wild ducks, swans, and pelicans. We used some of the lake water for tea, but found it quite brackish. We remained on the margin of the lake all night. The River Tambo was about 1 mile northeast of our camp. The River Tambo, where we first made it, appears to be very deep and from 20 to 30 yards wide. The water is brackish for the distance of about 5 miles from its mouth, where it empties itself into Lake Victoria. Nicholson River. On the 17th January started from the camp and proceeded in a southwesterly direction. At 10 a.m. came upon another river, to which I gave the name of the Nicholson, after Dr. Nicholson of Sydney. This river seemed to be quite as large as the Tambo and as deep. Finding we were not able to cross it in the low country, we made for the ranges, where, after encountering great difficulties, we succeeded in crossing it, but not until sundown, high up in the ranges, and encamped for the night. This evening we found that, from the great heat of the weather, our small supply of meat had been quite destroyed. We were, however, fortunate enough to obtain some wild ducks, upon which we made an excellent supper. River Mitchell, 18th January. Started again upon our usual course, southwest, and after travelling about 7 miles, came upon a large river, which I named the Mitchell after Sir Thomas Mitchell, Surveyor General of New South Wales. Clifton's Morass. We followed this river up until we came to a large morass, to which I gave the name of Clifton's Morass, from the circumstance of my having nearly lost in it, from its boggy nature, my favourite horse Clifton. General view of country from a hill. Having crossed this morass, we again proceeded on our journey for 3 miles, when we came once more upon the Mitchell River higher up, and encamped for the night, the country improving at every step. In the evening I ascended a hill near the camp, from the top of which I obtained a good view of the low country still before us, of the high mountains to the northwest, and the lakes stretching towards the sea-coast in a south and southeasterly direction. And from the general view of the country as I then stood, it put me more in mind of the scenery of Scotland than any other country I had hitherto seen, and therefore I named it at the moment Caledonia Australis. On the morning of the 19th January we crossed the Mitchell, and proceeded in a south-southwest course through fine open forest of she-oak and red and white gum, for about 16 miles, and encamped upon a chain of ponds in the evening. 20th January. We proceeded in a southwest course, and at 10 a.m. came upon the border of a large lake, which I believed to be a continuation of the same lake we had been previously encamped upon. The Aborigines. While at dinner on the banks of the lake, a tribe of blacks were walking quietly up to where we were encamped, but as soon as they saw us on horseback, they left their rugs and spears and ran away. They never would make friends with us upon any occasion. The River Avon, 21st January. Started upon our usual course, southwest, and after travelling about 4 miles, came upon a river flowing through a fine country of fine open forest, with high banks, to which I gave the name of the Avon. We followed this river up all day, and crossed it about 20 miles from the foot of the mountains. It appears to be a mountain stream, generally not very deep, and runs over a bed of shingle. The country around and beyond the place where we crossed the Avon consists of beautiful, rich, open plains, and appeared, as far as I could judge at the time, to extend as far as the mountains. We encamped upon these plains for the night. From our encampment we had a splendid view of the mountains, the highest of which I named Mount Wellington, and also I named several others which appear in the government maps published at Gippsland. 22nd January. Left the encampment on the plains and proceeded on our usual course of southwest, and travelled over a beautiful country consisting of fine open plains, intersected by occasional narrow belts of open forest, extending as far as the lakes to the eastward, and stretching away west and northwest as far as the foot of the mountains. Macalister River. After travelling about 10 miles, we encamped in the evening on a large stream, which I named the Macalister. This river appears deep and rapid, and is about 40 yards wide. Here we saw an immense number of fires of the natives. 23rd January. Started early in the morning, and tried to cross the river, but could not succeed, and followed the river Macalister down to its junction with another very large river called the La Trobe, which river is bounded on both sides by large morasses. Meet with aborigines. In the morass to northeast of the river we saw some 100 natives, who, upon our approach, burned their camps and took to the scrub. We managed to overtake one old man that could not walk, to whom I gave a knife and a pair of trousers, and endeavoured by every means in our power to open a communication with the other blacks, but without success. It was amusing to see the old man. After having shaken hands with us all, he thought it necessary to go through the same form with the horses, and shook the bridles very heartily. The only ornaments he wore were 3 hands of men and women, beautifully dried and preserved. We were busy all the evening endeavouring to cut a bark canoe, but did not succeed. On the morning of the 24th January, the provisions having become very short, and as some of the party were unwilling to prosecute the journey upon small allowance, I determined upon returning to the station and bringing down stock to the district. We then returned to Numbla Munjee, which place we made in 7 days from the 24th, and were the last 2 days without any provisions at all. I may add that I was the first person who discovered Gippsland, and when I started to explore that district I had no guide but my pocket compass and a chart of Captain Flinders. We had not even a tent, but used to camp out and make rough gunyahs wherever we remained for the night. On the 27th March 1840, Count Strzelecki and party left our station at Numbla Munjee for Caledonia Australis. He was supplied with some provisions and a camp kettle, and Mr. Matthew Macalister, who was one of my party in January of the same year, accompanied them 1 day's journey, and after explaining the situation and nature of the country about the different crossing places, left them upon my tracks on the coast range leading to Gippsland, and which tracks Charlie, the Sydney blackfellow, who accompanied Count Strzelecki, said he could easily follow. On my return to Numbla Munjee on the 31st of January, after having discovered the country of Gippsland as far as the La Trobe River, I proceeded immediately to Maneroo and reported my discovery to Mr. Macalister, who did not publish my report at the time. I had also written another letter to a friend of mine in Sydney, containing a description of my expedition. At the same time, I wrote to Mr. Macalister, but it unfortunately miscarried. In October 1840 I arrived in Gippsland with 500 head of cattle, and formed a station on the Avon River, after having been 6 weeks engaged in clearing a road over the mountains. After 4 attempts I succeeded in discovering the present shipping place at Port Albert, and marked a road from thence to Numbla Munjee, a distance of 130 miles. After having brought stock into the district, and formed the station in about the month of November 1840, the aborigines attacked the station, drove the men from the hut, and took everything from them, compelling them to retreat back upon Numbla Munjee. On the 22nd of December 1840, I again came down and took possession of the station, when the natives made a second attack. A. Macmillan. End of chapter 51. Section 52 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 52. From S. G. Henty, Portland. Portland, 16th January, 1854. My dear Sir, I have allowed your circular of the 27th July last to remain much longer unanswered than I intended, but concluding that the information you required at my hands would be insufficient time if it reached you at any time previous to your departure, I have put it off from time to time, I am afraid at the expense of taxing your good opinion of me. I fear you will not consider the very short narrative herewith forwarded so full as you expected at my hands. I am, however, such a very indifferent hand at description that I trust you will find what I have written answer your purpose. Accompanying my narrative, I beg to hand to you a copy of a statement prepared by my brother William when laying our claims for compensation before the Home Government. I do not see that it will interest you, but it bears out my account of the early settlement of this part of the colony. The difficulties and trials of early settling are, perhaps, better known to myself and to other members of our family than to any other individual in the colony. I have not touched upon any description of the country either at Mount Gambier or Wannon and Glenelg, simply because from your knowledge of these parts you are so much more able to do so than myself. I cannot, however, ever forget the pleasant rides that I have had the honour of accompanying you on several occasions, over a great deal of the above-named country, and I trust I may live to have an opportunity of doing so again in some other part of the world, as it is my intention, if spared, to visit the old country next year, and I am now making my arrangements accordingly. As another magistrate will be required here, and a friend of my own, Mr. Learmonth of Ettrick, near Portland, is about to join me in carrying on my business here, I hope you will not consider that I am taking too great a liberty in asking you to put him in the commission of the peace, as, having been some years a magistrate in Van Diemen's Land, he is in every way qualified for such an appointment, and again, in begging your kind reconsideration of Dr. Hallett's case, for I really consider him very harshly used by the 2 individuals who sat with me at the hearing of his case, both of whom had prejudged the case before it came on for hearing. But for my illness, my report would have been decidedly in his favour, for the only point on which any evidence was given directly rebutted the charge made by Mr. Malpass that Dr. Hallett returned his own servant as government office-keeper. There was no evidence whatever to bear out any other charge, but there is evidence now to prove that Mr. Blair wished the man to bear out Mr. Malpass' statement. But for the death of the unfortunate lady, the case would have been brought forward again. I am sorry to trouble you upon such a subject at a time when I am sure you must be very much worried, but I feel it my duty to state to you my opinion in this case. Mrs. Henty unites with me in very kind remembrances to you, and may I beg you will convey the same to Mrs. La Trobe, whom I trust you will soon meet in perfect health. With every good wish for such a speedy consummation, and your future welfare and happiness here and hereafter, believe me to remain, your sincere friend and admirer, S. G. Henty. To His Excellency C. J. La Trobe, Esquire, etc. 1833. The Henty family, residing in Launceston, Van Diemen's Land, being interested in a whaling company, whose operations were carried on along the coast from Portland Bay to Port Fairy, Edward Henty, accompanied by my father, visited Portland Bay during this year, and, finding the country well grassed and apparently very well adapted for grazing purposes, it was determined by the family, upon their return to Launceston, to send over stock and other necessaries for an establishment at Portland Bay forthwith, and accordingly Edward Henty accompanied it as manager, and after a most boisterous passage of 4 weeks, during which several of the stock died, he reached Portland Bay, 1834, and fixed his habitation on what is now block No. 4 in the township of Portland, and now occupied by me. My father at this time applied to the home government for permission to exchange some portion of our large grant of land at Swan River for a smaller portion here, which however was refused. But what we considered a tacit permission was given for us to occupy and to claim such lands as we might improve by fencing or cultivation. Our subsequent operations bear out that we depended upon this concession. The sequel, however, shows that we were mistaken. 1834. In December of this year, my brother Frank joined the party at Portland, bringing over more stock and servants. 1835. Early in the following year it was necessary for F. Henty to return to Van Diemen's Land. On his return to Portland in October of this year, the small sloop in which he was a passenger called on her way at Indented Head, where they found Batman's party waiting an opportunity to get further up the Bay of Port Phillip. He took advantage of this opportunity and proceeded with the party up the Yarra Yarra, when the party camped for the first time on the present town site of Melbourne. After remaining there for a fortnight, he proceeded on his voyage, and reached Portland again in November 1835. At this time the writer was residing at Swan River, to which colony he had emigrated from England as one of the pioneers of that colony at its earliest settlement in October 1829. Learning from my brothers at Portland that they had taken up their location there, and being urged by them to join them, I at once determined on doing so, and in order to effect this I purchased a vessel of 60 tons called the Sally Ann, and embarked with my wife and servants, and reached Portland in June 1836. The vessel was afterwards employed as a tender upon the party, running regularly between Portland and Launceston. At this time we were entirely dependent upon ourselves, both for supplies from Van Diemen's Land and for protection against the natives and the many runaway prisoners who were at large at and around the whaling establishment. 1836. It was in August of this year that a portion of Major Mitchell's party, headed by himself, visited our establishment, when to his astonishment he found our party comfortably settled, having, as he expressed himself, the only glass windows to our house that he had seen since he left the boundary of New South Wales. Not being aware of any settlement at this place, he supposed that we were a party of bushrangers or runaways from Van Diemen's Land, and in approaching us he took the precaution to have his men ranged in order, with their arms ready for action. This led us to suppose that his party was what he supposed ours to be, and we were consequently as cautious before holding any intercourse with him. From Major Mitchell we learned that the country about 50 miles north was much more suitable for grazing purposes than where our stock was located, and as our sheep had accumulated to several thousands, it was considered advisable to push into the interior. To enable us to do this, we cut a trackway through the forest to Mount Eckersley, and there took up stations until we could get further inland. 1837. It was not until the 3rd of August in this year that we succeeded in driving our first flock on to the Merino Downs station, a day that will be memorable in the recollection of the family of the writer as the natal day of his firstborn son, Richmond. The remainder of our stock was sent up as fast as possible, with which we occupied the stations known as Muntham, Connell's Run, and Sandford. At this time we had very great difficulty in retaining the services of any men, owing to the hostile disposition of the natives, to which many of our men's lives were sacrificed. 1838. In this year Mr. Samuel Winter came over from Van Diemen's Land, and shortly afterwards took up a station called Tahara, adjoining our Merino Downs run. Shortly afterwards Mr. John Bryan came over, and when it became known in Van Diemen's Land that we had opened up a road into the interior, many other gentlemen followed in our example. 1840. Among others in 1840 were Messrs. Pillow and Jones, McCulloch, Purbrick, Savage, A.G. Robertson, Coldham, Macpherson, Ritchie, and many others, until all the country immediately around us was taken possession of. It was in October of this year that the first land sale took place, and which deprived us of some of that land upon which we had made improvements at so much expense to ourselves, some of it realizing at the rate of £1,600 an acre. The South Australian Government held out very great inducements for the selection of special surveys. This induced me to take a journey across the boundary of this colony in search of some suitable spot on the coast within the colony of South Australia, and for this purpose I prepared a party of 2 men and myself, and took my departure from Merino Downs in June 1839, steering a direct course by compass for Mount Gambier, which I reached on the 2nd day. To those who have not seen Mount Gambier it may seem strange when I say that I ascended it by a very gentle slope on the north-east side, and was scarcely aware of my exact position until I reached the brink of the enormous eastern lake, a sight which I never can forget, quite beyond my power of description. At this time I was not certain whether this beautiful country belonged to the South Australian colony, or I should at once have applied for a special survey in that locality, for at this time I believe no European had ever seen the country but my own party. Under this doubt I determined to push further on and examine the coastline as far as Cape Jaffa, and therefore extended my search for 28 days without success, and returned along the coast to Portland. We afterwards formed cattle stations at Mount Gambier, of which we were subsequently deprived by the chicanery of some unprincipled individuals in search of sheep stations. This part of the country is now thickly settled. The export in wool alone from the port of Portland this season will reach to about 12,000 bales, or in money value nearly £300,000, and traffic consequent upon this is now very great. Port Fairy was, like Portland, but subsequently, settled, first by the formation of a whaling party, and afterwards stock was introduced from Van Diemen's Land by Messrs. Connolly and Griffith, but, owing to the very great expense attending it, both these gentlemen were ruined. The trade to Portland from Great Britain is very considerable, no less than 8 large vessels having arrived direct within the last 12 months, fully laden with cargo, one of them, the Aberdeen clipper Francis Henty, belonging to the writer, besides some emigrant ships ranging from 1,350 tons down to 650 tons. S. G. Henty, Portland, January 14th, 1854. End of section 52.
Section 53 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 53 from C.J. Latrobe, Melbourne. Victoria, No. 17. Executive, Melbourne, January 22nd, 1853. Sir, in the case of the decease of the great majority of officers employed by Her Majesty's Government in these colonies, usage at least would confine the official notification to a simple record of the fact, and of the arrangements which such occurrence might entail. 2. There are circumstances, however, connected with the career of Mr. Henry Pulteney Dana, whose premature death occurred in November last, which may fully justify more particular remark. His name, as Commandant of Native Police in this colony, will have often been brought, during the past 12 years, under the notice of Her Majesty's Government. 3. The raising of a police force from amongst the aboriginal tribes, which were found in occupation of the country upon the arrival of the first settlers, was a project of very early contemplation after the new settlement was formally recognized, and taken in charge by Government in 1836. In fact, in obedience to special instructions, preparatory steps were taken to this end by the officer in charge of the new settlement as early as 1837. The objects were twofold, the civilization of the younger natives, and the creation of a force which would be seemingly better adapted, in the then existing circumstances of the colony, than any other, to check, if not to prevent, the aggressions of the tribes upon the lives and property of the scattered European population. 5. Upon the appointment of the Protectors of Aborigines in 1838, the carrying out of the scheme was somewhat injudiciously, for one reason or another, given into their hands, was pronounced a failure, and shortly after fell to the ground. However, after an interval, as the community grew and became dispersed over a larger extent of country, and collisions between the settlers and the aborigines became unavoidably more serious and fatal, the absolute necessity of securing some such cooperation on the part of the natives became more and more evident, and forced itself upon the attention of the local government. 6. Many obstacles stood in the way. The most difficult of removal arose from the peculiarly unsettled habits of the race, the power which the older natives have over the young, and the steady opposition which they interposed to the scheme. However, in 1841 circumstances encouraged me to make the trial, and Mr. Henry P. Dana was, on his own urgent and repeated application, with but very moderate encouragement in many respects, authorized to undertake the task. 7. The result is known, and need not be here detailed at length. A corps of native police was gradually embodied, disciplined, and maintained under his sole management, which was acknowledged on all hands to have fully answered the main purposes for which it was organized, and to have rendered the most important service to the colony in the position in which it was then placed. It at once formed a link between the native and the European, and gave many opportunities for the establishment of friendly relations. The marked success which, in numerous instances, followed its employment, gave confidence to the settler, removed the pretexts under which he would feel justified in taking redress into his own hands, and left no excuse for the vindictive reprisals which have been a blot upon the early years of the settlement. The native, on his side, soon saw that in yielding to his natural aggressive impulses he would be opposed to those who were not only his equals in savage cunning and endowment, but his superiors by alliance with the Europeans. 8. Such was the general result of the experiment till within 2 years of the present time, when, with the cessation of the urgent necessity which had called it into existence, the native police was seen to be evidently on the decline. It had, in a great measure, attained the objects of its organization, and had outlived its time. Almost the entire number of the original members had died from accident or disease. The natural decay in numbers of the tribes in the colony, and their change of habits and character, particularly among the young, and many other causes, rendered the possibility of its further continuance by any exertion very questionable, and although provision for the funds requisite for its maintenance as a distinct branch of the police force was made by the Appropriation Act of the past year, it was soon seen that the gold discovery had its influence upon this service also, and that the native police was in fact becoming extinct. 9. Though I am anxious that the memory of the existence and services of this corps, which furnished the only example of success among the many schemes set on foot to raise the aboriginal native in this quarter of New Holland above its natural level, should not be lost, and am glad to seize the opportunity of making this record, Yet my principal object is to do justice to the officer who from first to last was the mainspring of the whole. I have no hesitation in saying that the entire credit of the measure is due to Mr. Dana, for no one who did not bring to the work his tact, energy, firmness, and moral and physical powers of endurance could have succeeded. The service was a most peculiar one in every point of view, entailing much self-denial and many sacrifices, but it suited his natural temper and talents, and even ministered to his foibles. He may have had his failings, but that he spent himself freely in the service with singleness of purpose, and that the hardships and the exposure which it inevitably entailed undermined his constitution and brought him to a premature grave, there can be no question. 10. Had Mr. Dana lived, there can be no doubt but that his claims, whenever incapacitated for active duties, to favourable consideration, after services of so peculiar and important a character to the colony, would have been most readily conceded, and I think his untimely death should not debar his family from such consideration as it may be in the power of Her Majesty's Government to show. The case, viewed in relation to the aboriginal inhabitants of the colony now rapidly disappearing from its surface, if in no other, is one which stands on its own ground and cannot be drawn into an inconvenient precedent. 11. Mr. Dana leaves a widow and 4 children of very tender years, and I am heartily supported by the recommendation of my Executive Council in praying that Her Majesty's Government would concede that a gratuity at the rate of £200 for each year's service should be awarded to the children, and placed in the hands of the gentlemen named under his will to act as trustees and executors. Such gratuity to be held chargeable against that portion of the unappropriated moiety of the land fund which is set apart for the aborigines, a far larger proportion, it may be remarked, than can ever now be so employed. I have, etc., C.J. La Trobe. The Right Honourable Sir J. Packington, Bart. End of section 53.
Section 54 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 54. Letter from Hugh Jamieson, Esquire, to the Right Reverend the Lord Bishop of Melbourne on the Aboriginal Natives of Australia. Mildura Station, River Murray, 10th October 1853. My Lord, in compliance with your Lordship's request, I do myself the honour to furnish a few practical remarks upon the present and probable future condition of the aboriginal natives of Australia, more particularly of the tribes inhabiting the districts of Murray and Darling. These remarks are the result of my own observations, and are expressive of opinions and convictions which have been matured by the experience of a residence in Victoria since the early days of its establishment. The almost universal opinion of the world seems to assign to the aboriginal natives of Australia the very lowest place in the scale of civilization and of intellect. In this opinion I cannot agree. 2. The past experience, of upwards of 60 years, has abundantly shown that the aboriginal natives of Australia are, even in the most uncultivated state of their faculties, possessed of a considerable amount of intelligence, observation, quickness of apprehension, and aptitude for instruction in both reading and writing. But, notwithstanding all these natural advantages, and which they have been found in all parts of the colony to possess, I think it indisputably proved that there is a very clearly defined limit to their civilization, amelioration of condition, and permanent improvement, either morally or physically. 3. Those who have gained experience in managing them on a proper system have found them capable of being civilized to a certain extent, and in many cases made useful in a short time without much trouble. How far they are capable of being brought to a higher and more permanent degree of civilization may very properly be considered worthy of inquiry. I fear the question may already be considered determined. 4. On this station, they have always been managed upon a uniform and rational system. They have ever been, both to my brother and myself, objects of interest. We have for many years endeavored to show them the advantages of permanent improvement and the general amelioration of their condition. We have exclusively employed them, and successfully, for some years in shepherding and in the usual routine of the management of sheep on a station, in sheep washing, and also in sheep shearing to a limited extent. Their services have, during the recent scarcity of labour consequent on the gold discoveries of Australia, been to us and other settlers on the Murray and Darling of great value. The proper principle of managing them is founded on consistency, kindness, firmness, and decision. Following out this plan, we continue to secure their services for shepherding and some other descriptions of work. The prospect, however, of a continuance of their services I consider doubtful. I think it probable we shall resume, in part, the employment of European shepherds as soon as the state of the supply of labour will allow. Every year's experience clearly shows that there is a certain limit to their usefulness and general improvement. I use the word limit advisedly, as I much regret to say I feel quite satisfied at the correctness of my opinion. Beyond this limit we seem to have no encouragement to look for or to expect any advance. Our object and aim here is, at all times, to prevent a retrograde movement amongst those who have reached a certain state of usefulness and improvement. Very great difficulty is experienced in keeping them up to this given point, despite of every encouragement that can be offered. It unfortunately appears that we cannot impart to them a disposition for permanently improving their condition. They have now no more wish than formerly to adopt even the first elements of civilization and abandon their unsettled and roving life. In these districts, during the summer months, nearly all, from the oldest to the youngest of the various tribes, have the greatest desire to abandon every employment and indulge in the roving life of naked savages. The tribes on the lower Murray and Darling are, generally speaking, on friendly terms. They not unfrequently, during their annual migrations, travel over 200 or 300 miles of country, increasing in numbers as they proceed, alternately hunting, fishing, and levying contributions on both sheep and cattle, as they slowly and indolently saunter along the banks of the Murray and Darling. Such is the limited degree of civilization which even the best of our blacks have reached, that during these migrations we always experience considerable difficulty in retaining out of the whole tribe the necessary number for shepherding alone. All the present and future advantages offered fail to compensate the savage for the disappointment of not being able to join in these wild and roving excursions of the tribes. 5. Hopes were, for many years, entertained that some of the younger blacks might be permanently reclaimed and easily civilized when separated from the older ones. I think the experiment may be looked upon as having been fairly and fully tried. The result, in nearly all cases, has been most discouraging. 6. As regards their religious opinions, they have none. They have no knowledge whatever of a supreme being, and their only idea of a future state of existence consists in some vague notion that after death they may be changed into whites. I do not at all consider this idea an original one. They have great superstitious dread of an evil spirit. All their ideas, however, are extremely vague and illusory. 7. Death is at all times by them attributed to human agency. When any black, whether old or young, dies, an enemy is supposed during the night to have made an incision in his side and removed his kidney fat. Even the most intelligent natives cannot be convinced that any death proceeds from natural causes. 8. With regard to the numbers in the tribes of the Murray and Darling, it is an extremely difficult matter to form even an approximate estimate. They are not nearly so numerous as has been generally supposed. I do not imagine that the numbers occupying the country, on both sides of the Murray from Swan Hill to the South Australian boundary, and the Darling from its junction with the Murray to Fort Bourke, 500 miles up the Darling, taken together would amount to more than 1,500. During the past 5 or 6 years, the decrease in their numbers has been very marked, the increase extremely small, and bearing no proportion to the decrease, evidently showing that they are dying off, whilst there are few indeed to replace them. Infanticide prevails to a great extent. I can obtain no satisfactory reason why it does so. They are, in general, fond of their children, and invariably appreciate any kindness that may be shown to them. Some years ago, the offspring only of white men and aboriginal women were destroyed. Of late, infanticide has, however, become so general that even in these remote tribes the greater number of the children is destroyed immediately after their birth. The supply of food of various sorts is here by no means precarious. During many months of the year, the waters of the Murray and Darling furnish an immense supply of fish. At other seasons of the year, edible roots in great variety are plentiful, even in the interior and more northern parts of the Darling. The occupation of the country by the stock of the settlers produces no apprehensions amongst any of the tribes of a deficiency of the necessary supply of food for themselves and their children. 10. They chiefly die here either of pulmonary and rheumatic complaints or of a cutaneous disease of a very loathsome description. Their physical sufferings during their many long and lingering illnesses are very great. I am not aware of any having as yet died from the evil effects of intercourse with Europeans. The debasing influence of spirits has, fortunately, not as yet extended to the lower Murray, and produced the baleful effects which may be seen on the miserable remnant of the race near Melbourne. In cases of sickness, much kindness and watchful attention is shown to male relatives. I have never seen a case in which they were neglected. When seriously unwell, they frequently express a wish to be removed from one place to another. The wish is complied with at all times, and they are removed either by means of a canoe or by a rude litter made for the occasion. In the case of sickness or death of a female, the attention paid is comparably slight. When death occurs, the lamentation and wailings are kept up during the night for some time. No allusion is ever afterwards made to the deceased, and from the oldest to the youngest of the tribe, all betray a decided aversion ever to speak of the deceased, or to mention his or her name. They also have a superstitious dread of hearing the name mentioned even by a European. The matter of disposing of the dead varies throughout the colony. Here they adopt a plan of immediate interment, some few feet under the ground, wood and grass being with some care piled over the grave. 11. Of the fact that they are cannibals, we have many conclusive proofs. It is, however, only under very extraordinary circumstances that I have ever heard of any of the tribe feasting on human flesh. In general, they very carefully extract and eat only the kidney fat of their victim. On other occasions, in accordance with superstitious rite, they carry about with them the legs, arms, and pieces of the skin of their victim, not for the purpose of eating these, but with the view of distribution as charms for fishing operations. 12. Although they do not live in any regularly formed society, and there are many tribes even without a chief, still their marriages are conducted in a systematic manner. The husbands and wives are generally from different tribes. A classification of families has always been adopted and rigidly adhered to. 13. With regard to the probable future condition of the aboriginal natives of the whole or any part of Australia, I have always been impressed with the idea that, in order to succeed in ameliorating the condition of savages and bringing about anything like civilization amongst them, concentration would be found necessary. Civilization is the result of a long social process. Those submit to civilization with the greatest difficulty who habitually live by roving and hunting. Everyone who understands the matter can easily foresee that the natives of Australia are most unlikely to conform to civilization. They are as obstinately attached as ever to all the superstitious prejudices, passions, customs, and habits of their forefathers. They have always been found totally destitute of the most essential preliminary of civilization, and I fear they will never acquire it. They exhibit great dislike to the restraint even of living at a particular place for any length of time, though there found an abundance of food and clothing. 14. In confirmation of the opinion I have expressed, with respect to the improbability of any of the Australian tribes ever being civilized, and even few of their numbers ever being advanced beyond a limited extent, I would adduce some facts from which I think conclusive opinions may very fairly be drawn. Looking back on our very earliest intercourse with the aboriginal natives of New South Wales, and to the attempts, both public and private, which were even then made to ameliorate their condition, we have the well-known case of the Sydney native Bennelong, who some 60 years ago was taken to England by the first governor of New South Wales. In England, Bennelong remained for some time. Very soon after his return to the colony, however, he threw off all the clothes he had brought with him from England, and returning to the bush, rejoined his tribe as a native savage. This was, perhaps, the first most discouraging proof that the aboriginal natives of Australia seemed doomed to an animal and unimproving existence. Another and a well-known case occurred lately in Victoria. When the native police corps was broken up, after having been formed for many years, the fact was at once self-evident that, during these years of intercourse with Europeans and in various parts of the colony, the native troopers had acquired no indispensable taste for European comforts or civilization. On the other hand, they nearly all at once discarded the idea of future improvement or other employment, and, being dismounted, traveled on foot hundreds of miles to rejoin their respective tribes and resume their former habits of savage life. Several of these native police were recruited some years ago from this part of the colony. Having deserted prior to the breaking up of the corps, they returned here, having traveled on foot a distance of 400 miles. Since their return, I regret to say, they have too clearly shown that they have not improved by their absence from savage life. 15. Assuming the impracticability of any of the Australian tribes ever being civilized by means of concentration, and that further attempt to do so would only involve a useless expenditure of a large amount of money in a hopeless cause, the only question that remains is, can useful knowledge be diffused amongst them, or can anything be done towards improving their condition without controlling their wandering habits? Some attempts upon this principle were made many years ago in Canada by the Jesuits, but without success. I fear any attempts of this nature here would be equally fruitless. The Australian Aboriginal race seems doomed by Providence, like the Mohican and many other well-known Indian tribes, to disappear from their native soil before the progress of civilization, and they will, in a few years, only have an existence in the recollection of man. The race is so rapidly disappearing here and in all other parts of the colony with which I am acquainted, that I fear no other inference than the one I adopt can be deduced either from past experience or from present prospects. I have, etc., Hugh Jamieson. The Right Reverend the Bishop of Melbourne, etc., etc. End of section 54. Recording by Todd.
Section 55 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 55 from Thomas Winter. Notes on Port Phillip by Thomas Winter, Esquire, of Hobart Town, in a letter to Mr. Swanston. Perhaps you have heard that in 1802 2 ships were dispatched from Sydney with prisoners, under sentence of transportation from that place, and a suitable guard, in order to form a settlement for the infliction of secondary punishment, and Port Phillip was the place appointed for it. The vessel arrived there, but strange to say, the country being considered inhospitable and badly watered, the place was relinquished, and the party came, instead, to Van Diemen's Land, and formed the first settlement in this island. It appears that, from that time till about 2 years and a half ago, no one had visited that part of the coast adjacent to Port Phillip. Then some sailors, who had gone upon it by chance, described it in such terms as led Mr. Batman and 1 or 2 more to visit this new country. The result you know. A company of settlers was formed, and while they were petitioning the home government for the grant of a large tract, the place became notorious, and all eyes were set towards a country possessing what seemed to the Van Diemen's Land settler the source of unbounded wealth, namely, unlimited pasturage for sheep, and that of the finest kind. Great numbers of sheep were soon sent over, so great that now, within 2 years of the first shipment, the estimated number of sheep and lambs in that country is 250,000, a few only of which have been lately sent from Sydney outstations overland. Having mentioned a few interesting circumstances connected with the place, I will now describe the place itself. The entrance to Port Phillip lies about north of Circular Head, the northwest point of Van Diemen's Land, at a distance of 180 miles. The harbour resembles an inland sea and is from 40 to 50 miles across. The navigation is, however, intricate, the water being for the most part shallow, with but a narrow channel through the sandflats, these being covered for the most part with about 2 fathoms of water. At the northeast extremity of the harbour is the mouth of the Yarra Yarra River, upon which, at the distance of 7 miles from the anchorage in the harbour, is the township of Melbourne. At the mouth of this river is a bar of mud, over which the water flows only 9 feet. Consequently, small vessels alone can reach the town. Williamstown is formed opposite the anchorage, on the western side of the mouth of the Yarra, at Gellibrand's Point, and would be a thriving township but for the want of fresh water, of which none has been found, and the only supply at present is brought from Melbourne in boats. The situation of Williamstown is very pretty, and it consists of about 10 houses and stores, chiefly for the reception of cargo from vessels. Melbourne is also beautifully situated on a gently sloping hill upon the banks of the Yarra, and surrounded by a lovely country, lightly covered with trees, chiefly eucalyptus and acacia. I think there are 150 built or in progress at the present time. For some miles round Melbourne the country bears the same beautiful character, grassy and luxuriant, with trees scattered over it, as in the least woody parts of old forests in England. There is, however, so great a scarcity of large, sound timber fit for building, that the greatest part of Melbourne is built with wood from Van Diemen's Land. The want of good timber is generally felt throughout the colony, and although there is plenty in the interior, it is probable that many parts will always be more easily supplied from the island than from elsewhere. Almost every kind of natural scenery is to be met with at Port Phillip, though it is very rarely that we find the steep, thickly wooded hills which abound here. On the contrary, I would say that the largest quantity of land, perhaps one half the country already explored, is plain, generally without trees, nearly flat, and often stony. Some of these plains are lightly timbered and are then called forests. The hills vary very much, some resembling the Wiltshire Downs with the same short pasturage, others covered with rich long herbage and spotted with trees, while others are woody to the top. But few of them, however, are either too steep or too woody to prevent a horse trotting up to the top. About 50 miles west of the port is a beautiful freshwater lake, the scenery around which is delightful. It is about 10 miles round. Beyond this is a saltwater lake 90 miles in circumference, with numerous smaller ones or lagoons, all of which are salt. A singular feature of the country is the salt that abounds within a few yards of freshwater rivers. Water rises into holes as salt as the sea. I found one lagoon, the water of which was nearly gone, with a thick crust of pure salt, and nearly all the wells hitherto dug yield the same briny fluid. There are no navigable rivers, neither can the country be called well-watered. I doubt not, however, that eventually wells will be bored or dug sufficiently deep to reach freshwater springs. The sheep, cattle and horses, and indeed every animal that has been sent over, thrives in an extraordinary manner. Lambs 3 months old weigh as much as their mothers, while the cows are like fatted beasts. The natives are numerous and troublesome. Indeed, they are the greatest drawback to the colony, since they cannot be trusted. Several murders have been committed by them, but not lately, and they seem to fear the white man's revenge. The men are tall, well-made and muscular, their hair long, black, and generally curly, such as might be coveted by an English dandy. Features very various, but often good, teeth particularly fine. The original clothing, both of men and women, seemed to be 2 mats made of skins joined together, the one hanging before, the other behind. Now most of them have some article of English clothing. Their natural food consists of the meat of the country when they can kill it, but chiefly roots, of which the favourite is that of a plant very much like dandelion. This they roast or eat raw. Their arms are spears, stone hatchets, and a sort of wooden tomahawk. The quadrupeds of the country are the kangaroo of the largest kind or forester only, opossum, bushy-tailed and ring-tailed. Flying squirrels, which are, I fancy, opossums, having the membrane between the legs, these are various. The smallest, about as large as a full-sized cat, is a very beautiful animal, resembling the English squirrel in shape, the colour slate, shaded off to white, the tail black, and the fur beautifully soft. The wombat, I believe, is the same as in Van Diemen's Land. The holes are different and are remarkable, being always of one construction. A large funnel-shaped hole, perhaps 6 feet deep, and 3 in diameter at the bottom. The burrow then strikes off horizontally, invariably under a large slab of stone, which prevents the earth falling. How the great hole is formed puzzles me. It is generally covered with grass, except the path by which the animal descends. Rats are very numerous, rather smaller than the common English one. The native dog, a perfect fox, is the most destructive animal to sheep. On account of this, sheep are folded every night. I hope to send you a head of one. The birds are the emu. I saw several but could not get one. My overseer found a nest with 16 eggs. We left them, but the natives afterwards found and ate them. The native turkey, which is a bustard, and rather common. The native companion, a beautiful bird of the crane kind apparently. I was told of a kind of bat with a body larger than a rat, but could not see one. Owls are numerous, and there is a great variety. So are eagles and hawks. White parrots abound. Indeed, there is a great variety of this tribe, some very beautiful. Quails are very plentiful, one species being very rare, their colour nearly black, with red spots. I saw one at a distance, but could not put it up again. I saw but few insects. The weather was often rather cold, and I was seldom stationary in a good district. Cicadae are deafening. End of section 55. Recording by Jenny Bradshaw.
Section 56 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 56, Part 1. From Gellibrand's Memorandum of a Trip to Port Phillip. Sunday, January 17th, 1836. I embarked this morning with my son Tom on board the Norval for Port Phillip, in company with Mr. William Robertson, Mr. Gardiner, Mr. Leakey, Mr. Malcolm, and Mr. Moody, the latter gentleman having the management of the sheep on board, the property of Captain Swanston. After making Point Grant, we encountered a severe gale of wind from the northwest, and the vessel lay to for 3 nights and 2 days under close reefed topsails. The vessel drifted about 70 or 80 miles to the southeast, and on Sunday morning, January 24th, at daylight, the ship was again off Point Grant, and bearing up to the westward of Cape Schanck, and distant about 20 miles. In consequence of the improper manner in which the vessel was fitted up for the stock, about 115 sheep perished by injuries and suffocation during the gale and the day afterwards. The greater portion of the hay had been destroyed in consequence of there not being any proper racks, and on Saturday the 23rd, the passengers were under the necessity of assisting Mr. Moody in feeding the sheep with flour and water. The captain stated that he should not be able to make Port Phillip without 2 or 3 tacks, and even if he succeeded in getting into Port Phillip that evening, it would most probably take him 2 days to reach the settlement, and he also stated that the ship was under demurrage at £10 per day, and would be so until she came to anchor at Western Port, where she was engaged to take in cargo of bark for the owner. Under these circumstances, and feeling convinced that if a change of wind took place and the vessel was again driven from the land, the sheep must perish, and there not being any means of even keeping them alive for 3 days, and believing that the sheep could be landed at Sandy Point that day, the passengers were unanimously of opinion that it would be for the interest of the charterers to proceed at once to Western Port, land the stock, and drive the sheep across to the settlement at Port Phillip. The captain then, at the request of Mr. Moody, made Western Port, and about 12 o'clock the vessel came to anchor near Sandy Point. About 1, the captain, Mr. Moody, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Gardiner, Mr. Leakey, and my son Tom proceeded to the shore, for the purpose of selecting a proper place to land the sheep. I remained on board, for the purpose of getting the long boat out and the sheep ready for disembarkation. In about 3 hours the boat returned, and the party stated that it was impossible to land sheep, as there was nothing but heath and scrub, and no appearance of water. A person of the name of Tom was on board the vessel for the purpose of acting as pilot at Western Port, and superintending the shipment of the bark, and who was well acquainted with Western Port. He represented that there was a beautiful tract of land with plenty of water about 10 miles further up the bay, and near to the government settlement which had been abandoned in 1827. After some deliberation and hesitation on the part of the captain, it was determined that a party should proceed at daylight to Phillip Island, to examine that station, and if we could not find good land and water, to proceed at once to the spot pointed out by Mr. Tom. January 25th. Went on shore at daylight with Mr. Malcolm, Mr. Robertson, and Mr. Moody to Phillip Island, and returned in about an hour, finding the island totally unfit for the purpose required. Got the vessel immediately under way, and proceeded to the spot pointed out by Mr. Tom, and came to anchor within a quarter of a mile from shore, about 9 o'clock in the morning. The Long and other boats were immediately loaded with sheep, and Mr. Moody, Mr. Gardiner, Mr. Leakey, Mr. Malcolm, Tom, and myself, and 2 shepherds, went ashore with the first boat. Mr. Robertson stayed on board for the purpose of superintending the sheep, and it was arranged that Mr. Moody and the shepherds should wait on the beach and receive them, and that the others should examine the tract of land and decide upon the most eligible spot as a temporary settlement. When the sheep were landed, they endeavored to drink salt water, and were inclined to wander, as sheep always do in a strange place. They were landed upon a point of land with abundance of grass, and 300 acres of land might be enclosed by a line of 150 yards. When I landed, I particularly cautioned the shepherds not to let the sheep stray, and to keep them from salt water. We then proceeded to examine the land, and found abundance of grass, and in some places it was 6 feet high, but we did not find any water. In passing through one of the valleys, I found the gleams of heat extremely oppressive, and which brought on violent palpitations and a determination of blood to the head. We were then distant about 3 miles from the vessel. I walked back, supported by Mr. Gardiner and Mr. Leakey, about 1 mile, but was unable to proceed any further. I then lay down under a tree, Tom and Mr. Leakey remaining with me, and Mr. Gardiner and Mr. Malcolm proceeded to the vessel to procure assistance. They returned in 2 hours with a boat, and I reached the vessel about 3 o'clock, and found all the sheep, amounting to 1,009, had been landed. In the evening, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Leakey, and Mr. Gardiner went ashore, and found the shepherds near the point, and that the sheep had strayed away. They went in search of them, and brought back to the point about 800, which they placed in charge of the 3 shepherds who were then on shore. January 26th. Mr. Robertson and the other gentlemen went on shore at daylight, and found that the shepherds, instead of being stationed back in the bush, so as to keep the sheep on the neck, had in fact wholly neglected their duty, and had slept at the extreme point on the beach close to the vessel, and on searching for the sheep, only 2 or 3, which were in a dying state, could be found. The gentlemen then proceeded in search of the sheep, and returned about 11 o'clock to the ship to breakfast, having walked about 15 miles in a fruitless search after the sheep. Mr. Robertson, having found from Mr. Tom that there was a fine river about 9 miles from the point, was extremely anxious to proceed in search of the sheep as far as the river, under the expectation of finding them, and Mr. Tom promising to meet them in the evening with a longboat near the mouth of the river. The captain and my son left the vessel about the same time, and proceeded along the beach, on the other side of the point, and as far as the late settlement. The captain and Tom found the tracks of sheep along the beach, and about 2 miles from the landing place a muddy saltwater creek, and the carcasses of about 280 sheep in and near the creek. Mr. Robertson and the others reached the vessel about 11 o'clock at night. They had been unsuccessful in their search. They were worn out with fatigue and anxiety. Mr. Moody went into violent hysterics. Mr. Robertson and Mr. Leakey were both taken exceedingly ill, and, in fact, nature appeared quite exhausted. January 27th. We this morning took into consideration our own situation and what course should be pursued. Having suffered from the heat on Monday, I did not think it proper to expose myself to the dangers of a journey overland, and I intimated my intention of staying on board until a better opportunity of proceeding either backwards or forwards presented itself. But finding that one or two of the gentlemen would follow my example, and that the others would proceed overland to Port Phillip, and thinking that 3 or 4 might be exposed to dangers which 8 might prevent, and knowing also the anxiety I should feel in the uncertainty of their fate, I at length determined that we should all proceed by the first opportunity to Port Phillip. We were all anxious, however, before we quitted the vessel, to conclude some arrangement for the establishment of Mr. Mudie, until we could send him assistance from Port Phillip, and, as the late government station appeared the most eligible for that purpose, on account of its situation and supply of water, we proceeded this morning in the whaleboat to that station, and made arrangements which appeared satisfactory to Mr. Mudie, who then determined to remove all his stores, and also the wives of the shepherds, out of the vessel, and fix his station there, so that we might direct a party where to find him. On our return to the ship, the party were all busily engaged in making arrangements for the proposed journey, and I was busily employed in making calomel pills in case any of the party should be taken ill. This day was extremely sultry, and we were waiting some hours in anxious expectation of the sea breeze, as we were desirous of reaching Sandy Point that night, so that we might start upon our journey by daylight. About 5 o'clock a slight breeze set in, and we bid farewell to the Norval, each person taking 1 bottle of water, and trusting to Providence for such further supplies as we might require. In our passage to Sandy Point, Mr. Gardiner shot a swan, and Tom another. We were unable to reach Sandy Point before dark. At about 3/4 of a mile from our landing place, the boat grounded on a sandbank with a rapid ebbing tide, and we remained aground, high and dry, all night. At daylight the tide was flowing, and in 1½ hours the vessel was afloat, and about 6 o'clock we landed, and saw many tracks of the natives upon the beach. We made a fire, and roasted the swans for breakfast, which proved very acceptable, and, after having remunerated Mr. Tom for his trouble, and obtained from him a promise to return to the same spot on the following Sunday, in case we should be unable to accomplish our purpose, Mr. Tom took his departure in the boat, and we commenced our journey. 28th. The party were 8 in number. All carried arms except myself, and all knapsacks except Tom and myself. Mr. R. most kindly carried the greater portion of my provisions, and Mr. L. the blankets, and the remainder was carried by my shepherd. Mr. G. was chosen conductor, and, in case of any appearance of the natives, the gentlemen were all pledged to act under my direction. We pursued a course northwest, and found the country for the first 3 miles heath and low scrub. We then got into a thin forest, and after we had walked about 9 miles, I felt the same effects from the heat that I had experienced the previous Monday, and in consequence the party halted in the forest. I lay down for about 2 hours, and finding the heat very oppressive, I took 3 grains of calomel, and in half an hour afterwards took another pill. Whilst we were in the forest, Mr. L. had exhausted his supply of water, and at this time he was determined to leave us in search of water. Accordingly, Mr. L. and one of the men left us, and were absent upwards of 1 hour. We became much alarmed at their absence, but at length heard a cooey, and they returned with the intelligence that they had fallen in with about 100 native huts, and near the huts had discovered water. We then packed up our things and proceeded on our course, and about 1/4 of an hour came to a few water holes surrounded with a thick scrub. The party dined at this place, and, although it was extremely hot, we remained there till 5 o'clock, under the shelter of a blanket tent to protect us from the rays of the sun. Having filled all our bottles with water, we then proceeded on our journey, and supposing the distance across to the bay of Port Phillip to be only a few miles, we were induced to hope we should reach the beach that night. Several times we fancied we could discern the sea, and we kept on walking till 10 o'clock at night, when we got into a piece of open scrub, and thinking it safer to lie down in an open place, we determined to stay there that night, and those who had blankets spread them out and lay down to rest, affording part to those who had none. We were too tired either to make a fire or to eat. January 29th. We rose at daylight and proceeded on our journey without any breakfast, under the hope of making the bay. We came to 2 or 3 very scrubby places, but without water, and, at this time, I do not think there was a bottle of water amongst the whole party. 1 or 2 of the gentlemen were of opinion that we were making too much north, which prevented us from reaching the bay, and, as that seemed to be the object of our desire, our course was altered a point or 2 more west, and about 8 o'clock in the morning we came upon a saltwater creek which led to Port Phillip Bay. We found a fire burning in 2 native huts, and every appearance of their having been occupied the previous night. And on the beach we found tracks of natives proceeding towards Arthur's Seat. We rested here and made a fire. Some of the party proceeded in search of water, which, however, was very brackish. We had our breakfast and consumed what little water was left. 2 bottles of the brackish water were boiled with tea in the event of not finding better water. After resting at this place about half an hour, we proceeded on our journey about 5 miles, and then discovered several native huts, and to our great joy and gratitude found a creek with an abundant supply of water. We rested at this place about 2 hours, filled our bottles, and proceeded on our journey about 6 miles, and came to some more water holes and native huts. We dined at the spot, took a fresh supply of water, and proceeded on our journey, and came to a tract of low scrubby land, upon which we took to the beach, and came to an open sandy bay about 30 or 40 miles long. We continued walking till about 6 o'clock, when the weather became squally and wet. We walked for about half an hour, and had intended to do so till late at night, but the rain increasing, we thought it most prudent to get some shelter before it was dark. We then went into the scrub and found a sheltered spot. We made a blanket hut to protect us from the rain, with a large fire in front. We soon found a large quantity of blue ants on the ground, which we had selected for our resting place, and I therefore, as it was too late to move our tent, spread the ashes all over the ground, which had the effect of driving them away. It continued raining till about 2 o'clock, but as we were lying on a sandbank, the rain was all absorbed. 30th January. We started this morning about half an hour before daylight, and continued walking till 8 o'clock without finding any fresh water. We then rested and had our breakfast, and about half a pint of tea to each person, which was all the water we had left, and we then continued our journey, expecting at every turn of the bay that we should discover the river. We continued walking till 12 o'clock, when Mr. Leakey and Tom lay down, and declared they could not proceed any further till they got water. We had now quitted the shore, and got upon high land again. After resting on the hill about half an hour, I urged upon the party to proceed, and after some difficulty we were all on the march, but some of the party were a considerable distance behind. We were now on a native track, and the advantage of following those tracks is soon experienced. This track continued along the margin of the hill, and ultimately led us to the beach, and near the beach we found a few native huts and 1 native well. Upon discovering the well, Mr. G. gave the welcome shout, "Water," which was immediately repeated by the others, and in a few minutes the weary ones in arrear came rushing down, anxious to quench their thirst. But by the time they had reached the well, Mr. G reported the water to be bad. Mr. R, however, examined the well, and thinking that it had been choked up, he got an oyster shell and cleaned it out, and deepened it, expecting that the fresh water would be good. The party were now obliged to wait with much anxiety, watching the rising of the water in the hole, and at length Mr. R was enabled to distribute to each person half a pint, and in about 1 hour a second supply of 1 pint each was distributed for dinner, and we were enabled, when we quitted at 4 o'clock, to take with us 3 bottles of water. At 4 we continued our course along the beach, Mr. Gardner and myself making the first start, and in about 10 minutes we saw a dog on the beach advancing toward us. At length he stopped and ran back again and turned into the bush, from which we concluded that the natives were at hand. We waited till some of the party came up, and then advanced and found on the beach part of a boomer kangaroo, and we saw the tracks of several natives on the beach and several tracks of dogs. We fully expected this night to reach the settlement, and we pushed on until 7 o'clock. We then came to a point which we fully expected would be the head of the river. We crossed over the point and found a stack of wattle bark, and we also found the hut where the Barkers had lived, and the tracks of a cart. It had been raining about 3/4 of an hour, and we were nearly wet through. We felt assured that we were near the settlement, and that the bark had been obtained by Mr. Faulkner's party, but we could not see the river. It was near night, and there was every appearance of a wet night, and we therefore considered it most prudent at once to make a blanket hut for the night and make a fire, before the bark and grass were too wet, and which we accordingly did. 2 of the party went in search of water holes, but without success, and Tom went to the beach to shoot a duck, and in about 10 minutes he returned, having found the water holes near the beach, and where we again obtained an abundant supply of good water. This night was very wet, and the most uncomfortable night we had experienced. 31st January. Although we were satisfied that we were near the settlement, we considered it most prudent to keep the bay until we reached the river, and after walking 7 miles further, we at length discovered the mouth of the river. My feet had been for the last 2 days very much blistered, and I felt quite unable to walk any further, and I therefore proposed that half the party should proceed to the settlement and send a boat or a horse to my assistance, and Mr. Gardner, Mr. Leakey, Mr. Malcolm, and Tom proceeded to the settlement. I hobbled along, with the assistance of Mr. Robertson, about 3 miles, and then waited for the horse or boat. In about half an hour a boat manned with blacks came down the river. We hailed them, and after explaining where we had come from and who we were, they came to our assistance. We found they were going to the heads to fish, but they immediately proceeded with us to the settlement, and we arrived there about 12 o'clock. The settlement consists of about a dozen huts built with turf, on the left bank of the river Yarra Yarra. The river, from the mouth to the settlement, is about 8 miles long. It is salt for about 6. The first 2 miles it is about 500 yards wide. For the next 3 miles it is about 300 yards. It then becomes gradually narrower, and is about 60 yards wide at the settlement, with deep and precipitous banks, and vessels of 60 tons burthen can with safety proceed to the settlement close to the shore and discharge a cargo. As it was of importance that immediate assistance should be rendered to Mr. Moody, I made arrangements with Mr. Batman to dispatch on the next morning 4 Sydney natives who, it appeared, were well acquainted with Western Port, and who, upon my questioning them, appeared also quite confident that they would be able to find the sheep and bring them to Port Phillip. I felt very much vexed on learning that the natives, with the exception of 2, had left the settlement on a hunting expedition a few days previous, and would not return for some time. 1st February. I had this morning a long conversation with Buckley, and explained to him very fully the desire of the association in every respect to meet his views and to make him superintendent over the native tribes, for the purpose of protecting them from aggressions, and also of acting as an interpreter in imparting to them not only the habits of civilization, but also of communicating religious knowledge. It appears from his statement that the tribes are most peaceably disposed, that they fully understand the nature of the grants issued by them, and that they are looking forward to the time when the blankets, tomahawks, and flour will be distributed. Buckley appears to be of a nervous and irritable disposition, and a little thing will annoy him much, but this may arise from the peculiar situation in which he has been placed for so many years. I am quite satisfied that he can only be acted upon by kindness and conciliation, and that by those means he will be an instrument in the hands of Providence in working a great moral change upon the aborigines. He is not at all desirous of occupying any land or having sheep, but is highly pleased at the idea of being appointed superintendent of the natives, with a fixed stipend, so that, to use his own expression, he may know what he has to depend upon, and be enabled to make a few presents to his native friends. I told him that I intended on the following day to proceed to Geelong, and inquired whether he would not like to visit his own country. He seemed much pleased at the idea, but stated he did not think he could walk so far. I then proposed he should ride, which seemed to gratify him very much, and in consequence I engaged a large cart horse of Mr. Faulkner's for that purpose. My feet were so bad I could not walk, and as I was desirous of seeing number 12, I had my horse taken to the fording place, and round to the Saltwater Creek. At about 10 o'clock, Mr. G., Mr. R., Dr. Cotter, myself, and Linfield went in the whaleboat to the creek. I took Linfield with me for the purpose of making him acquainted with that section, as I intended to stock it. After passing over about 6 miles of the section, we came upon a large saltwater river, which Dr. Cotter was of opinion communicated with a chain of freshwater ponds which he had recently crossed on that section. Dr. C. and myself, therefore, proceeded to trace up the river, and I requested the remainder of the party to trace it down to the sea. Dr. C. and myself then traced the river up to the chain of ponds, and I was quite satisfied there was plenty of water on the grant. We then made across to the point at which the ships lay and the stock was landed, and we found all the party, with the exception of Linfield, who, it appeared, had stayed behind. We waited for him about 3/4 of an hour, and, as it was 6 in the evening, the gentlemen were anxious to return, and I therefore desired the man to take the horse round to the point, find Linfield, and bring him home by the fording place. About 10 o'clock at night the man returned home with a horse, and stated that he could not find Linfield anywhere, and as I felt very uneasy about him, I desired Mr. Batman to send the boat at daylight the next morning in search of him. 2nd February. The boat returned this morning about 7 o'clock with Linfield, who, finding he had lost us, proceeded to the Saltwater Creek, where he had been landed, and being, as I imagined, very much afraid of the natives, sat up in a tree all night, and seeing the boat come down the river, cooeyed to them. Mr. Faulkner's vessel arrived this morning from Georgetown, and I considered it advisable to send assistance to Mr. Moody in the removal of the women, stores, and rams from Western Port, and I therefore engaged the vessel for one trip upon Captain Swanston's account. In consequence of Mr. Faulkner's people being engaged with the vessel, we were unable to obtain the horses for our journey until about 4 in the afternoon, when we started, 7 in number, intending to reach Captain Swanston's station on the River Exe that night. The scenery from the settlement to the ford on the Saltwater River is most beautiful, and some of the spots quite enchanting. The grass had been burnt about a month previously, and was then quite green and beautiful. The land is very rich, and consists of a succession of gentle hills and dales, and the first view of the saltwater river and its windings is beautiful beyond description. We reached the ford about 6:30, and we found the country completely changed when we crossed the ford. The land was then quite flat and rather rocky, and from the ford to the station on the Exe, a distance of 14 miles, and, in fact, up to Geelong harbour consisted of open plains, with a thin coat of grass and exposed to the cold winds. We did not reach the station until 10:30 at night, and were compelled for the last 7 miles to follow a cart track, which we were fortunately enabled to do, as it was a starlight night. End of section 56. Section 57 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 56, Part 2, from Gellibrand's Memorandum of a Trip to Port Phillip. 3rd February. As Mr. Fergusson had not found the sheep, and we were proceeding in the direction where they had been lost, he proposed to accompany us in our visit to Geelong, and we started this morning about 7 o'clock. At noon we came upon a chain of ponds, which appeared to come from the Debackarite, and which I accordingly noted in my chart. We stopped at this chain of ponds and dined, and towards evening we came upon some native wells, near the point of Geelong harbour, which are called Geewar, and, as there was good feed for the horses, we determined on staying here for the night. 4th February. We started from Geewar about 6 o'clock, and shortly afterwards entered the section number 16, which we found to contain a tract of most excellent land, fit for agricultural or pastoral purposes. After travelling about 14 miles, we came to some more native wells on the margin of the bay, and close to the line which divides 16 from 17. We stayed at this place and dined, and then proceeded across the Bellarine Hills to the settlement at Indented Head. The Bellarine Hills contain about 20,000 acres of land of the finest description. They consist of hill and dale, and although we did not see any water in the valleys, I am satisfied water could be easily obtained. The land is thinly timbered. The soil appeared very rich and fit for any purpose. The kangaroo grass was up to my middle, and with a thick bottom. It is as fine a tract of land as any I have yet passed over. We reached the settlement about 4 o'clock, and I learned, to my extreme mortification, that some of the natives had that morning, and the others the day previously, quitted the settlement, in consequence of the threats made use of by the man at the station that he would shoot the natives. I found that the natives had a few nights previously stolen about a sack of potatoes out of the garden. They had pulled up the roots and taken the potatoes, and then planted the roots in the earth again, thinking they should not be discovered, and to prevent a repetition of this conduct, the threats had been made use of, without the slightest intention of carrying them into execution. I found, in answer to my inquiries, that no food of any description had been given to the natives for the last 3 months, that, although there is abundance of fish at Indented Head, yet there are no means of catching them, and that the natives had no idea of making boats or catamarans. February 5th. We started very early this morning, under the expectation that we should see the natives, and in order that they should not be frightened, I directed Buckley to advance, and we would follow him at the distance of 1/4 of a mile. Buckley made towards a native well, and after he had ridden about 8 miles we heard a cooee, and when we arrived at the spot I witnessed one of the most pleasing and affecting sights. There were 3 men, 5 women, and about 12 children. Buckley had dismounted, and they were all clinging round him, and tears of joy and delight running down their cheeks. It was truly an affecting sight, and proved the affection which these people entertained for Buckley. I felt much affected at the sight myself, and considered it a convincing proof of the happy results which will follow our exertions if properly directed. Amongst the number were a little old man and an old woman, one of his wives. Buckley told me this was his old friend, with whom he had lived and associated 30 years. I was surprised to find that this old man had not a blanket, and I inquired the cause, and was much concerned to learn that no blankets had been given him, because he did not leave that part of the country and proceed to Dutagala for it. I could ill spare my blankets for him, but I could not refrain from giving one of them to Buckley, in order that he might give it to his friend, with an assurance that he should have further clothing after our return. The men seemed much surprised at the horses. I, however, after some little persuasion, induced the youngest man to put his foot in the stirrup and mount my grey mare, and I led the horse round a few paces, to the great delight of the whole party. I then coaxed the mare, and put my face to hers, to show them they need not be afraid, and then prevailed upon a young girl, about 13 years of age, also to take a ride. As soon as the horse began to move, she seemed very much alarmed, and her countenance bespoke her fears, but she continued silent. We gave them a few presents, and then left them to proceed on our journey. I may here mention that so soon as Buckley crossed the Saltwater River and obtained a view of his own country, his countenance was much changed, and when we reached Geelong, he took the lead and kept us upon a trot. He seemed quite delighted and proud of his horse. When we quitted the natives, we directed our course to the head of the Barwon River. This river is about 2 miles wide. There are breakers on each side of the heads, like Port Phillip, but it appeared to me that there was a channel in the centre. We then proceeded through a fair country, near the margin of the river, until we arrived at a flat, where the river is at least 8 or 9 miles wide. At this flat there are some very good native wells, called Yan Yan. We dined at this place, and continued our course near the river, until we had crossed over a very extensive marsh on the banks of the Barwon, the extremity of No. 16. We stopped at this place all night, and shot some wild fowls, which we had for our supper. Tom shot a large musk duck, which Buckley had for his supper. February 6th. We started this morning about 6 o'clock, and when we had got out of the marsh, we saw Geelong Harbour, and ascertained that the distance from the harbour at the neck was not more than 4 miles. We continued our course upon some high land until we had reached the junction of the Yalloak and Barwon rivers. We then descended into a marsh on the Yalloak, left our horses there, crossed the Yalloak by a native track over a large tree, and went across to the Barwon, to a spot called Buckley's Falls, where there is a large basin, and the river somewhat resembles the cataract and basin at Launceston, but upon a smaller scale. Buckley showed us the hollow tree in which he used to live, and the places where the natives used to catch the fish in the winter season. Mr. Gardner, Mr. Leakey, Mr. Robertson, myself, and Mr. Malcolm crossed over the cataract for the purpose of examining the Barrabool Hills, which had presented a most inviting appearance in our progress up the Barwon River. We passed over about 8 or 9 miles, and kept upon the high grounds, in order that we might see the surrounding country. We found the herbage to be very good, and I think the best sheep country we had passed over, and I believe the other gentlemen were of the same opinion. We were compelled to cross the Barwon at the same spot, and I should think, from the appearance of the country, that the Barwon is a deep river, about 60 feet wide for many miles up. In the winter a large body of water passes down it. We then crossed the Yalloak and dined, and proceeded about 12 miles further up the river, for the purpose of inspecting the country, and also searching for tracks of sheep but without success. We stayed in a small marsh on the banks of the Alloke that night. The river at this part is only a small running stream. Having a few spare potatoes, we planted them in this marsh near the fire. February 7th. As soon as we made the rising ground this morning, we took an observation of the Villamanata and Anarchy Hills. We found that they were not correctly laid down. We then proceeded direct for Anarchy Hills. We passed over a tract of very fine land, and found some water holes at the foot of the Anarchy, and the herbage for miles round, and even up to the top, of the finest description. We reached the summit of the highest hill, from which we had a beautiful view of the land extending up towards the Exe, which appeared to be very fine and well timbered, also of the Baraboo Hills and of the land in and about Geelong. We descended on the north side, passed along flat lands between the Anarchy and the Villamonta, and left them 4 miles on the right. We then came upon the Debacarite, which enabled me to continue the chain of ponds, and where we dined, and after dinner we rode across to Captain Swanston's station, which we reached at sundown. February 8th. We passed this morning over to the upper part of No. 12, in order to continue the chain of ponds which we traced up to and over No. 11. We dined at the stock hut at the ford, and after dinner passed about 5 miles along the side line of No. 9, and then made an angle across to the settlement, which we reached about 4 p.m., and found that no vessel had arrived during our absence. In the evening some of the natives came to the settlement, and reported that a ship was coming in. They also made us understand that they had tracked us on the beach, and followed us many miles, and they had also seen the places where we had slept. February 9th. At daylight this morning we heard the report of guns from the ship, and shortly afterwards the natives reported that a vessel was at anchor with 3 masts, and concluding it was the Caledonia, Mr. Ferguson went down the river with Mr. Batman's boat. About 11 o'clock, Captain Simers of the Caledonia came up to the settlement. I then arranged with him for a passage to Georgetown, and to be on board on Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Leakey, Mr. Robertson, myself, Linfield, and Stewart, one of the Sydney natives, left the settlement for the purpose of proceeding to the northward, and exploring that part of the country. We took with us 4 days' supplies and only 2 guns. My object in taking Stewart was to prevent the possibility of any collision with the natives, and that he might act as an interpreter. We proceeded in a straight line through the lands reserved for the settlement and over No. 9. In passing over No. 9, we crossed a chain of ponds, extending a little to the northwest. When we had reached the extremity of No. 9, and were upon No. 7, it was nearly dark. We observed a tier of sheep hills to the right, and concluded that we should find water at the foot, and we accordingly moved to the right, and passed over about 4 miles of very fine land, and just at dusk came upon a chain of ponds, as we expected, where we stayed all night. February 10th. We started this morning at daylight, leaning to the right and ascending the sheep hills, so that we might be enabled to obtain an extensive view to the northeast. We travelled in this direction about 4 miles, and from the summit of the hill we had an extensive view of the country composing Nos. 3 and 4 and part of 8. The country appeared rather thickly wooded towards No. 4, and particularly so over No. 8, and we were enabled clearly to trace the course of the river Yarra Yarra by the white fog. We then proceeded in a westerly direction till we came to the chain of ponds, which I had particularly traced through No. 8, and the line of which I was then enabled to continue. This chain of ponds I considered to be within a mile of the side line between No. 7 and No. 6. The country and pasturage are here very fine, and present a desirable spot for an homestead. As I intended to come back over Nos. 1 and 2, and within a few miles of this spot, I marked down on the chart 2 Sugar Loaf Hills. The weather was exceedingly hot this day, and we rested under a blanket tent for some hours at the ponds. In the afternoon, we proceeded in a westerly course over a continuation of plains. We then ascended a rise, and from the summit obtained one of the most beautiful views I ever saw, commanding a full view of the junction near the settlement, the bay, Geelong, Villamanata, and the Barbool Hills. I think it must have been from this spot Mr. Hume had the first view of Port Phillip. After taking observations and the bearings of these several places on the chart, we continued our course over number 6 until we reached the Saltwater River, or the River Arndell, as called by Mr. Hume. We found the land lightly timbered, and fully equal to our expectations as to quality. The country near the river is hilly and full of glens, and is well calculated for an extensive sheep run. We continued our course on the high ground, and near the river for about 5 miles, and then descended into a small marsh near Gum's Corner, where we stayed all night. February 11th. We this morning crossed the Saltwater River and took a westerly direction to the summit of a flat-topped hill, which Stewart stated was the hill from which Mr. Batman saw the native fires upon his first visit, and which he called Mount Iramo. We then proceeding over a running stream, which nearly divides number 5, we were detained some time waiting for Mr. Fergusson, whose horse had lost a foreshoe. When he reached me, I told him that as we were limited to time, it was necessary we should push on, and I proposed that he should mount Stewart's horse, and that Stewart should lead his horse to the settlement. My object in doing this was to afford him the opportunity of inspecting number 1 and 2, in order that he might report thereupon to Captain Swanston, and to accomplish this purpose I should have deprived myself of Stewart's assistance. Mr. Fergusson, without even thanking me for the offer, observed that the black men were very careless, and that he should not trust his horse with him. Stewart had hitherto carried a double-barreled gun for the protection of the party. Mr. Fergusson called to Stewart to give him the gun, and he then wished me good morning. During the whole of our journey through the bush the fires had, in every instance, been produced from the phosphoric matches which Mr. Fergusson had, independent of which he also carried a steel-prepared punk. I felt much surprised at his conduct, and not knowing whether we might experience any difficulty in obtaining fire, I said to him, "If you leave us, what shall we do without your matches?" He simply replied, "Oh, you will have no difficulty in obtaining fire," and rode away and left me. At this time we were not more than 22 miles from his tent. Mount Cotterill was in full view, and he could easily have reached home that afternoon. We then proceeded northwest about 2 miles, and, as we were desirous of seeing the land to the westward, we left our horses with the servants, and ascended the summit of the Sugarloaf Hill, about half a mile distant. We had now only a single-barreled gun for our protection. We then altered our course nearly due north, and passed over some very good plains, and near the foot of a tier of hills we crossed over 2 or 3 rivulets, at one of which we dined. We then came to a forest of gum and stringy bark, and having ridden about 1.5 miles, we then altered our course and proceeded due east. On our way from the forest to the line extending to the Villamanta Hills, we passed over 2 other creeks, which appeared to flow in a southerly direction. We continued our course until we again reached the Saltwater River. The land of number 1 is very good, and is well watered. We crossed 3 chains of ponds, about 3 miles distant from each other. We stayed on the banks all night, and as we did not reach the river till near dark and were fatigued, we did not put up any hut or breakwind. About 12 at night we had a heavy thunderstorm, and by 2 o'clock we were all wet through. February 12th. Mr. Leakey and myself had slept upon the hills to avoid the mosquitoes, and when we had descended into the bottom, we found the fire almost out. We roused the party, and were at length, with the greatest difficulty, enabled to make the fire burn. It continued burning till daylight, and we then dried our clothes, had some hot tea, crossed the river, and proceeded on our journey. We now altered our course for the purpose of passing between the two hills which I had marked down on the 10th, and we arrived at the spot within a few minutes of the time we expected, so that the chart must be correctly laid down, and also our observation upon it. About 1 mile from the river we came upon a most beautiful vale, extending, apparently, several miles to the northward, and extending over part of No. 6 and 7. This vale contains about 20,000 acres of the richest quality and of the finest herbage I ever saw, and, in my opinion, far superior to any of the land upon No. 9 or any of the sections. We found the continuation of the rivulet, and that it wound round the flat-topped hill, thereby affording a most eligible situation for our homestead. We then continued our course to another hill near the margin of No. 7, which we passed over, and from this hill we had the opportunity of proving the correctness of the hills marked down by the observation. We then continued our course about 8 miles over fine feeding land, and came upon a rapid stream of water, flowing, like all the other rivers, from the north to south. We called this river the River Plenty, as it is the only stream, except the River Barwon, deserving the name of river. We dined at this river, and after proceeding about 1 mile down it, in order to form an opinion as to its course, and as we were desirous of reaching, if possible, the River Yarra Yarra that afternoon, we then crossed the river and made an easterly course through forest land about 6 miles, and until we came upon another rapid stream, flowing in a southerly direction, and which it was impossible to cross in consequence of the hills and scrub. We then proceeded about 1 mile southeast, when we were again stopped by a small stream, and found the land very boggy. After proceeding about half a mile south and 1 mile west, along a high ridge, we determined to cross, if possible, the stream, and which after much labour we accomplished, but finding it impossible to continue our course, and the land between us and the Yarra Yarra being very heavy and thickly wooded, we were compelled again to recross the last stream, and, as it was near 6 in the evening, with an appearance of rain, we thought it most prudent to halt for the night and put up a strong and secure tent to protect us from the wet. February 13th. When we awoke this morning, we found to our dismay that the horses, with the exception of one mare which had been tethered out, were missing. In about an hour Sturt returned, informing us that he had discovered the tracks and that the horses were all gone. We were under an engagement to return to the settlement by 12 o'clock, and we calculated that we were distant about 17 miles in a straight line. We got our breakfast, and packed all the saddles upon the horse which had been tethered out, and then proceeded in search of the horses by following their tracks. And here the instinct of that noble animal was most powerfully exhibited. The horses had been a circuit of at least 120 miles. They had never been within 10 miles of the spot where we were stationed that night, and yet, instead of proceeding back upon their tracks, the horses made a direct course for the settlement round the hills, with as much care and sagacity as could have been manifested had they been led by a native. We followed the tracks about 7 miles, and until we came upon the banks of the River Plenty, where we found the horses grazing. We then saddled them, crossed the river, and continued the course to the settlement, which we reached at 5 minutes past 12. Upon my arrival at the settlement, I found about 150 natives, and I learnt with much concern that an act of aggression had been committed upon one of the women, which required my immediate attention. Without waiting to refresh myself or refit, I proceeded to the native huts, and ordered the persons supposed to be implicated to be brought down. I found a young woman, about 22, lying on the ground, covered over with a kangaroo rug, and suffering from a violent contusion on the back part of her head, and which I understood had been inflicted upon her by her husband. It appeared that she was one of 3 wives, and that the tribe had lately been on the Saltwater River and near the shepherd's hut on number 10. That this woman was proceeding towards the settlement to see her mother, and fell in with one of the shepherds, who laid hold of her, brought her to the hut, tied her hands behind her, and kept her there all night, and either that night or the next morning abused her person. When she reached the settlement, she communicated to her friends the injury she had sustained, and they immediately apprised Buckley of it, expecting to obtain redress. The natives are particularly jealous respecting their women, and they consider any intercourse of this kind as a contamination, and in every case punish the woman, frequently even to death. The natives, men, women, and children, assembled around me. I explained to them, through Buckley, our determination in every instance to punish the white man, and to protect the natives to the utmost of our power, but we are not allowed to beat them as they had the woman, but would send them to their own country to be punished. The woman was then raised, and the two men placed before her, and Buckley asked her if either of these men had ill-treated her person. She replied, no, and I then inquired whether she had ever seen them before. She replied, yes, they were in the hut when the other man brought her in with her hands tied. I then inquired of the overseer, and found that a third man was at the hut, but had not been brought down. I then explained to the two men the wickedness of their conduct, and how justly they would be punished if the natives had inflicted an injury upon them, and gave orders that as soon as fresh shepherds could be obtained, they should be removed from the settlement under the terms of their indentures. I directed the other man to be immediately sent for, and if the woman identified him as the aggressor, that he should be removed from the settlement by the first ship and be publicly taken away as a prisoner. I directed Buckley to explain to the whole tribe the course which I directed to be pursued, and I could perceive by the expression of their countenances that they were highly satisfied. I then endeavored to make the poor woman understand how much I commiserated with her situation, and I tied round her neck a red silk handkerchief which delighted her exceedingly. Footnote: the manuscript, in the possession of the trustees of the public library, ends here, and the following passages are printed from the imperfect copy of Gellibrand's Journal, given in Volume 3 of the Transactions of the Philosophical Society of Victoria. End footnote. Missing portion. All of the party, missing portion. And we all went in the captain's boat to the mouth of the river, and reached the missing portion. 16th February. By daylight this morning we were visited on board by 4 of our own tribe in Mr. Batman's whaleboat. The natives appeared much pleased with their visit, and surprised at the appearance of the vessel. They remained on board about a quarter of an hour, when, having obtained a supply of biscuit, they left us. At missing portion o'clock, the vessel was under way, missing portion, and proceeded towards the sea. Mr. Escourt came to anchor near the settlement at Indented Head. When we were near Arthur's Seat, it became necessary to work the vessel through a narrow passage about 4 miles long. This passage is not more than 1.5 miles wide in some places, and the missing portion in the evening, so that the captain was afraid to proceed to sea that night, lest we should be driven upon Cape Otway, and in consequence came to anchor about 3 miles from the Heads, under the lee of the land. 17th February. We got under way at daylight, and made a safe passage between the Heads of Port Phillip, missing portion. About 11 o'clock at night we reached White's Hotel at Launceston. Observations. The natives are a fine race of men, many of them handsome in their persons, and all well made. They are strong and athletic, very intelligent, and quick in their perceptions. Missing portion. Preparing meat. Missing portion. The women, and especially the young ones, are particularly modest in their behavior, and also in their dress. They all appear to be well disposed, and very fond of bread and potatoes. In the winter season they live principally on fish and game. Upon the missing portion appearance of the country, I feel persuaded that they must exert themselves considerably in obtaining subsistence, and from their extreme partiality to bread and potatoes, I feel not the slightest doubt but that they may be all brought to habits of industry and civilization, when the mode of obtaining potatoes and wheat, missing portion. Country is generally, missing portion. Open, flat, champaign country, with abundance of verdure and well watered. It far exceeds my expectations, although I was prepared to expect something very superior. I consider the representations of Mr. Batman fully borne out, and from the account given by Buckley, I am disposed to believe, missing portion. I this day, missing portion. Settlement at Port Phillip. Having taken a trip over in the Adelaide with some of my sheep, I found the young woman before spoken of living at the settlement with her husband and his other wives. She had quite recovered from the contusion, and her husband was again reconciled to her. End of section 57.
Section 58 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 58 from John Hart. Melbourne, April 24th, 1854. Sir, enclosed is the account you favoured me by asking for. I have no doubt that most of its contents Your Excellency will not be interested in the least about. I found it necessary to go back a long time to arrive at the dates, having none of my books and papers with me, and I have been disappointed in getting from the Custom House records at Launceston the information required on that head, in consequence of the dismissal of the officer to whom I wrote to furnish it. I regret I cannot at present go to Launceston and make the search. I have no doubt the local newspapers of the date would make mention of my early trip also. Trusting you will excuse the very imperfect manner that I complied with your request, I remain your obliged servant, John Hart. To His Excellency Governor La Trobe. In the month of November 1831, became master of the schooner Elizabeth of Launceston, owned by Mr. John Griffith, and bound on a sealing voyage to the Northwest Islands. Early in December we landed on the Lawrence Rocks, Portland Bay, where we were joined by a boat's crew left there the year before, they having procured nearly 400 skins. Proceeding towards Kangaroo Island, anchored on the 16th in Gichen Bay, landing on Bodine's Rocks, killed 30 seals, leaving one man with a supply of water and provisions until our return. Anchored in Nepean Bay on the 20th, and procured from the salt lagoon 5 tons of salt. Bought 150 skins, seal, and 12,000 wallaby skins from the islanders. These islanders were principally men who had left various sealing vessels when on their homeward voyage, the masters readily agreeing to an arrangement by which they secured for the next season all the skins obtained during their absence. This island life had a peculiar charm for the sailors, being supplied from the ship with flour, tea, sugar, tobacco, and a few slops, and living generally in pairs on the shore of one of the little bays. They cultivated a small garden to supply them with potatoes, onions, and a small patch of barley for their poultry. They thus led an easy, independent life, as compared with that on board ship. They obtained wives from the mainland. These attended to the wallaby snares, caught fish, and made up the boat's crew when on a sealing excursion to the neighboring rocks. At Kangaroo Island there were some 16 or 18 of these men. On a certain day, once a year, They assembled from all parts of the island to meet the vessel in Nepean Bay and dispose of their skins, getting a supply in return for the following year, the only money required being a sovereign or two for making earrings. There was another class of men, also, who probably had escaped from Van Diemen's Land. These lived generally on islands apart from the others, some on Thistle Island, near Port Lincoln, and other islands in Spencer's Gulf, and there was one man who had been unvisited for 3 years when I saw him on this trip. This man lay under the suspicion of having murdered his original companions. He had 2 wives whose woolly heads clearly showed their Van Diemen's Land origin. Although so long without supplies, he had every comfort about him: a convenient stone house, good garden, small wheat and barley paddocks, with pigs, goats, and poultry, made him quite independent of the vessel, except for tea and tobacco. He had collected 7,000 wallaby skins of a kind peculiar to this island, very small, fine-furred, and beautifully mottled in colour. I sold these in Sydney for the China market. Returning to Launceston in February 1832, I was first employed to take Mr. Sinclair's whaling party to Twofold Bay, and afterwards in the Sydney trade. November 3rd proceeded on a second sealing trip, landing on almost every rock between Bass Straits and Doubtful Island Bay. Returned to Launceston after a very successful trip in March 1833. My mate, Mr. Dutton, appointed the chief headsman of the first fishing in Portland Bay, employed attending on these whalers. Whales so plentiful that on my visiting the bay in June I found all the casks full and the men putting oil into pits they had made in the clay. Out of 100 tons thus dealt with, a very small quantity was saved. I took the first cargo of oil from Portland on this occasion. Port Fairy was visited about 3 years before by the cutter of that name, commanded by Mr. Wishart. Mr. E. Henty made his first visit to Portland with me, returning to Launceston the same voyage. November. Fitted for my third sealing voyage, which was extended to Cape Leeuwin. On this voyage we anchored in the harbour of Middle Island, discovered close to the beach a lagoon containing fine salt in such quantities that we took on board 20 tons in 3 days. On this voyage also I was on the plain where Adelaide now stands, and also discovered the dangerous reef of Cape Jaffa. Returned to Launceston in March 1834. 2 fisheries in Portland Bay this year. Voyage to Hokianga, New Zealand. October. Brought Griffith's party of whalers from Portland, employment having to be found for these men during the summer, to prevent them being employed by the opposition fishing party. Took a number of them on an expedition to strip bark. Left Launceston the latter end of November, having on board a team of bullocks, a dray, and some 20 men besides the crew. Entered the heads of Western Port the beginning of December, anchored under Philip's Island, saw the place where a settlement had been, ruins of houses and workshops with broken crockery, etc. The land here was bad, and there were no wattle trees. Stood up the harbour, surprised to find the deep water channel marked with beacons on each side. Anchored abreast of the ruins of another settlement, landed the men and team. Here were the remains of houses and gardens, grass very abundant, and the wattle trees the largest I had ever seen. Employed for a fortnight collecting bark. Saw the traces of numerous cattle, shot a large white bull. Finding the bark so abundant, I loaded the schooner and proceeded to Sydney, leaving the shore party behind. Sold my cargo to a ship bound to London, and chartered the ship Andromeda to load bark in Western Port for London. Put on board Mr. Thom, my mate, as pilot and supercargo. She arrived there in April 1835. In the meantime, I proceeded to Launceston and gave an account of my trip, first to my owner and Mr. Connolly, afterwards to a number of persons assembled in the billiard room of the Cornwall Hotel, among whom were Mr. Faulkner, Messrs. Geo and John Evans, and I think Mr. Batman. I spoke in high terms of the land and the grass, instanced the sign of the mimosa trees as a proof for the one, and the condition of the wild cattle as the result for the other. When, however, the Andromeda arrived to get her clearance at the custom house at Launceston, the fame of the place was spread far and wide by the returned bark cutters. Many of these were farming men born in Van Diemen's Land, and they at once saw the advantages of this beyond that of their own country. The cargo of the Andromeda was consigned to John Gore and Co. of London through Mr. Connolly, and sold for about £13 per ton. I brought vast numbers of black swans, which we had pulled down while molting. The waters of Western Port were covered with these birds. In December 1835 I sailed as a passenger to London, and while there gave evidence to some of the South Australian commissioners on the subject of the coast and lands of that province. I furnished sailing directions for Colonel Light, then about to leave in the Rapid. I related to Colonel Torrens the fact that the Port Lincoln natives circumcised their males in a very extraordinary manner, although the tribes around had no such custom. In September I sailed from London to Launceston, taking with me as passengers several of the now old South Australian settlers, who, on my suggestion, went to Van Diemen's Land, in the first instance, to select their stock, etc., to take with them. In November 1837 I undertook to drive a herd of cattle from Portland to Adelaide. These cattle I had originally bought from Mr. Dutton in Sydney to be delivered in Portland. I had shipped a large number during the previous 6 months. The remainder, about 500 head, I started with from Darlot's Creek. My party consisted of Mr. Pullen, who had been my chief officer, now I believe Captain Pullen R.N. of the North Star, and 9 men. I arrived at Mr. S. Winter's station on the Wannon on the 3rd, and for a week was employed exploring to the westward of the Glenelg, with a view of making a direct course to Adelaide. Finding, however, no water, I determined to make the Murray by Major Mitchell's road. I had, however, greater difficulties to overcome than I expected. It was a season of extraordinary drought. Many waterholes were dry, in the bottoms of which we found the large monster mussels lying putrid. I was obliged, therefore, to leave the Major's road for the purpose of procuring water, his object at the season in which he passed being to avoid it. I arrived on the Murray, near Mount Hope, early in January 1838, and travelling down the stream, crossed the river about 15 miles below the Darling. At this place the depth of water did not exceed 18 inches on a sandy bottom. As a nautical man, I felt great interest in this river, and saw at once that it would be navigable for a great portion of the year, possibly for the whole year in ordinary seasons. I observed that the cause of the shallows was the river having to cross in its course to the westward the pine sand ridges that run north and south, and therefore, when the river is full, in these places it increases its width and brings a fresh supply of sand into its bed. No deepening, therefore, will avail here, and it appears to me the only improvement that could be made would be to narrow the channel artificially with clay or wood, the expense of which would make it impossible to be done for ages to come. Nothing struck me so much on this river as the splendid timber that grows on its banks. I never saw anything equal to it for shipbuilding purposes. I arrived in Adelaide March the 1st, without the loss of a beast, and on the 3rd sailed to Launceston to ship the whalers for Encounter Bay. End of section 58. End of Letters from Victorian Pioneers.